Good morning. I'm Adrienne Arsenault. For the next few hours, we're here to bring you all the historic events here in frigid Washington, D.C. A day so cold, inaugural events have been moved inside for the first time in 40 years, but we're good. Between our tent and snacks and heater, we are right at home atop the Canadian Embassy overlooking the U.S. Capitol. And let's not forget, it's the politics that are about to heat up as the world welcomes 4 more years of President Donald Trump.
This is a CBC News special presentation.
Look what happened. Is this crazy?
Donald Trump is back with a bigger mandate than ever before. His team is energized for a president unleashed.
Are you also considering military force to annex and acquire Canada?
No. Economic force. Canada and the United States. That would really be something.
Canada's parliament paralyzed. The prime minister battered, bruised, and on his way out the door.
I'm very concerned about a leadership vacuum.
The immediate threat, massive U.S. tariffs on Canadian goods. On the line, $600 billion in exports every year.
When our country's under attack, economically, you just don't roll over.
Today, the stage is set for the Canada-U.S. relationship to be severely tested. Donald Trump will be sworn in as president, flanked by outsiders and billionaires, poised to redefine the world's most powerful government and the relationship with Canada's closest ally.
We cannot let President Trump divide us.
This is the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump. Welcome to Washington, where next hour Donald Trump will once again swear the oath of office, returning him to the White House and completing an incredible political comeback. So thank you for joining us for this historic day, obviously an important one for the United States, but also for Canada. What has long been a rock-solid relationship between the two countries is a little unstable right now. Many are wondering just how quickly Donald Trump will make good on his threat to hit Canada with massive tariffs. Reporting this morning says he's going to put Canada and Mexico on notice, but he will stop short of tariffs for now. But that's just one of the promises he has made, along with mass deportations, clamping down on the borders, even ending Russia's war in Ukraine. So we have a whole team here today to help us walk through it all, including here with me, senior Washington correspondent Paul Hunter. Hey, you. And in Ottawa, chief political correspondent Rosie Barton. So, Paul, you're right here. Privilege goes to you first. Already been a very busy morning for Donald Trump. He's promising to sign like a slew of executive orders. Can you give us a broad sense of what you're expecting?
Yeah, the fire hose of news has begun already. And I'm just going to say it's coldish. It's not as, cold as I thought. Yeah, well, you gave the headline already, and that's no tariffs for Canada and Mexico, at least not yet. The idea is to take a step back from the threat, it seems, and he's going to issue a directive to study the trade between those countries and then, I guess, decide down the line. Worth noting that the new NAFTA, CUSMA, USMCA, call it what you will, is up for renegotiation in 2026. Maybe, throughout this whole hand-wringing of the last little while over tariffs, one of the considerations was always that, is it just a negotiating tactic? Is it an opening salvo in leading toward a renegotiation of a free trade deal? Maybe that's it. Maybe stuff will come in sooner. I mean, like we've also been saying throughout the sort of tariff conversation, we don't really know. I mean, maybe we'll learn more when we see the specifics of this directive. Beyond that, look, I mean, at his rally in the Capital One Center last night, he said he's going to fix all crises facing America, to a giant roar of applause from the MAGA crowd. He's going to hit the ground running today. He's going to be signing executive orders on Capitol Hill. He's going to be signing executive orders at the Capital One Arena. He's going to be signing executive orders at the White House once he gets there later this afternoon. He signed one executive order on his first day last time. The expectation is it'll be dozens this time on everything from the southern border and going after undocumented migrants, rolling back Joe Biden environmental initiatives, going after what the Trump team would call the woke nonsense, DEI initiatives and such, pardoning any number of January 6th offenders. By the way, he'll do that after having taken the oath of office in the rotunda where those January 6th offenders rampaged in his name 4 years ago. So on the, his signing hand is going to, with the Sharpie, is going to be potentially exhausted by the end of the day because it's going to be nonstop. What he wants to demonstrate is that unlike 4 years ago when there was, chaos in the early days of his administration, some would say it lasted the whole 4 years. Unlike when they were just trying to figure out where's the front door. Well, they know where the front door is. They know how the place works now. They spent 4 years waiting for this moment to hit the ground running, and that's what they want to do.
Right out of the gate. As you talk, Paul, just on the right side of the screen there, you're looking at St. John's Church. That's where a service was held this morning. Sorry, my bad. That is the rotunda. It's hard to see. There was a service at St. John's Church this morning. Interestingly, there was a president's pew there, but Donald Trump, it's sort of in the middle of the church. He wanted to go into the front row, but he went. That service has happened, and this, as you were talking about the rotunda, that's where the swearing in will be. You talked about pardons. Joe Biden was busy issuing some of those this morning.
The fire hose of news. People wondered about this. Would he do like he did with his son Hunter and issue a bunch of preemptive pardons for people that he feared? Many have wondered/feared, would Donald Trump seek retribution and vengeance against those he feels have wronged him over the course of time? And indeed, this morning, there goes the flash on everybody's iPhones. Yeah, he did it. Anthony Fauci, who led the fight against COVID, after 40 years serving various administrations in the name of good health, he's kind of like, I don't know, he belittled some of what Trump had to offer on the COVID, and he was taken to task by many in sort of MAGA land for the mask mandate and other things that a lot of people thought went too far. And there was a worry that Trump would go after Fauci. He's been preemptively pardoned. Mark Milley, who was Trump head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who called Donald Trump a fascist. We can hear the helicopter going off behind us. That's going to be going on all day, I suspect. Because security, again, very, very tight. And the members of the January 6th committee that investigated Trump for the January 6th events, all preemptively pardoned. Some had a heads up, some did not. There was some people thought, well, maybe they don't want the pardon because it implies guilt in some way. Joe Biden was careful to say this does not imply guilt in any way. We just want to ease the burden, potential burden. Who knows what Trump really would have done, but nonetheless, preemptively pardoned, as you note, potentially the same day that Trump provides pardons for those who actually rampaged on January 6th.
Okay, hang tight. Lots to go here. I wouldn't mind bringing in Rosemary in Ottawa because, 2025 has clearly been off to, a roaring start, certainly in Ottawa. Rosie, we've been talking about a trade war, national unity at issue over this. Your first thoughts as we get underway today, and just as you do, we're looking at people arriving at the Capitol for the swearing in. Very different service from what was planned, but because they moved inside because of the cold, but you're going to start to see more visitors arriving. Rosie.
Yeah, I mean, we have never, at least in modern history, Adrienne, experienced the kind of rhetoric and threats from our greatest trading partner that we have over the past number of months, from Donald Trump, obviously. Things that were thought to be jokes, turning us into the 51st state, quickly turned into language that was sort of shocking to many Canadians about economic annexation. These have been very, very difficult weeks for a Canadian government that is nearing the end of its life cycle, for provinces looking to advance their own agendas, to trying, as you said, to keep a united front in the face of some of these threats. If, as Paul says, that Wall Street Journal report that is in other places now too, that the tariffs will not happen today, which is, I would say, what many Trump people had told me, former Trump people had told me in the past number of weeks, that is a huge sigh of relief for this country for now. David McNaughton, the former Canadian ambassador to the U.S., told me on my show yesterday that right before Donald Trump put the tariffs on steel and aluminum in 2018, he thought that he had prevented them from happening. 15 minutes later, he got a phone call and was told that they were happening. And that's why you're not going to see any Canadian government official right now explode with joy. They want to make darn sure that this isn't going to happen before they say that they've achieved some level of victory. But if this is a pause, an investigation, an examination of our trading relationship, I think that at least gives Canada something to work with. And most importantly, Adrienne, it buys us some time to continue making the case to lawmakers and American businesses that this is not in the best interest of anyone.
And you know, Rosie, as you talk, some of that work is continuing, right? Because as you well know, we're atop the embassy, and every time there's an inauguration, the embassy holds like a tailgate party, if you will. That's happening on the ground floor, but on some of the upper floors, there are some, 300 or 400 people here who are important to Canada. They are staff members of governors' offices. Some of them are elected officials. Some of them are people that the Canadians know well. There's some Canadian elected officials here. All that lobbying continues. The relationship building is fundamental here. And I'm wondering, beyond listening for an absence of tariffs today, what else do you think the Canadian government and all these people who are so invested are listening for?
As we've been talking about the executive orders, it is worth remembering that almost any executive order could have a knock-on effect on this country. Electric vehicles. The Liberal government has been working hard to build an electric vehicle industry in this country. If Trump is getting rid of the mandate, where does that leave the industry? If there are executive orders on the border, what is the impact here? If there is mass deportation, do people start trying to flood into Canada? This speaks to the proximity, of course, the geographic proximity, but it speaks also to the closeness and dependency of our relationship, that the things that Donald Trump does in that country have an impact here in some way or another. So people are going to be watching all of those moves today to see how to respond. And just to, again, amplify the importance of this relationship, Donald Trump has inserted himself into the Liberal leadership race. That will become really the defining issue of who is the next prime minister for however long. And indeed, the next election will be deeply, deeply affected by Donald Trump and what he does today and in the coming days.
Well, certainly I would imagine, Rosie, that if this day ends without tariffs against Canada, this will certainly be used by the Liberal government to say, hey, listen, don't underestimate our capacity to negotiate even when our backs are up against the wall, because perhaps they will try to take credit for some of that. Rosie, thanks very much. We'll be back and forth many times throughout this day. So this day started, we were talking about earlier, with the service at St. John's Church. It is sometimes called the President's Church. President-elect Donald Trump and Melania Trump attended there along with JD Vance, the Vice President-elect, and his wife Usha. Over at the White House, President Joe Biden and the First Lady had a final visit with Kamala Harris and the second gentleman. The Bidens are now hosting, right now, a tea with the President-elect and his wife. They will then travel together to the Capitol for a rare indoor ceremony, the last one held here 40 years ago. In 1985, Ronald Reagan's second inauguration was also moved inside because of very cold weather. Parts of this day, though, will still go on as planned. Highlights include music from the U.S. Marine Band and Carrie Underwood. And of course, the crucial moment, the oath of office.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States.
The president will deliver his inaugural address and then attend an indoor parade at the nearby Capital One Arena. Then later tonight, President Trump and First Lady Melania are expected to attend 3 balls. But first, day one business. Donald Trump expected to sign many executive orders, including one that could impose tariffs on Canadian goods. So Chris Reyes and Katie Simpson are our eyes and ears out and about in Washington today. So Katie, we should start with you. You're on Capitol Hill. You're in the Russell Senate building. Walk us through what the scene is like there.
Yeah, I'm in a separate office building that's a couple hundred meters from the actual rotunda where today's celebration is going to be taking place. And Adrienne, isn't it fitting that Donald Trump, who is a politician who's not been one for tradition, doesn't behave like a traditional politician? Well, today's inauguration is not going to be traditional. Because of those cold temperatures, he, of course, ordered things to be inside. And as a result, you're not going to see the hundreds of thousands of people out and about on the National Mall. Instead, it will be far more intimate. There's still plenty of seats. Plenty of people will be watching this in person in the Capitol Rotunda. But something that Paul Hunter said earlier, the symbolism of this moment, Donald Trump's the peaceful transfer of power to Donald Trump, taking place in the same exact location where his supporters ransacked the Capitol trying to stop the peaceful transfer of power 4 years ago. It is something unlike anything else in American history. We're also going to get a little bit more insight into sort of what Donald Trump's first plans are. Some of the ceremony and the traditions, they're going to be a little bit different this go around. And not only that, it could be overshadowed by those executive orders that we keep talking about. Donald Trump expected to really get into what it is he hopes to accomplish, demonstrating to the American people that he's ready to hit the ground running. He's got his team in place, and those executive orders are going to be sort of the first step toward achieving those promises he made to voters. Another thing to watch for today, Adrienne, is who is going to be inside the rotunda. Of course, you're going to have the Trump family, the family of JD Vance, but look for some of the wealthiest people in the world. Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, who's really embedded himself with the Trump camp and is going to be taking on a role within the Trump administration. It's an advisory role, trying to reduce government waste. But that just gives you some insight into who the influential people are going to be moving forward as part of this Trump administration. It's a little bit different than what we've seen in years past, but that is Donald Trump's brand, is it not?
It is indeed. All right, Katie Simpson, thank you. Just on the right side of your frame as you're watching, you're seeing the guests go in. And as Katie was talking about, it's so interesting who was there. Obviously, we saw Mitch McConnell. We saw Newt Gingrich and his wife in there. Keep an eye on that. You know, there will be some interesting absences and an interesting presidents. You've got the vice president of China, for example, largely ceremonial role. He will be there. The Taiwanese leadership was supposed to be there because they were invited, but they won't be in the rotunda. So there's also, people will read all sorts of things into who gets into those limited positions. So that's what's happening at the Capitol. There are still people on the street, though, who came because they thought they would be part of a huge event. They are still lining. I mean, we can see them along Pennsylvania lining the road. Chris Reyes is down there somewhere. Chris, can you show us where you are today?
Good morning, Adrienne. I've got a prime spot here on Pennsylvania Avenue. That's the White House over there. The Capitol is that away, and it's a 2-kilometer stretch between the two spots. So it will be quite a zip for Donald Trump's motorcade to get from the White House to the Capitol for the ceremonies. And I'm going to just pan around to show you what it looks like here. There's more security than people, and that's because this would typically be the parade route, but that parade has been canceled. And so you only have some people here up against these barricades. Most of them are actually at the Capital One Arena, which holds about 20,000 people. I'm going to get Johnny to just pan around to show you how empty the streets are. That way is where the arena is. And we met quite a bit of people there. Some of them lined up as early as 5:30 in the morning to get into that arena. Now, the best that people can hope for here is a little bit of a wave from President-elect Donald Trump as he travels from the Capitol to the White House. It's a very friendly crowd here. They're warm and they're staying warm. And I want to introduce you to some people that we met. This is Dreama from West Virginia. And I want you to tell me and tell our viewers, Dreama, what are you most excited about being here today?
Being part of the political process and supporting President Trump and Vice President Vance, and just the overall ambiance and excitement of the next 4 years.
Let me ask you, because this seems like perfect parade weather to me. Are you disappointed?
Very disappointed that we don't get to see the outside venue, but they were giving for more harsh weather, and everybody wants to be safe.
So from what we understand, President-elect Donald Trump, after he delivers his inauguration speech, he's going to be signing some executive orders.
Yes.
What is the number one issue for you? What made you support Donald Trump?
A variety of issues, the economy and immigration.
And Adrienne, I should tell you that Dreama came with a group of people, so West Virginia and Detroit, so border cities, and they're quite friendly to Canadians. And I asked them what they think about Trump's pitch to make Canada the 51st state. And Dreama, what was your answer?
Well, I'm not sure this is the correct timing or should be a priority, and we love Canadians.
And that's what I'm hearing from the crowd, by the way, Adrienne. I've been asking that question over and over, and I'm actually getting a lot of laughs from people. They don't think that is serious. So yeah. I promised them that they would not miss this motorcade coming. So I'm going to let Dreama go. Thank you so much. I want to show you what we're seeing down this road and all of the security officers here lining the street. Thousands of officers, Adrienne, were brought in from all over the country. You're looking at the North Carolina Highway Patrol. You're looking at the Florida National Guard. And this vantage point is a straight shot to the White House. And again, any minute now, we're going to see that motorcade come down this road. And from what we understand, President-elect Donald Trump will be in the same limo as the Bidens. And that will be about a 2-3 minute ride, and if only those walls could talk.
No kidding. Chris, tell our friends from the border states in West Virginia, we love our neighbors too. Appreciate that. You are right. If those walls could talk, certainly that is a courtesy that was not afforded to President-elect Biden when it was Donald Trump leaving the White House. As you've been talking, Chris, we've been watching people head into the rotunda. We saw the Clintons show up there. Vivek Ramaswamy, interesting. He was supposed to, alongside Elon Musk, lead this new Department of Government Efficiency. Apparently, he's not doing that anymore, Paul. Certainly, Marjorie Taylor Greene. We're seeing the Gingriches greet people as well. So this is it will certainly be a who's who of the Republican Party. Certainly the former presidents are invited. We still don't believe Michelle Obama is showing
Trump's A-listers is what you're seeing here. These are the people with influence with Donald Trump.
Yeah, who certainly, and who plan to use it. This, though, this Trump presidency, I mean, as Chris was talking to the people about Canada, that's because obviously this presidency could affect millions of Canadians, from livelihoods to travel to cost of living. And to that end, we really want to hear your questions about the next 4 years. And we're going to try to answer them over the next 6 hours. So email us. It's CBC's simplest email address, frankly, ask@cbc.ca. Send us a question. We'll get you some answers. So our coverage today will be colored, obviously, by the big threat hanging over Canada. Maybe it's not imminent, maybe it's not coming today, but the threat exists that Donald Trump, as he prepares to take the presidency again, could impose huge tariffs that could change everything.
President Trump wants to devastate Canada.
Donald Trump's tariff threat was swift and brutal, a promise to slap a 25% tariff on all Canadian and Mexican goods unless both countries crack down on illegal drugs and migrants entering the U.S. The reaction? Well, there was a parade of Canadian politicians taking to the air and the airwaves, meeting with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago and delivering a message to the American public that a trade war will cost them, too.
I would remind our American friends that they benefit from our affordable, reliable energy.
Anything that thickens the border between us ends up costing American citizens.
Now, even as Ottawa and the provinces beef up border security, lists are being compiled of potential targets for retaliatory tariffs.
Everything is on the table.
All right. So again, you are looking at the rotunda as people gather. What an astonishingly beautiful room that is. As we have cameras there, We are also keeping an eye on what is happening at the White House, of course, waiting for the moment where President Biden and President-elect Trump get in the same vehicle together and head to the Capitol. That is a shot right now that's a live shot right now of the White House, waiting for them to emerge. They've had tea. They have had a chat. Every conversation, as we understand it so far, from Donald Trump's account at any rate, with President Biden has been relatively civil over the last few days or so. Paul, is that right?
Taking some heat for that too. There are a lot who say that Biden should have been harder on Trump, not least because he came to office, calling and throughout his time in the White House calling Trump a threat to democracy, and here he is handing over the keys to the White House in no small part because of Biden hanging on too long. I mean, we'll have a chance to talk about Biden a little later, but yeah, he's been very cordial and making the point that he wanted to do that, to show that there can be a peaceful transfer of power, and that he believes in that.
And that this is a moment that is a model for the rest of the world. It's certainly, the feeling is that, seeing someone, the Vice President of China here, that would be interesting for them to see a smooth transition of power, as it were. So while we look at this, again, more of the ceremony leading into the moment, we expect around the 11 o'clock hour that things will ramp up in terms of the ceremony itself. A lot of this is just getting organized. And while we do that, it's a good time, actually, to bring in our senior business correspondent, Peter Armstrong, who is standing by at our Washington bureau to talk this through. Peter, a lot of people are waiting to see, what kind of executive orders Donald Trump could sign today. Certainly, we've heard a lot of speculation about the tariffs, not today, maybe at some point. How will they be implemented? Can you bring us up to speed on what the latest thinking is?
Yeah, so I think Paul and Katie have done a great job just sort of walking us through the top line of what the Wall Street Journal and now Reuters has been reporting. And it's essentially that they're going to review everything. But there's some really interesting information embedded in that they say, they're going to direct federal agencies to study trade policies and evaluate U.S. trade relationship with China and also Mexico and Canada, and that it directs these agencies. It's a memorandum, a broad and sweeping memorandum that's going to go out to a bunch of different agencies, ordering them to not just investigate, but to remedy persistent trade deficits, to address unfair trade and currency policies. And it really does single out China, but also Mexico and Canada. So, I mean, boy, this does feel familiar, doesn't it? The threat of a massive sweeping change and then the actual thing being a lot different. Remember back in 2016, he said he was going to tear up NAFTA entirely. What did he do? Well, we ended up negotiating it. And trade since then has flourished, Adrienne, right? We're seeing, a 30% increase in trade, $1.5 trillion in unilateral or trilateral trade between Canada, Mexico, and the United States since that deal was signed. So, I think it's one of those you have to look at what is he trying to get done. And a lot of it is to seed chaos and disorder and to make us want to come to the table with concessions rather than to actually impose some of these tariffs. We've been hearing from people leading up to this that Trump likes the threat of tariffs more than he likes the actual implementation of them because it forces people to guess what he's going to do next. And that certainly seems to be the order of the day today.
I certainly understand that. I do wonder, though, that, people have been sitting down saying, okay, in the event, eventually there is a 25% tariff. What happens to Canada? Can you give us like a bottom line of what that could do to Canada?
Well, I mean, a 25% tariff on all goods going from Canada to the United States is such a massive number. It's such a huge thing and an unprecedented undoing of decades of trade between these two countries that it is actually hard to get a handle on what that would look like. We've seen a range of like a drop in GDP of like by 2.5% to 5.6%, which are just like, they sound small, but Adrienne, those are astonishingly large numbers. It would be catastrophic for the Canadian economy. It would also, though, be catastrophic for the American economy. If they put a 25% tariff on Canadian oil, it makes up 25% of the amount of crude that goes into U.S. refineries to make gasoline, to make diesel fuel, to make jet fuel. The Canadian government, I spoke with the Minister of Natural Resources last week. He says they crunched the numbers and found that would lead to a 75-cent increase in gasoline prices at the pumps for Americans. And one of the things about oil, is that it happens in an instant. This is not sort of, it takes 2 or 3 quarters for this to work its way into the economy. By next week or the week after they imposed that kind of a tariff, you'd see the price of gasoline kick up. So it would be catastrophic. There is no question about that. But it would also be catastrophic for the American economy.
And for the folks that you talk to in the your sources in the business community, what are you hearing about how companies are getting ready for this? And just before you answer that, just a heads up, we are keeping an eye. The shot you're going to see on your screen is of, I think that's the Beast at the White House. Talking about the vehicle. That is the armored vehicle that carries. We're not talking about a person. Don't come at us. That is the name of the vehicle that carries the president. It looks like it's leaving the White House, so I'm not sure if they have.
Did they get in it?
I didn't quite see that. It's possible it's just moving into position, but. Either way, you will see that shot at some point. It's very close. And as we go back to the rotunda here, back to the question for you, Peter. How are companies preparing?
Well, they're trying to figure out what to do. And today's developments that turns out we're not going to see tariffs, or probably not going to see tariffs today, sort of backs up what I've been hearing from them, that they say, look, we have plans. We have ideas about what we need to do. We're not sure yet what the trigger for those are, right? Because you look at the auto industry, it functions basically on that just-in-time delivery system. So what are they supposed to do? Stockpile stuff. They're not even entirely sure how to do that or what to stockpile, because the average car crosses the border between 7 or 8 times over the course of production. Grain farmers, we sell, I had the stat here handy, we sell an astonishing amount of grain, $9.5 billion worth of grain to the United States every year. What options do they have to try to stockpile or hold back? So a lot of them were just kind of trying to wait and see. One of the most interesting industries I spoke with in the last few days has been the shipping industry, the supply chain management industries. They expect to see quite a bit of change, because what you might see is some businesses trying to front load stuff to get stuff here in North America or even into the United States before any tariffs kick in. A reshoring of you'd have, instead of ships going from China, you might have more of them going from, say, Vietnam or India, and that's going to have to move around. And as you well remember, in 2020, it wasn't very big changes with the with supply chain that led to massive worldwide chaos in the way those supply chains were managed. I'm just trying to keep an eye on that shot for you. Is that JD Vance heading into a?
Sure. So yes, that's JD Vance and his wife Usha. It appears heading to the inauguration. I wondered if that was Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff as well in that vehicle. A little difficult to tell.
You look at JD Vance and you're thinking, isn't he glad he wrote that book at this point? But yeah, it makes sense that they'd be going ahead. We're still not sure who's in that.
And I do believe that we saw Melania Trump and Joe Biden in the first vehicle.
Well, no, soon enough. I can hear sirens already coming up Pennsylvania.
It's one of the advantages of having this vantage point at Pennsylvania Avenue. Washington is not a very big city. And so you're right. You can hear the convoys begin.
Well, here comes the real beast. I'm thinking. Yeah, you can. Yeah, it's a small city for those who haven't visited, and the White House is it's a bit of a walk from there to Capitol Hill. Trivia: the Canadian Embassy, where we're sitting, is the only embassy between those two buildings, as U.S. Canadian relations enthusiasts are well aware. But yeah, pretty soon we'll see Joe Biden and President-elect, he's still President-elect Trump for a few more minutes anyway, come out to take the ride up to here, right past where we're going, Adrienne. And I would say, picking up on what Chris was saying earlier, there is a lot of security. There is always, in fairness, a lot of security. 4 years ago, in the days after January 6th, I stood on this rooftop and looked down, speaking with you, I believe. It was unreal, the amount of security lining the streets that day. So this is a climb down, a step down from that. But nonetheless, as we look down from here, yeah, they're lining the streets. Security tight. We've heard the helicopters all day. You see snipers on, or people on the rooftops. Look, there was an assassination attempt against this guy not that long ago.
More than one.
Yeah,
more than one. We understand as well, we've seen pictures of it, the helicopter known as Marine One, and it's called that when the president is aboard, is sitting at Capitol Hill on the east side. From our vantage point, there was Hakeem Jeffries there walking in. From our side, we face the west side of the Capitol. That's where the inauguration normally happens. But the helicopter waiting to take Joe Biden and Jill Biden back home to Delaware through Andrews Air Force Base, I presume, is waiting for them already at the U.S. Capitol building.
Ceremony for Joe Biden at that point. Another contrast with 4 years ago. 4 years ago, Marine One, I guess, took off from the back of the White House.
Yes.
Because that's where Donald Trump did not go to Capitol Hill 4 years ago. And he did the big circle around where we're sitting now, Adrienne. One last look, everybody thought at the time, of the Capitol building, and then off to the rest of his life. And there he off into the sunrise, I guess, in a weird kind of way. And who knew? Here we are 4 years later.
On the left side of your frame, as you're looking at the rotunda as well, we know the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has also arrived, as well as Hakeem Jeffries. Interesting is you talk about the lap of a helicopter. Certainly in 2016, I was here after, as Obama was leaving, there was a lap. And it was really interesting the helicopter was pretty low, and it was interesting to watch people sort of waving. This is a very democratic city, Washington, D.C. It doesn't get much more democratic.
Democratic in the States, I would say, yeah.
So people were sort of screaming up at the helicopter, thank you, thank you, thank you. It was an interesting scene to watch. There's always a different flavor.
Yeah, and I would note, to something we haven't mentioned here, that's tradition of leaving letters for the person following you in that office. I say tradition, it's been going on, I guess, only since Reagan left one for H.W. Bush, Clinton.
I'm going to stop you here, Paul, because it looks, now that we have this view of the White House.
There they are.
Ladies and gentlemen, the members of the United States
That's
Senate,
Amy Klobuchar, who is leading.
Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, Majority Whip, the Honorable John Barrasso, and Democratic Whip, the Honorable Dick Durbin.
It's a very short ride they're going to have, but it might feel about 3 years long.
Picking up on the letters, Obama left one in the desk for Donald Trump. And maybe to the surprise of some, Donald Trump left a letter for Joe Biden when he stepped away from that office. And Joe Biden has never made that letter public. He has said it was surprisingly gracious. But then that was it for Trump. And then he got, as you say, into Marine One from the lawn and off to Andrews, and then off to Florida. Curious what Biden might have written for Trump, I guess, is where I'm going.
We might find out. In case you were wondering, why is Amy Klobuchar there? She's a senator. She's a Minnesota Democrat, and she actually chairs what is a bipartisan group. It's a joint congressional committee on inaugural ceremony. So that's why you saw her there leading the way with the outgoing and incoming presidents. Again, a shot of the White House there as they are getting ready to leave. The convoy is starting to move.
If I could say, just pick up something else Chris was talking about, that's crowd size. Here we are, half an hour or so into it, and we're talking about crowd size for the first time, a sticky point with Donald Trump sometimes. Because of the moving it indoors, a lot of the people who came from away may have gone home. They know they may not get much of a chance to see him. Those who are lining the streets, this is their chance as he drives by in the Beast. People were encouraged to come to Pennsylvania Ave to wave, I guess, to catch that 1 second glimpse. By the way, it's going to be driving by the former Trump Hotel, no longer Trump Hotel, but...
And there's Elon Musk, by the way, on the left side of the frame you just saw there.
Who had a role in Trump's event yesterday at the Capitol One, and JD Vance did not, which I thought was interesting.
Interesting. All right, so as the convoy makes its way here to along Pennsylvania Avenue. We're going to keep an eye on that. At the same time, we're going to take a quick dash over to McAllen, Texas, where Richard Madden is. Why would we do that? We would do that because Donald Trump has said he is planning day one executive orders clamping down on the southern border. So what's happening there, Richard?
Yeah, good morning, Adrienne. Well, it's still business as usual here in this busy southeastern tip of the state. We're here in McAllen, Texas. Right behind us is the border wall. But many here are bracing for some dramatic change if the president-elect, soon-to-be president, follows through on those executive orders that could have a tremendous impact on this region and, of course, the local economy. I'm just going to show you. This is part of the border wall separating McAllen, Texas from Mexico. It's about 30 feet high. That's roughly 8 meters, and it stretches for miles. Mark, we're going to pan over down here. Just on the other side of this hill here, Adrienne, about 2 kilometers down, is Reynosa, Mexico. This is one of the busier crossings along the southern border. And that executive order, if President Trump does sign it, that would declare a national emergency along the southern border. That would essentially unlock resources at the Pentagon, including staff and resources. So there's a lot of sense that perhaps you might see the National Guard along parts of the southern border and extra equipment to patrol and secure the border. The president-elect is also talking about an executive order to remain in Mexico policy. Essentially, it would stop asylum claims seekers from crossing over the border. They would be processed in Mexico until they wait for their hearings. Now, Homeland Security says in the past 6 months, crossings and apprehensions have gone down some 60%. And that could, of course, be due to the weather. But we've been speaking to folks here, including a nun who runs a migrant shelter, who's also reflecting those stats, saying that she sees fewer people crossing the border who've been apprehended. We met a family from Venezuela over the weekend. It took them 4 months to leave their home, crossing by foot, and of course into the United States. So we're watching to see what happens along the southern border the moment the incoming president takes office, because he has been channeling significant changes along the southern border.
All right, Richard Madden in McAllen, Texas. Thank you very much, Richard. I know you'll be watching those executive orders very carefully. We're keeping an eye, obviously, on Pennsylvania Avenue. The motorcade is pretty close to moving just precisely by where we are right now at the Canadian Embassy. We'll hear it behind us here. While we do that, another incredibly important place that is desperately watching to see what happens today, that's Ukraine. Briar Stewart is in Kyiv. Briar?
Yes, that's right, Adrienne. I mean, people are very interested to see what happens after Donald Trump is sworn in, and really whether he carries through with any of those bold, some may say unrealistic proclamations that he made during the campaign, where he said he would end the war and end the war quickly. I mean, nobody here thinks he was going to be able to end it in 24 hours, which is something that he had promised repeatedly. But the feelings of whether he can do that or not, I have to say, are really mixed. I mean, you have some people that are looking at, Trump weighing into negotiations with concern. They're worried that Trump could put pressure on Ukraine, halts the supply of American weapons to this country, and basically force Ukraine to make some kind of an agreement with Russia. I mean, that is a very real concern. You also have people who aren't sure whether Trump will be able to strike an agreement that's good for both sides, but they hope he can, because this is a country that has been at war, fighting off Russia for nearly 3 years, and people are really exhausted. You sense that really from a lot of the people we've been speaking to here, and also residents in the capital who have fled the fighting in eastern Ukraine and really don't know what's left of their houses. I think people who are optimistic that Trump could do some good here point to his first term in office. They say during that time he did issue sanctions against Russia. He supplied the sale of U.S. weapons to Ukraine. They say that these are positive steps. And I think the other thing people are thinking about is just how unpredictable Trump is. And so I think a lot of people don't really want to say anything too definitive about what might happen in this situation. And it is important to note, too, that I think, you know, in the last few months, there really was a sense of frustration over the Biden administration. A lot of people in Ukraine, particularly the military, look at the situation now where Russia has the upper hand on the battlefield, and they really feel it could have been much different if weapons were supplied to Ukraine, U.S. weapons, much faster, if the permission to use them, you know, firing long-range missiles into Russia was granted earlier. And so there was this sense of frustration with the Biden administration. And so I think there is a portion of people who are hoping that Trump can do something better.
All right. Briar Stewart, thank you very much for that analysis. Briar is in Kyiv. We are atop the Canadian Embassy here. We've been watching the presidential convoy right behind us, just moving up Pennsylvania Avenue towards the Capitol. We've been talking a lot about how President Trump will target Canada with tariffs. But with those threats came a joke that many people didn't find very funny.
They should be a state.
Calling Canada the 51st state and the Prime Minister governor was initially brushed off as a joke by Canadian officials. But when it hit the headlines, Donald Trump dug in. Trolling Canada became his new hobby. Then the tone shifted. While speaking about using military force to acquire Greenland and the Panama Canal, he threatened to use economic force to acquire Canada.
You get rid of that artificially drawn line, and you take a look at what that looks like.
Yikes, that's scary. He says all kind of weird things, so.
Canadian leaders decidedly unimpressed. The question now, will he pursue it? All right, so as that threat and the threat of massive tariffs looms over Canadians, let's bring in the Minister of Finance, Dominic LeBlanc, joining us today from Ottawa. Minister, welcome. Thank you for making time for us on this Inauguration Day.
Good morning, Adrienne.
As well, you know, there's reporting, sir, this morning that day one tariffs may not come on day one after all. What's the latest that you're hearing?
So we've seen those published reports in some, albeit important American media, credible American media this morning. I exchanged messages with Howard Lutnick, who will likely be confirmed as Commerce Secretary very soon. Over the weekend, we agreed to get together in the city where you are now, Adrienne, in Washington, hopefully early next week. So we know that, as you mentioned, the president threatened a 25% across-the-board tariff on all imports to the United States from Canada. If there's a different scenario that's announced later today, we're obviously prepared to deal with that. The original threat that the president made in November was around border security, the fight against fentanyl, illegal migration. And we have done a lot of work with his incoming administration over the last number of weeks to reassure them that we share completely their views in terms of fighting against illegal fentanyl, fighting against organized crime at the borders, illegal immigration, organized crime. So perhaps he's made decisions to sort of suspend the threat of tariffs over a whole series of countries. We'll wait and see. Our job is to focus on what we need to do to strengthen Canada's economy and to get ready for, as I think your previous guest said, Mr. Trump has been in a previous mandate unpredictable. So our job is to make sure we're ready for every scenario, and that's frankly what I'm confident we're doing.
Hope for the best, prepare for the worst.
Sure.
And I suppose, can you walk us through what starts happening precisely in Canada in the event he does go through with them?
So again, we have to see what precisely the government, the American government, would purport to do. Our meeting with the premiers in Ottawa last Wednesday, 5 days ago, focused on a series of options that would allow us to sort of increase our response, to strengthen our response. We're prepared very quickly, should he decide to impose tariffs on imports to the United States coming from Canada. We're prepared to take measures in response. But again, we do want to see the details of what ultimately his government proposes. We think we've convinced them that we share their concern because it's in Canada's interest to have a secure border and to fight against organized crime and fentanyl. Of course, we share that view. If he wants to talk about a trade imbalance with Canada, we're absolutely prepared to have that conversation. A lot of that, as you know, Adrienne, involves energy exports to the United States that they very much need from a reliable, safe supplier that Canada is. Takeaway energy, the Americans, in terms of the sale of goods to Canada, actually have a surplus. They sell more goods to Canada than we would buy from them. So those are the conversations that I'll have with Secretary, assuming he's confirmed this week, with Howard Lutnick, the Treasury Secretary, and my colleagues will be very much, I have colleagues who are with you at the Canadian Embassy today in Washington, but over the coming days, our job will be to engage actively and directly with these decision makers and continue to make the case that it's not in America's economic interest to put tariffs on goods coming from Canada. It vandalizes supply chains, it puts inflationary pressure on American consumers. We think there's a strong case to be made, and we look forward to making it in a very collaborative and collegial way.
Minister, as we're talking, President Biden, President-elect have gone into the rotunda. We see Elon Musk seems to be in a lot of the frames here. We see all sorts of people who are going to be the people that the next government of Canada, whether it's a Liberal government or a Conservative government, have to deal with. While this is still a Liberal government in charge, you've said all options are on the table in the tariff response should they come to be. Does that still mean possible restrictions on Alberta oil?
It always has, Adrienne, meant that any responsible national government would prepare to respond to punishing tariffs like President Trump threatened a month and a half ago by making sure that every option to respond is on the table. That is in the national interest of the country. That view was shared by 12 out of 13 premiers who were in Ottawa with us last Wednesday. I don't know about you, but when I was in school, if you get 12 out of 13 on a test, it's a pretty good mark. 12 out of 13 premiers representing provinces and territories agreed with us that we need to have a national response that recognizes that different regions and different sectors of the economy shouldn't bear a disproportionate burden in Canada's response. It has to be equitable across the country. We recognize that. But if we're going to have to defend Canadian economic interests, we need to be able to do so from a position of strength. And that includes, obviously, having available every tool that a national government would have to respond. So that very much remains the case. But these aren't the starting points of a potential response, Adrienne. We want to wait clearly and see what the Americans do. It has to be proportionate to what the Americans might do. But we don't start the conversation by tying one hand behind our back or by saying, oh, this is impossible, but these options are potential. That's not the way you get to a quick and decisive win for Canada and the United States, because this isn't in their economic interest as well, and that's the case we'll continue to make to them.
I suppose when you're negotiating with someone, they look for the cracks, and then they pick at those cracks until they can create a wedge. You said 12 out of 13 is a good mark. I mean, I would have been quite happy for a 12 out of 13.
It's still an A+
in school, but it's not 100%.
Right.
And to that end, you know, that missing mark there, Danielle Smith, have you talked to the Premier of Alberta since that day?
Yeah, I've exchanged messages with her. I'm hoping to be also in Calgary as early as next week as well. She and I have a cordial relationship. We communicate with one another often. I speak to her on the phone. And I understand that her job is to defend an industry and a sector of the economy critical to her province, but critical to the whole country, Adrienne. I come from Atlantic Canada. The success of Western Canadian resource economies is important to the whole country. There are thousands of people from my part of the country that successfully earn their living and contribute to the economy in New Brunswick, where I live, because they're able to work in an industry important to the whole country. So we're not insensitive to that at all. We didn't create this circumstance where the United States incoming administration has threatened to potentially do this. So our job as a national government is to work with the provinces, obviously, but to work with every sector of the economy that might be affected by a potential American action. So the conversations with Premier Smith will be ongoing. She contributed very constructively to the conversation we had last Wednesday with the premiers and the Prime Minister in Ottawa. So I'm confident that we can continue to work with her. And as I say, the other premiers are also interested in having a firm national response, showing the Americans that the entire Canadian economy is important to us. You can't have one sector or one region targeted either by the Americans or paying a disproportionate burden in terms of the response that Canada properly would take. So these are the things we'll work through collaboratively with industries, with workers, and with provincial governments as we see the coming days and weeks unfold.
Minister, one last thought about a joke that maybe isn't so funny. You were at that meeting with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau at Mar-a-Lago days after the threat of tariffs were announced. I guess where the joke about the 51st state came up. The rhetoric has kind of only gotten a lot sharper since then from President-elect Trump. So what happened between it being a joke and between it being perceived as a real threat to sovereignty?
And you're right, I heard the introductory piece a few moments ago. It was, first time I heard it, the Prime Minister told us it was a joke that he had made privately when he was president in his first term 5-6 years ago. I first heard it at that dinner at the end of November at Mar-a-Lago. He did say it with a big smile, very much in jest to us at the table. But you're right, the joke is no longer funny as he's continued to publicly, in press conferences and on social media, repeat something that we know will never happen. Last night, Adrienne, I was on one of your Radio-Canada very popular shows, Tout le monde en parle, from the Plateau in Montreal. Your colleague Guy Lepage asked me the question, and one of the things I said in French was, the reason why Canada will never be the 51st state is because in our country we have a Quebec culture, an Acadian culture. I'm from New Brunswick. My Acadian roots are important. We're not Louisiana of the North. We're a much different country with a different culture, our own economy, our own values, our own system of government, our own institutions. Canadians are understandably very proud of many of those things, our public healthcare system being one thing that unites Canadians in every corner of the country. So we're all thinking of different examples of how we're different than the United States. We're still their most important trading partner, their most important security partner. It's in the interest of both countries that friendship and partnership continue. But Mr. Trump's continuing insistence on pretending that somehow there's an economic pressure for us to become a state of America is not going to happen. And frankly, we should focus on developing the economic relationship with the new administration that will benefit Canadians and the Canadian economy, while at the same time we think it's a win-win scenario. It will also be in the economic security and economic growth interest of the United States. So that's our focus, and the constant repetition of that sort of public chiding isn't particularly constructive, but we've decided to ignore it and focus on the real work that Canadians want us to do.
All right, head down. Minister LeBlanc, thank you very much, sir.
Thanks, Adrienne. I appreciate the invitation.
Indeed. So as we've been speaking with the minister there, we've seen various members of the Trump administration, these cabinet secretaries, the ones who are the nominees really are coming in now. RFK Jr., Kash Patel, the incoming FBI director, Tulsi Gabbard, Pete Hegseth, Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, just walked in. He is the man Minister LeBlanc was just talking about meeting next week. And Mike Pence has arrived. He notably was the only member of the Trump administration, the first Trump administration, to attend the inauguration in 2021. So as we look at those pictures, good time to go to Rosie. Rosie, I know you've spoken with Minister LeBlanc a lot and will continue to do so. Anything you heard there that stands out to you? Anything that you're thinking upon hearing him?
Yeah, I mean, I think just a lot of caution, right, in terms of celebrating too soon regarding tariffs. I also think that there's going to be a lot of examination of the other executive orders, even if they don't involve tariffs. We're hearing that there will be some sort of order around an energy emergency. What does that mean? And how would that affect Canada, given that about a third of what we export to the United States is energy, and certainly 80% of our oil goes to the United States. So if there's an executive order around energy, I would have lots of questions about how that would impact this country. And so that's the kind of work that Cabinet will be doing today in Montebello when they meet. And we will hear from ministers later today, Adrienne, I think with a better view of what they're thinking.
Okay. Rosie, thank you. Just looking at Bill and Hillary Clinton walking into the rotunda there. Paul, as you're listening to Rosie and as you listen to the minister, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, Donald Trump, if nothing else, is known as a transactional guy. And I wonder if, throughout the campaign, really there were two words probably said more than any other. One was immigration and the other was inflation. And I wonder if at the end of the day, in the multiple conversations that have been going on since the whole tariffs and 51st state thing came up, whether that kind of sunk in and hence to put a pause on this for now. And even setting aside inflation, and you talk about the 51st state. And I heard this, I'd love to take claim for this line. It was from, funnily enough, seeing Bill Clinton, it was from Paul Begala, who was a Clinton advisor back in the day, who said that Americans broadly care more about groceries than Greenland, and that Canada becoming a 51st state is not an issue for Americans. We heard that from the woman from West Virginia, I think, that Chris was talking to. But at the end of the day, the word that tariffs would drive up Barack Obama.
Without Michelle Obama.
Without Michelle Obama, notably. That at the end of the day, word that tariffs would drive up prices in America at a time when Americans are freaking out still about the high prices left over from the inflation of the last couple of years. And maybe that's what sunk in. We may know at some point, but that would be my guess at this point.
So as you saw Barack Obama walking in there without Michelle Obama, we saw George W. Bush and Laura Bush in there as well. I think that's Apple's Tim Cook, if my eyes are not lying to me. Certainly, it's been interesting watching Elon Musk speak with the head of Google. Mark Zuckerberg is there, Jeff Bezos. This is the tech billionaires, these people who have changed the world in many ways with a beg forgiveness, don't ask permission approach to the business world, aligning themselves sort of visibly, certainly in Musk's case, with a president who is of the same ilk in the sense of, break things, like Zuckerberg says, beg forgiveness.
Also
don't ask
in their
permission.
group in terms of personal wealth, I would add, Donald
He is
Trump.
now. He enters as a billionaire now. There's Marjorie Stewart Green.
Taylor Green. I also saw Muriel Bowser, I think, mayor of D.C. When you talk about Elon Musk, he's, and the Doge group that we talk about, tasked with cutting waste in government. One of the things he's talked about is getting people, D.C. still, there's a lot of people in D.C. who work from home. And so they've sort of said, let's re-examine that, force people back, maybe make giant cuts in the civil service here. Mm-hmm. One of the things that Muriel Bowser, Canada has been, pressing the flesh on tariffs. Bowser has been doing likewise to protect jobs in Washington. So it's interesting to see her there.
So they're asking people, there's Lara Trump, head of the Republican Party at this point. They're asking people to take their seats. Katie Simpson is nearby. Katie, can you walk us through what people are going to see? Because there will come a moment soon where we just pause and listen to what's happening.
Yeah, the tradition is that the vice president will be sworn in first, and then, of course, the president will be sworn into office, and then there will be an inaugural address. We have some excerpts from that speech, and we know that Donald Trump is expected to call for a common sense revolution. That's the kind of language he has used throughout the election campaign and really helped catapult him back into the White House. And so what does he mean by common sense revolution? From his promises to the American voters. It's really attacking some of the progressive achievements in the United States when it comes to things like the way that diversity is dealt with in the workforce, in schools, those kinds of things, DEI initiatives. We know he wants to go after those and end those in some places, trans rights, things like that. Common sense revolution when it comes to getting things back to rebuilding the economy. And then when it comes to immigration. Yesterday when we were out speaking with the folks who are here to support Donald Trump and waiting to go into his rally yesterday, a lot of them spoke about immigration and how the reason they really got behind Donald Trump this time is because they fully support his plan to go ahead with mass deportations, and they want to see tougher borders, tougher policies at the southern border. Attitudes towards the American immigration system really shifted, and particularly when we started to see governors, Republican governors in southern U.S. states, border states, start sending busloads of migrants up into American cities in places that are sanctuary cities where people who are seeking asylum are welcomed. And in some of those cities, D.C. in particular being one of them, when these types of things started to happen, we saw shelter services and emergency services become completely overwhelmed. Think about what happened in New York City. And around the time when these kinds of things were happening, we really did see a broader shift with the American public. Those attitudes sort of hardened towards some of the immigration policies from the Biden administration. And that's just one sort of example of it there. So expect Donald Trump to sort of speak to the promises that he made to the American people. During his first inaugural address, he delivered a 16-minute speech labeled American Carnage. And really, it was unprecedented in the way he stood before Americans at the podium to deliver that speech and really criticized the leadership of the presidents, the former presidents who were sitting behind him, talking about how generation after generation had been failed by American leaders. And you would see the video, the news cameras cutting to the former presidents, in the audience, sort of remaining stone face as Donald Trump was attacking their leadership in years past. And so look to be watching who the news cameras are filming at the time, perhaps if Donald Trump does have some critical comments today. But we also know from those excerpts that have been released that he's trying to also touch a note of optimism. So this is a very significant moment of hope and joy for his supporters. And again, it's taking place inside the rotunda of the U.S. Capitol, where just over 4 years ago, Donald Trump's supporters ransacked the Capitol in the hopes of preventing the peaceful transfer of power.
All right, Katie Simpson, thank you. Katie's in the Russell Building, not far, a few hundred meters away from what is happening in the rotunda. You just saw the Supreme Court justices arriving. Keep in mind, Chief Justice is John Roberts. He will be the one doing the oath with President Trump. Brett Kavanaugh will be doing the oath for JD Vance as Vice President.
If I could just jump in, Adrienne, too. I mean, it's worth, one of the things that Donald Trump heralded from his first administration was tilting the ideology of the Supreme Court to the right by appointing, new justices. One of the things that hasn't gotten a lot of headlines with him coming in, there are two conservative Supreme Court justices, Samuel Alito and Clarence Thomas, who are getting on in years. Yep. They're both in their 70s. If Trump were to replace those, it wouldn't change the dynamic on the court, but it would solidify that conservative leaning for years to come. So that's another, achievement, Trump would put it, that he could have on the Supreme Court of the United States, which, as you well know, has immense influence on life in this country.
Absolutely. Seeing more of the Trump's family walking in now, Barron Trump, the very tall young man, Barron Trump, behind, just a child when he was here 4 or 5 years ago at this point. You saw also before that Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, certainly those tech friends, billionaire friends, Americans have certainly a place of prominence at the ceremony today.
If I can just pick up on something else that Katie was talking about. It was interesting when she mentioned excerpts from the speech. and the term common sense revolution, I immediately thought of Mike Harris, right? I covered Mike Harris's first campaign in 1990 when he called himself the tax fighter, which kind of morphed into the common sense revolution that he rode to power in Ontario quite famously. You know, we talk about MAGA, that was borrowed from Ronald Reagan, I think was the first to use Make America Great Again. And here we have Donald Trump. I don't know what Mike Harris would say about this. Is he borrowing from Mike Harris? But nonetheless, it's a great political term in the sense that who can deny common sense? And that kind of speaks to the movement behind Donald Trump, who have felt left out for so long of the political dialogue in this country. That he rode that to power last time around and again this time. And to them, common sense are magical words, and they're seeing that play out here today.
Well, you certainly hear it a lot in Canada these days as well. Again,
indeed. Yes, indeed.
But you know, political parties and countries borrow from each other. I think it's not lost on people that Nigel Farage of the Reform Party is calling it that, and is keeping an eye on the playbook of the Reform Party back in the day from Canada.
Not lost on Pierre Poilievre, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, it's the language of that. It's the kind of stuff that right here, right now, in the West, however you want to define the space, it's what people want. They want enough of the old, right? That's been Trump's message from the get-go. Drain the swamp and get away from the way government has always run and do it for you. And that's what we heard, you know, talk about American carnage. The other part of his speech 8 years ago was, I am your voice.
Right.
I hear you.
Right.
And I've talked to Trump people at rallies who say that is the appeal of Donald Trump. And we'll hear that, I suspect, in his speech today.
Rosie, your ears are burning. We're talking Canadian politics. What's in your mind right now?
Yeah, just, I mean, you both mentioned it there, but Pierre Poilievre uses the phrase common sense conservatives systematically. And what is happening in the United States today is something that is encouraging for conservatives in this country. There are people who support and like Donald Trump in the party. I'm not equating the two. They're not the same, but to see a country move in a direction of smaller government, lower taxes, it allows for conservatives in this country to dream of doing the same in not so long from now, possibly.
Indeed. We were talking moments ago, Rosie, about Nigel Farage. He's another figure who is expected to be there today. I haven't seen a picture of him yet. Doesn't mean he's not there. But certainly he's on Donald Trump's list of people that he wants around him. Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump have been in there, are there right now. That's who you're looking at as they sit down. Basically, what will happen at this point is once the children, the family members are seated, there will be definitely Mark Zuckerberg. Yeah, they will. We will get to a point where President-elect Trump will be sort of invited to the Rotunda platform. That is the moment at which we will stop and watch this process, this moment in history unfold. A person with a great view of history. Let's just take a moment here and listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, former vice presidents, the Honorable Dan Quayle, accompanied by Mrs. Marilyn Quayle, and the Honorable Michael Pence.
Well, certainly a very polite response and welcome for Dan Quayle, but for Mike Pence. He is surrounded there by people who have not always wished him well.
Trump's wishes to stall the process during the counting of the Electoral College votes.
Second president of the United States,
here he is.
The Honorable William J. Clinton, accompanied by the Honorable Hillary Rodham Clinton.
You know, the rotunda not long ago was where Jimmy Carter was lying in state. The flags were at half-mast.
I'm looking around for some now because, of course,
they've been
they're
raised.
back up on top. Yep.
Donald Trump asked that they be raised. They were supposed to stay at
Funnily, I was thinking about the Carter funeral, watching some of these people come in, and
Ladies and
remember
gentlemen,
thinking
the
at that
43rd
moment,
President of the United States, the Honorable George W. Bush, accompanied by
George
Mrs.
W. Bush
Laura
coming in.
Bush.
The people sitting with Trump, with whom there was no love lost, gritting their teeth perhaps, or just, keeping a straight face. And I'm thinking the same thing here when Hillary Clinton walks in. They want to be there because this is tradition and it is history being made, and they are significant people in American history, obviously. Mike Pence among those for whom this is a very complicated moment. And they're going to watch him come out and take the oath of office all over again and embark on another 4 years of being the most powerful person on earth, a person that they have opposed forcefully.
Ladies and gentlemen,
continue
the 44th President of the United States, the Honorable Barack H. Obama.
I mean, it is interesting also to see Mike Pence there. He did not endorse Donald Trump for president this time. He absolutely did not endorse Donald Trump for president.
Yes, indeed. And there's Obama, who pretty much every time I've heard Trump reference him will emphasize the H, and he'll go Barack Hussein Obama. Perhaps no wonder Michelle didn't show up.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Justice of the
Bush
United
looks quite
States,
pleased to be there,
the
actually.
Honorable John G. Roberts, Jr., and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the United States.
So, Paul, you were talking about Clarence Thomas and Samuel Alito are the two justices.
Both in their 70s, who could step aside with a little nudge from Donald Trump in order to put somebody, let's say, in their 40s or 50s in their stead. Certainly to be staunch conservatives and certain to lock in the ideological balance as a conservative court for literally decades to come.
There's certainly many Democrats who, as much as they adored Ruth Bader Ginsburg, wished that she had taken that opportunity.
Like with Joe Biden, stayed too long, they'll say. And there was some pressure on her to step aside. And we'll never know her reasons, I suppose, unless she wrote it down somewhere and it appears before us at some point. But yeah, and that and Mitch McConnell, who was, another person who, not a lot of love lost between him and Donald Trump either. At the RNC this summer, I was on the floor when he walked in to look around, and he was booed in person. He's here today. But Mitch McConnell, of course, delayed Supreme Court choice from Barack Obama, allowing Trump to make that, in the betting that Trump would win, and he did, and it paid off.
You're seeing Doug Emhoff there and Jill Biden.
Tiffany Trump and Barron Trump.
And again, of course, normally this would be, in front of the building behind us. They'd be coming out the steps into the cold. There'd be, Bernie Sanders with his mitts on, I suppose, somewhere. It certainly makes for a much easier to coordinate ceremony. It's obviously much smaller and tighter.
Well, it's certainly a made-for-TV ceremony.
And made for TV.
And for Donald Trump, this is also incredibly important. I mean, the people who are in this city, I'm watching them sort of now along Pennsylvania, look for places to stand and be. There aren't enormous screens for them to watch, so there's nothing actually for them to look at.
From a Donald Trump perspective, the cold weather couldn't have come at a better time.
True.
Right? Americans do this stuff right. Let's give them credit, right? And this, by the way, is on a moment's notice, effectively, that this has been organized. They do have the contingency plan in place in case this ceremony has to be flipped indoors, so it wasn't completely from scratch. But nonetheless, this, from a Donald Trump perspective, is fantastic. And he'll get to go to another controlled situation afterward in the Capitol One for the walk by of the parade, I suppose. For someone who made his name as a showman, this is the way I think Donald Trump would have had it if he'd had his wishes from the get-go.
And ultimately, it was his choice.
Indeed, he called it, and he did.
To be fair, it is very cold, and to have people standing outside in what is, in Canadian terms, like -11, -13 weather with wind chill making it feel colder, could have been dangerous, because to get through
100%.
the security cordons here, you're stuck. You're almost penned in if you're in a big crowd. You're not going anywhere. There isn't a warm car nearby to go into. So
let's not go. Yeah, exactly. There are conspiracy theorists out there who might say there was some ulterior, but no. That said, I was here for Obama in 2009, and I was out on the mall from 4 in the morning. I was cold. That was extremely cold. So I suspect those who are inside the Capital One Theater and those who were lucky enough to get a ticket to this event aren't complaining that it's been brought inside.
it's actually interesting to talk to some of the people who came here and, they flew here, they paid for hotels. Their expectation is that they would they had tickets, they'd get close to the inauguration, and they're finding themselves unable to go. But I haven't really seen anything approximating any frustration or anger.
No, not at all. It's been interesting walking around D.C. last few days.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting Dr. Biden and Mr. Emhoff, the Republican staff
Joe Biden
director
coming
of
in.
the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Ms. Emily Leviner. The Senate
number of people
Secretary
wearing MAGA
for the
hats.
Minority,
Yes.
the Honorable Gary
And you
Miler.
don't see a lot of that. You're
The House of
remarking earlier
Representatives
that
Chief Administrative
D.C. is a very
Officer,
democratic
the
city.
Honorable
It is
Catherine
indeed. I don't know what the vote count
and
was, but it would have
Mr.
been,
Bruce Fisher.
I want to say 94, 95% Democrat in the election. But nonetheless, you've seen a lot of MAGA caps. And nobody is upset
and gentlemen,
that they
Dr.
aren't on the
Jill
mall
Biden
this morning.
and Mr.
It's
Douglas
like I was saying last night with you, I think. I've yet to hear a MAGA supporter say that Trump has ever made a wrong decision. And I think he gets full support for this. And we heard that from some of the people on the street today.
And this is a moment too when there were some interesting polls in the New York Times over the weekends about how Americans support what they think will be Trump's policies more than they support the man himself, and that even people who don't support him would sure like him to succeed in doing a number of things: reducing crime, making the cost of living go down, making it easier for their lives.
Yeah, I think that's an important point, Adrienne. I think a lot of people, certainly outside U.S. borders, in Canada and beyond, look at Trump, and they have, let's say, people who oppose Trump's personality or the way he behaves and the things that he does. And they think, how could people vote for him? Right? You get a lot of that. I hear a lot of that from people. Well, it's because of his varying policies, and it may be just one policy. Maybe it's on abortion, right? Maybe it's on immigration. Maybe it's on crime. They don't care. We in the media, the big media, get I think hung up on some of those other things. But what voters care about is what matters to them. To borrow another well-used political phrase, what the kitchen table stuff, right? And that's what, when they get into the ballot box, who do they think is going to make the issue that matters to them?
Right.
Who do they think is going to respond to that? And Trump has been expert at making it clear that he will deal with those things that matter to most people.
I just want to draw your attention to the choreography here. So if you can imagine, had this been outside, as Paul said, would have been many more people there. So who makes a choice of who's in the rotunda, who's in the overflow room? We're learning a few things. In the overflow room, according to the New York Times today, are several Republican governors. You know, Brian Kemp of Georgia, Ron DeSantis of Florida. They're in the overflow room. Who is sitting with the Trump family right now? In front of the cabinet picks in some cases? These are the tech CEOs. You know, Tim Cook, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg. Silicon Valley has a front row seat to the inauguration. Some of the political leadership of this country, Republicans, are in the other room.
Or as Joe Biden would put it, the oligarchy.
Right.
Right? It is kind of amazing when you think about it, right? But again, that speaks to the brand of Donald Trump. Like, I'm here to do it the way I want to do it,
right.
Not the way that it's always been done. I don't care about politicians. I don't care about the swamp, call it what you will. This is Donald Trump in action. These guys can get stuff done. He looks at Elon Musk and he sees, oh, there's a guy that got stuff done. In the same way, a lot of MAGA people look at Donald Trump and say, hey, there's a guy that got stuff done.
That's right.
Right? He looks at, I'm going to submit, these other billionaires, the tech bros, and say, they know how to do things. I want them on my team. I want them on the table. As I was mentioning earlier, I'm gonna bring Elon Musk on stage with me, Donald Trump, at the Capital One Arena last night. Not JD Vance, his vice president.
You know, on Elon Musk, putting him in charge of this Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. You know, this is a man who has told people that we've interviewed who worked with him that he would have much preferred to work with one smart engineer than 10 okay engineers. That he could get a lot more done with one smart person. So perhaps Donald Trump is thinking, we're going to, as you say, drain this swamp by making sure that only the right people are working. That's how we're going to get it efficient.
Which also speaks to Trump wanting to get stuff done fast, and a lot of it, right? I mean, there's a word you hear in the C-suites of the world a lot is dominate, right?
Right.
Come in, do it. Like I said earlier, they've had 4 years to think about this. How far can we stretch presidential powers? What can we do if we get the keys back? Well, they got the keys, and now he's surrounded himself with people that, likewise, in their various super successful high-tech, in most cases, companies, have got stuff done, and they operate almost unilaterally. And it has worked for them. And I think Donald Trump believes it can work for him too, for this whole country.
I'll tell you who else is there. Again, another picture of Elon Musk. It's interesting. The cameras don't miss a chance to get an image of him. But
Queen's University alumni.
Indeed. You know that there will be Canadians close to that room. We understand that Francois-Philippe Champagne is in the Emancipation Hall, which is just off the rotunda where that ceremony is taking place. Hope to talk to him later on this day and find out what he saw and heard. And
do you know, is Kirsten Hillman there? I wonder.
I'm unclear. I mean, we're at the embassy and there's a big party happening here. I would imagine she might be trying to host that party, but
very interesting to hear what she has to say about the tariffs, considering the degree to which she was involved in the renegotiation of NAFTA, and how the other side works, the way the other side thinks in these circumstances. She was knee deep in that stuff back then.
Rosie, can we bring you in? We understand Kirsten Hillman is there. Who else is there, Rosie?
Yeah, it's, as you know, as we've been talking about, not a lot of tickets are given out, certainly for this event, and particularly now because of the space issues. But we also understand that Jamil Javani, Conservative MP and one of JD Vance's closest friends, is there. And so that invite came directly from the Vice President-elect to the Conservative MP, who actually put out a statement, I think it was towards the end of last week, telling his constituents that he was accepting this invitation, he was going to support his friend. So I don't know if he's right in that room or if he's in an exterior room, but that's another Canadian who is there in a very different capacity, obviously, really on a personal level. but he's still in the room. And at this time, it's good to have more Canadians in the room.
Indeed. At the rate they are going right now, I have to say, I think they are quite delayed. But they're inside, so they're not in a hurry.
Funny because on a regular
Melania Trump.
inauguration, these things are clockwork.
Yes.
I was about to make a joke about shocker that a government type event is delayed, although this technically isn't. Is this the inaugural committee part or is this the government part? Anyway, nonetheless, these things do normally go down to the minute. So it's surprising to see it.
So Melania Trump about to be First Lady again, and many questions about what sort of role she will have this time. You know, her young son Barron is not the little guy he was those years ago. But also was not particularly present throughout the campaign, but she did start to issue some statements after he won. Issued her own meme coin yesterday, which was a slightly bizarre thing, interesting to watch, both President-elect Trump.
Yeah, and I don't know how
issuing those coins.
I don't know how present she'll be. She has, I think, made clear Barron is a big priority for her, and she'll be spending a lot of time in where he is. I think in New York for a lot of it. Complicated relationship for President-elect and Melania, but we'll see where that goes.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing "Oh America," please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and America's tenor, Christopher D. Macchio. the Honorable Jackie Barber, the Clerk of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Kevin F. McCumber, Mr. John Bessler, Mrs. Kelly Johnson, Mrs. Iris Weinschall Schumer, and Mrs. Jennifer Scalise.
All right, so that was Christopher Mancio, the opera singer, and he was singing "Oh America." So what is happening now? You're seeing Donald Trump just arriving at the Capitol here, but the people who were just introduced earlier were the Senate and the House leaders. Mike Johnson, the House Speaker, was there, Senator Chuck Schumer, Amy Klobuchar. What will happen here is once they are all announced, certainly, once President-elect Trump is announced, the ceremony itself will begin. That is when we will back off. You won't hear from us until it is over. And that moment is approaching soon. So as we watch, any quick last thoughts from you, Paul?
Yeah, I want to know what Joe Biden said to Kamala Harris to make her laugh.
Well, we do know that when Donald Trump arrived at the White House, according to ABC and the New York Times, Joe Biden said to him, "Welcome home."
Oh, did he? See, gracious, right? I mean, that's, I think, what Biden set out to achieve, I guess, if that's the right way to put it, in this handover. And he's maintained that position for some time. It must be hard, though, and for Kamala Harris there. Look, I mean, it was closer than a lot of people think. 77 million votes for Trump, 75 for Kamala Harris, and yet Trump won where he needed to win in all those battleground states, and, of course, Electoral College, House of Representatives, the Senate, and the White House.
Close only counts in horseshoes.
Yeah, indeed. Decisive, I think, is a good word. Landslide probably overstates it, but decisive. He's earned the right to be sworn in.
Ladies and gentlemen,
as the
escorting
47th
the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States, ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, and Senate Majority Secretary, the Honorable Robert Duncan. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting... Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden Jr., and Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Kamala Devi Harris.
Sorry, say again.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President-elect, the Executive Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, Jason Bell, and House Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, Mr. Sean Keating. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable JD Vance.
So the American people
Ladies
made
and
their
gentlemen,
choice. The
escorting
rotunda is
President-elect,
full. The stage
the
is
staff
set.
Director for the Joint
The
Congressional
inauguration of the
Committee on Inaugural
47th President of the United
Ceremonies,
States
Elizabeth Farah,
is about to begin.
House Sergeant at Arms,
Let's have a listen.
the Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant at Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, and the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, and Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome the Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the Inaugural Ceremony Committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them I counted, and of course the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders, elevated by the will of the people, promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day, a further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government, 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago: pray. Pray when fighting, pray alone, pray with others, pray by night, pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this Inauguration Day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this Inauguration Day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President,
The last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect JD Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still that I may reason with you before the Lord. So Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith.
And allegiance to the same.
And allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office.
The duties of the office.
On which I am about to enter.
On which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the presidential oath of office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
It is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country. Sunlight is pouring over the entire world. And America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn. From weeks ago, without even a token of defense, They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. Illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We're going to use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. and we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation. And right now, our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America, promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We are going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again. including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill, we will be prosperous, we will be proud, we will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered, we will not be intimidated, we will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely, we will live proudly, we will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
If you know the words, help me out here. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed His grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Fisher will now introduce the benediction clergy.
I now call on Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Mund to provide prayers of benediction.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President JD Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing, that like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, We believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring from the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire. Let freedom ring from the mighty mountains of New York. Let freedom ring from the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania. Let freedom ring from the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado. Let freedom ring from the curvaceous hilltops of California. But God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last, free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President JD Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Can you say, by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose blood stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight of the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets in glee, the bombs bursting in earth, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sailors at Star-Spangled
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats while the President and official party depart the platform.
And so that was the inauguration of President Donald Trump, number 45 and now number 47. A president who started his inaugural address this day saying that the golden age of America begins right now. He called this Liberation Day. It was about a half-hour speech with promises really for the ages. No longer, he said, will Americans allow themselves to be taken advantage of. Sovereignty will be reclaimed. He will declare a national emergency at the southern border with troops at the ready. He will bring down costs and prices. He will declare a national energy emergency. You take back the Panama Canal, plant the stars and stripes on Mars. The promises continued. The applause for all those promises was sustained. At this point, former President Joe Biden and Joe Biden were seen leaving the Capitol. We know that the helicopter is very close to the Capitol. Will fly them away. That is President Donald Trump and Melania Trump now. They are heading into a room possibly to greet some of the people in the overflow room and then to start signing executive orders. He made a point of saying at his rally last night that some people encouraged him to take a moment, not do all the orders on one day. And he said, quote, I think, like hell, his intention is to start signing those executive orders immediately. And as we look at these pictures, as the Bidens leave, we will soon be keeping an eye on the skies as they depart. Paul, what are you thinking as you watch this?
Well, first of all, let's give credit to Melania Trump for style, man. That was a hat. I'll say it right off the bat. Beyond that, in regard to the inaugural address by Donald Trump, I guess I kind of want to call it American Carnage Light off the top. There were certainly echoes of the kind of speech he gave 8 years ago, painting a less than positive picture of America right now, using words like corrupt and horrible and radical. But he was certainly subdued in so doing. Subdued, I guess, but
serious.
Serious and forceful and intent on telling Americans that he wanted to get stuff done, that he intends to be a president of consequence in the 4 years to come, that he believes he has been given a strong mandate to fulfill the promises he made in the campaign. You mentioned a number of them, and we'll see some of these play out with executive orders that we expect him to sign today regarding immigration and the border. Talked about drill, baby, drill, and opening up drilling and energy issues. Bring down costs, he stated. That was, a key part of his campaign for re-election was to, it's not so much inflation, but the price of things that are still much higher than they were some time ago. That's a lot easier to promise than it will be to fulfill. We also heard other things. I'm not sure if you mentioned the Gulf of America that he is now says he's going to designate taking back the Panama Canal. He said he would be ending wars, and in the same speech said he'll be taking back the Panama Canal. So we have to, I guess we'll hear how he intends to do that. But it was, I would say it was a speech from somebody who intends to get a lot done, to do the things that he said he would do, knowing he has one term to do it. He has 4 years, and it begins now.
As we watch the Bidens leave there, and again, we're keeping our eye out for the helicopter, the departure ceremony. Joe Biden did something very interesting in the last, really, seconds of his term as president. He started pardoning members of his family.
The word came from the White House as Joe Biden entered the rotunda that he had preemptively pardoned his 2 brothers, I think, others in his immediate family. We know that he preemptively pardoned Hunter Biden famously some time ago. Now it's the rest. And like the pardons this morning that we heard about regarding Anthony Fauci, Mark Milley, Trump's former head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the members of the so-called J6 committee, those who looked at Trump's actions on January 6th, effectively clearing the deck and making sure that Trump cannot come after them, and that he did it whether we can only presume that it was timed indeed to coincide with him walking into that room. Kind of on the one hand, protecting his family. On the other hand, it seems like a flipping the bird at Donald Trump as his effectively last act in office. The other thing I didn't mention about the speech, of course, is the External Revenue Service that he's creating and the talk of tariffs to foreign countries. He did not mention Canada by name, obviously, but he said he will tax, did he say tax the hell? I don't think he said tax the hell out of foreign countries, but that he will put tariffs and taxes on foreign countries. Countries plural. That could mean Mexico and China. It may mean Mexico, China, and Canada. We don't know. We heard, reporting earlier that he's not going to be signing executive orders that many in our country had feared, at least not today. But it was interesting to hear that he hadn't backed away from that in the sense of putting those terms in his inaugural address.
Indeed, and his preamble to those pardons was that he knew that he and his family had been under attack for such a prolonged period of time, and that it was by no means an admission or acknowledgement that anyone had done anything wrong, but that the climate of the era suggested to him that this was something he had to do in order to protect his family. Now, we do understand that the traditional path is that the executive orders get signed in the Oval Office. That's not necessarily going to be what we see today. Some executive orders will be signed right there at the Capitol. And interestingly, some orders will be signed at the Capitol Arena. That is where some 20,000 people who had come here to Washington to be part of this, thinking that they would be watching an outdoor ceremony, have now gathered, been watching on big screens. President Donald Trump told them yesterday that they would very much like what they saw. He said he would be, effectively said he would be pardoning what he called the J6 hostages. Those are the people. There were some 1,500 who participated in the attacks on the Capitol, the very steps you're looking at.
It'll be interesting if he does do that, and if he does sign that executive order at the Capital One arena, as he seemed to hint. So if I get my numbers right here, there's roughly, I think, just a little over 1,500 people who were charged. A little over 1,200 have been dealt with, and about 700 and change of those had little or no sentences. They've served their time, or they didn't get any time at all. I wonder if that's who he might pardon right off the bat, because JD Vance has even said it gets complicated fast when you look at some of those, and they'll have to look at some of them. It seemed to be suggested on a kind of case-by-case basis.
So we are looking here. This is President Joe Biden. I'm going to bring Rosie into this in a moment. I think we just want to see what's about to happen here with former President Biden. But actually, Rosie, I suppose we're talking about what Trump didn't say. He didn't utter the word Canada. Any sense of how that's being received?
Yeah, I think that is probably good news for this country. There was certainly no joke about annexation or invasion or absorbing or anything. So this is one moment where Canada would be happy to stay off the radar of President Biden. But listen, that was an interesting speech because of the level of ambition that President Trump has put forward for the United States. And that means that Canada is about to deal with not only a different president, obviously, but a country that is going to look remarkably different very, very quickly because of some of the things that he promised there. This is going to be a major shift in policy and shift in culture. And that presents challenges for this country in terms of how to respond and react. There was a lot in that speech that Canada will have to be worried about. No, there were no mention of tariffs towards us, but he did certainly mention tariffs when he talked about that External Revenue Service, making it very clear that for him has to be a money-making machine. And if Canada is subjected to tariffs, that's where that money is going to go to help him get some of his policies and programs in place. I continue to think the energy emergency that he is declaring is problematic for this country, certainly would be troubling for Danielle Smith if he greenlights a bunch of energy projects that keep oil inside the United States and thereby reduce America's dependency on oil. For this country, that is a problem. or a potential problem for us, I'm sure that people are thinking about. And then I would also just say that some of the other things that he's promising to do, bring down inflation, rapidly bring down costs and prices. Inflation is doing much better in this country, but there is ongoing pressure on this government and any future government to deal with an affordability crisis. If the president manages to get some of those things changed, let's not pretend that that will not put pressure on our politicians to follow suit, to try and change some of their policies to react and respond as well. I just think that the level of ambition, again, from that speech in terms of redesigning the United States of America in the image of Donald Trump and his supporters is going to take a lot for Canada to respond to over time. And you know, let's leave out the fact that we likely have an election coming just months away.
Yeah. Okay, Rosie, thank you. As you're looking at the screen now, you just saw some hugs there from Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff for the Biden, certainly. And this is them driving away from the Capitol. She wanted this, of course, to be a very different day.
We talk about the White House being having the furniture changed and the carpets changed. I suppose the same would hold true for the Naval Observatory, where JD Vance will be headed shortly.
All right, now this is the Biden's heading for the helicopter. Let's just watch this for a moment. We will also be joined by Katie Simpson. Let's just take a moment here. They did have an exchange, President Trump and the Bidens there. Not.
This does end.
I'd love to have known what that was.
No kidding. Let's acknowledge 50 years of public service for Joe Biden, and ending as he, effectively speaking, as he steps onto that helicopter. Critics would underline he's the president who stayed too long. He was the president who set out to vanquish Donald Trump and quote unquote normalize America. He did that, his supporters would say. But then instead of being a transitional president, as he said he would, he stayed on until, effectively speaking, it was too late. And many would say he kind of tarnished his legacy in so doing. Mm-hmm. And the result of that is that man right there, President Donald Trump.
All right, so as we watch this, and we will see that the helicopter overhead as it takes off. But Katie Simpson, you had an interesting view for the inaugural address. Walk us through what that sounded and felt like to you, what you gleaned from it.
It largely sort of felt like it was aimed at Donald Trump's supporters, sort of reaffirming his commitment that he made on the election campaign trail, whereas presidents, moving into the White House perhaps might want to offer an olive branch or speak to sort of all Americans, whether they support him or not. This really leaned into some of the frustrations that Donald Trump has, some of the grievances that he has, talking about the weaponization of justice, how he feels like he was victimized and targeted by the Biden administration. And there was also some misinformation in there talking about how China is controlling the Panama Canal. That's not accurate. The president of Panama said that's not true. There's a Hong Kong firm that is managing the canal, but it's not. He said in the past that China is running it. That's not true. Talking about the disaster response following Hurricane Helene in North Carolina, talking about the lack of support there and how the United States is having trouble, serving the people in need. Well, misinformation about the first responders in that part of the country after that devastating hurricane, some of those conspiracy theories and some of those concerns actually put some of those the FEMA workers, the Federal Emergency Management workers, put them in danger in some spots. So some of the language that we heard from the election campaign trail, basically, copy, paste, put it right into this document going forward. But I want to echo what Paul said. This is a president who has an agenda that he wants to implement. And, even though this speech seemed to be aimed at the people who are already supporting him, let's remember, he did win this election. He won the Electoral College. He won the popular vote. Republicans won the House and Republicans won the Senate. that is an overwhelming mandate to move ahead and push forward with those changes with the blessing of the American people that showed up at the polls.
All right, Katie, thank you very, very much for that. Chris Reyes, you're at a watch party in DC, I gather, and I suspect it's been a pretty loud space.
Yeah, Adrienne, we're in the basement of a bar, and it very much sounds like that. I'm just going to step aside so you can get a wide shot. It has been a very lively and engaged crowd. At all, but certainly very loud. And what you just missed is as President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden boarded that helicopter, everybody here started to clap, they started to wave, and then they said, "Goodbye, Joe." This room very much has the vibe of watching a sporting event. The reason why they're all here is because of those big screens and where they were able to watch the entire ceremony. And, you know, I made note of when they clapped the loudest, because what we got here from this vantage point is in real time. So absolutely, they clapped. Donald Trump talked about America's golden age beginning, putting America first, that the U.S. will be more exceptional than ever before. The loudest cheer of everybody.
I think we're losing. You know, it's one of those things of live TV, especially when you're in a basement, you sometimes lose the signal. While Chris's signal gets stabilized, we're just going to take a moment and watch the helicopter taking the Bidens away. They will likely be flying to Andrews Air Force Base, where they will then catch a flight possibly to Delaware. Pretty quick flight. Yeah, that's it. You know, other former presidents have done laps, if you will, around Washington, particularly when there are large crowds. That is not the case here. There are not large crowds of people waving to them. No one is waving to them, it seems, in the city right now.
Everybody is doing a lap.
Not bad, huh?
All right. There goes that helicopter. Just a few people looking, like one or two applause, but it doesn't sound like a thank you applause.
It's not a Biden crowd down there.
Definitely not. It's not a Biden crowd in the city at all at the moment. It's been fascinating for that. So this is one of the overflow rooms. I think at some point President Trump will come in here. This is when you might start to see some of the orders signed. But in the interim, there is another watch party going on. They're happening all over the United States. Karen Pauls is at one in Fargo, North Dakota. Karen?
Adrienne, yes, I'm here in Fargo, North Dakota, which is 2 hours south of the Manitoba border. And we're here because this is one of the states that had the highest percentage of support for Donald Trump. 65% of voters here supported him in this election. One of those voters was Crystal Duker, who organized this watch party here in Fargo. Crystal, what struck you about that speech that we heard President Trump make just a little while ago?
Revolution of common sense. We need to get back to normal. We need to get back to how most people view our government, how we look at running our state. We're looking at getting back to a solid economy. We're looking at helping others rise up and have a good education, be trained for a profession or a vocation. And we've got jobs here in North Dakota. We got people moving in all over the world here in North Dakota, and we're thriving. And we're going to continue to thrive for the next 4 years with President Donald Trump.
Crystal, one of the reasons we're here too is because North Dakota does a lot of trade with Canada. Almost 80% of your exports go north across the border. Almost 55% of your imports come from Canada. And the president is talking about tariffs involving Canada that could be up to 25%. We don't know yet. What do you think about what that might mean to your bottom line? Do you think that things might be more expensive here if we're in a trade war?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily classify it as a trade war. I think we can negotiate. We've got professional people in Washington, D.C. who deal with the economy, and I trust that they will reach out and talk with the leaders in Canada on the same issue. And I think they'll come to an agreement on what's fair with trade. And we welcome everybody from Canada who comes down here to the States, whether it's tourism or doing business. And then likewise, we go up to Canada. It's a beautiful country. You've got so many wonderful things in Canada. And I think it'll be more of a fair trade deal.
Do you think that this is basically a negotiating tactic, or do you think that it's going to happen?
I think so.
Yeah,
I think so.
What about, I heard some cheers here when he was talking about taking over the Panama Canal. What do you think of his foreign relations policy so far?
I'm concerned. I've been down to the Panama Canal, and it is governed more or less by China at the beginning and China at the end. And if we get into really a battle with China, they can block it off, and that stops trade. Not only is U.S. trade, it's world trade. And that is a national security issue. We need to keep it open and viable and transportable, and it feeds the world. It literally feeds the world.
You talked to me earlier about this being an historic day. Any last word you want to say?
I think that we will live for the rest of our lives celebrating the fact that Donald Trump won for the second time, and he is historic. His viewpoints are historic. His leadership is historic. We worked and dedicated our whole summer in the Victory Office to make sure that we had high percent of support here in North Dakota and nationwide.
Thank you, Crystal. Yeah. Adrienne, we did speak also to some folks, some farmers who have some concerns about tariffs, agriculture being a major export from here, and saying farmers always get caught in the middle, a little worried about what any retaliation might mean for them. Adrienne.
All right, Karen Pauls, thank you. Yeah, agriculture on both sides of the border has been a concern. On National last night, Ellen Morrow did a story about Canada's dairies and their worries. Thanks very much, Karen. We're looking at Emancipation Hall here. That is Speaker Mike Johnson, who is addressing people. The diplomatic corps were basically put in that hall. It's an overflow room, along with many others. There were some 1,300 people there. François-Philippe Champagne was among them. But the person they're looking for now is Donald Trump, who's going to head to that microphone very shortly and address that crowd and possibly start putting pen to paper. The ceremony of the day is almost over. The business of the day is what happens when he puts pen to paper. Eh, Paul?
Yeah, and look, I promise I'll shut up if he goes to the podium, but I would just want to pick up on, it was interesting to listen to the person that Karen was talking to, saying that she sees America getting back to normal. It's a complicated thing interviewing Americans these days because of the sort of tribalistic, divided circumstance this country is in politically right now. And everything is seen through the prism of, or it seems to me anyway, that everything is seen through the prism of, is the party that I like in control? And if the answer is yes, then things are good. And if the answer is no, then things are bad. And you see that play out all the time. And it really, more than anything else, it just speaks to yes, he won a decisive mandate, but popular vote, it was still close. And that underlines that the country remains divided. Yes, he got a mandate. Yes, it's a democracy. He won all the states he needed to win, the Electoral College, the House, the Senate, the White House, all that. So, great. But at the same time, it remains a very politically divided country.
Indeed. Let's see. Let's just see if there's any conciliation towards that division.
I think I hinted it in his speech, but
thank you all so much for being here. And was that a hell of a speech or what? That was, man. That was a good way to start it off. You know, I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back. And sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years. But I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us, thank you, thank you, thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years. And the last thing I'll say is, you know, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors, because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
No, he's right. I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it. And then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. When you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it. And we hooked up with JD very early. I watched JD over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was, I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, ooh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said, he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they? Is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You could be really nasty to a couple of them at least. So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop, but he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise is, he's our hero because, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You never know about that. I've been with other people. They were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at a watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while, too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, to say that were extremely controversial. And between JD and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, It's such a beautiful, unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. I said, no, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. See a lot of action. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000. You could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of the I'll bring it up right now. This little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. When you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them. The level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And, who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. They say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior, and then they go on a rampage. It's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago he was actually on my side. And then one day, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment. Where her father works, right? And but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter. probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking about. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, you know, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. You know, Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff, and there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. Oh, she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need. But you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen. But she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side. And those people now would got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories. He knows. So anyway, but seriously, I'd like to, I think it was a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside because it is really cold. We just went to the helicopter out of respect. It's something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change. But it's pretty old custom. And it's a beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? That's going to be a very beautiful bill. We're going to have a deciding, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one. All these people all over. You've been our fans. This has there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states. I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau, and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed. It passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the Speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%. And we were winning. We won the Texas border that had never been won. As the governor said, he's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't. Oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I tell you. Supposing I said, JD, the governor of Texas, he's not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you, because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, you know, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. You know, they have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, you know, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch the Border Patrol, gave a display. We had actually two sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest-type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. You didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency. And we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down, very thankfully, the chart that came down on my right, Governor. Had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, and we've got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, you know what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, you know, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting. Because, you know, and they'll say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, it doesn't take that long time. They're all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have to wire. whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we could just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, so we built an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it now, they just keep going further out, further out, further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought, and they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders, and that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before, but you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my #1 issue. They all said inflation was the #1 issue. I said I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my #1. I talked about inflation too, but you know, how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it, and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States, and that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic, and he really was. So. Governor Abbott is he's a great man, great leader, and but it did make him very more. Did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you wanted to do the right thing. But I'll tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics too. It's self-preservation, that's right. But no, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, so we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it. And other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let us use it, they were selling it. They were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much to build because we bought it like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less. And they were calling us up, we'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They were going to make it would be, they'd have it down that in Fortune magazine, they'd put it of the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents, who knows. But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for 15, 20 times what they paid. 20 times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxton, they made a fantastic, they're a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people, right? I said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning. No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much. Please, let's stop. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, "Sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it." No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that done, and we'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by.
All right, so this U.S. presidency is only a few hours old. We've seen two different versions of Donald Trump's speeches here. That very disciplined 30-minute speech he gave at his inaugural address, and then he moved into this overflow room, a room that he called full of people who are much younger, much better looking, his supporters, and this is where he's gone off script and just talking to them about the things that matter to him, and he hopes the things that matter to them as well. It's been interesting watching this unfold. Someone who has a fantastic view, though, is Atlanta Journal-Constitution's Washington Bureau Chief Tia Mitchell, who has been talking with us, for years now, on the political spasms in Washington. So, Tia, you were in the rotunda as President Trump was inaugurated. Like, what did you notice? What did it feel like? What was the whole vibe there?
So I thought what was interesting about the ceremony in the rotunda was, for the most part, it did stick true to like the traditions of decorum, the traditions of bipartisanship. When all the past vice presidents and past presidents were introduced, they were given a standing ovation and a polite applause. Presidents from both sides of the aisle, Mike Pence. And Trump's speech, although it did read as more like a campaign speech than maybe what other presidents would have delivered for their inaugural addresses, it still was, you can tell he remained on the script. He didn't hit on anything that was too controversial, as you said, in contrast with the remarks he's delivering now. He was very critical of President Biden's administration, but not by name. So I think by Trump standards, he was pretty even-toned and diplomatic during that address. But again, we are seeing a much different tone as soon as he left the rotunda.
Yeah, he's certainly extremely relaxed in this position right now. I should say to you that as Trump was starting to deliver the speech, the president was talking with his supporters. We were seeing on one side of the frame the Bidens leaving, so they have flown away. I mean, on the craft that was Air Force One, but because he's no longer president, it's called a special air mission, taking the Bidens to Santa Barbara County in California. He did briefly address people at the tarmac there, saying it was the honor of his life to serve, and he thanked them, and then that was effectively it. And you can see the special air mission there on the tarmac at Joint Andrews Base there. So just back to President Trump for a moment, Tia. So here we are. It's the start of the second administration. What would you say to people who are watching around the world about what exactly they should expect in both speed and volume of what he's about to do?
Yeah, I think speed is going to be the number one thing. Trump has promised that later on today he's going to sign new executive actions that could very broadly curtail immigration at the southern border. And we're not just talking about illegal immigration. We're talking about people trying to enter legally, trying to claim asylum, for example. He's saying he's going to curtail that sharply. We're also hearing about things like, trying to rename bodies of water and take back the Panama Canal. Those things will be harder to do, but he might try. Also, the immediate action of this Department of Government Efficiency kind of advisory board and where they look to cut government spending. We could see a lot of government employees and appointees be, of course, immediately out of a job, new people coming in, a lot of rollback of diversity and equity programs at the federal government, a lot of rollback of green energy policies at the federal government. So we're waiting to see exactly what executive actions takes, what executive orders he signs, what they say. He's kind of given us some broad framework, but we're waiting on the details of that. But we know that Congress is run by Republicans, and they say they want to work swiftly with President Trump to carry out his agenda.
I should tell you, I should just add in here, Tia, for you and folks at home, that this reference to taking back control of the Panama Canal, well, quick out of the gate, the Panamanian president said, no. Panama Canal's administration will continue to be under Panamanian control with permanent neutrality. That Panama has administered the canal responsibility for world and trade, including the United States. That's not going to change. We'll see. We'll see what happens there. Anybody you notice in that room that stands out to you at the rotunda? I'm thinking about the proximity of people to the president and his family. Anybody stand out for you?
Absolutely. The fact that the people who have founded and owned some of the largest social media and technology companies were in the room, whereas our nation's governors, elected by billions of people, were in the overflow room. That was a very stark contrast, and it shows where the power in the Trump administration may lie. And it's not always those, who have been elected to high-profile offices. Often it's those with money or power or the ability to help carry out his agenda kind of with the public sphere, the influence of social media in those apps. We know that Trump is really harnessing that and cultivating those relationships. People like Elon Musk and even Apple executives were in the room. Again, technology executives were in the room. And I think that's just interesting to note that, again, there were only 600 people roughly who got to see Trump being sworn in. These non-elected officials got in. The governors of states did not.
That's really interesting. And in terms of what's about to happen for executive orders, I think I'm not sure where we are in the time frame now. I think we anticipated this to be a 10-minute speech. It's certainly more than that. But after this comes some executive orders. Is it your expectation that there will be some at the Capitol and then some at the Capital One Arena right after that?
Yeah, I have some colleagues from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution who are at the Capital One Arena waiting for Trump to arrive there. They've shown that there's a desk that's kind of set up on the stage, indicating that he's going to kind of replicate the signing of executive orders or sign some executive orders from that desk. But we know traditionally and on the president's schedule, he's supposed to do some of that from the Capitol. There's a luncheon going on, and then there's room for him to do some actions from the Capitol. Of course, he can do some actions from the White House. Him and his staff are being moved in there as we speak. So it seems like he might use, though, the power of that stagecraft and that massive audience of thousands of supporters, some type of action at Capital One Arena.
Okay. All right, Tia Mitchell, thank you very much. I appreciate that. What an interesting view you had there. All right, so that's Tia Mitchell of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Paul, you were listening. You've been listening to all of it. I don't think you've moved a muscle here today. Between the two speeches, what's most telling to you about where this presidency is going now?
I moved a muscle, Adrienne, simply to look over your shoulder. You won't be able to see it now, but I guess it's not, technically speaking, Air Force One anymore.
Special air mission.
Special air mission. You can't see it. He's just gone out of sight. Biden heading off to the rest of his time. Man, when I was listening to Donald Trump there, I thought, deja vu all over again. Here we go, right? I mean, it's picking up where he left off almost 4 years ago. If you combine the two speeches, I thought, the one at the inaugural address and the one that was just happening now, put them together and you have a Trump rally, right? You have one of substance and one of the messaging that he wants to get out there. And I think Tia was right. He was quite disciplined. He stuck to script, for the most part. And then the second one was when he goes off on tangents that matter to him, says things he wants to say. Besides going on with about the situation in Texas and the border wall, talking about the January 6th people, which
who he refers to as hostages.
Hostages is the word that he used. You're right, which I guess is now certainly he's going to sign an executive order on that. We think it's going to be at the Capital One. And also we heard from him his thoughts on Joe Biden's pardons of his family members today and others, or preemptive pardons rather. He ain't happy about that. I think we can deduce, right? And he's, it's again, he's talking about picking up where we left off, and he's talking about, crying lunatic Liz Cheney and taking a punch at Mark Milley, his former head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, things like that. As Trump critics would label going down his list of grievances. So here we are again. I mean, it's sort of like, I was thinking it's like COVID. You know how COVID kind of took a chunk out of our lives? The absence of Trump, it's like that never happened. And we're, picking up where he left off. But it is clear again, every time he has said anything today, that he, wants to get down to business. Tia was talking about how it wasn't the kind of inaugural address that we typically hear, the grandiose visions for this and the big, thoughts and dreams. Instead, it was, here's what I'm going to do.
Right.
And again, I've got 4 years. I'm going to get down to business today. A whack of executive orders. We're going to do it.
Right. As if the Biden presidency was a speed bump.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, exactly. Good analogy.
So while you're talking here, I just want to show some folks some tape of Prime Minister Trudeau. Remember Canada. That's why we're here, outside the cabinet retreat in Montebello, Quebec. He just happened by our cameras briefly. Let's have a little listen to what he said.
He is a rock star who is happy to be here in Montebello today to dig in on issues facing Canadians here at this cabinet retreat.
Pas de tarifs pour l'instant. Comment? Pas de tarifs.
Pour l'instant.
Avez-vous des craintes sur l'immigration?
Okay. That's it. That's all. Not much there to listen to, but someone who has certainly better sources than just a camera sitting in a hallway is Rosie Barton. So, Rosie, what more can you tell us about how this day has unfolding for the cabinet retreat?
Yeah, I would just say it was the tail end there in French that was actually the important piece, where our colleague Laurence Martin said no tariffs for now, and the Prime Minister said yes for now. And that is very much where their heads are at right now. No one's going to be popping champagne at Montebello tonight in the cabinet. This remains, I think, first of all, a cautious approach to the issue of tariffs, which, from what we understand, aren't going to happen today. But some of what we saw in the reporting from the Wall Street Journal, and it would be great if we could get access to this memo too. I don't know if that's something that will be public later. But the memo around trade makes it very clear that Donald Trump wants to look at trade imbalances, trade problems, and in that same memo talks about remedies. Well, for Donald Trump, a remedy to a trade problem is a tariff. So, I think there's a certain amount of good news here for the country and relief. But as the Prime Minister rightly said, and that's what you will hear later from cabinet ministers too, is this is a temporary reprieve. And it certainly also means that Canada can't take its foot off the gas. We're going to hear from Doug Ford shortly, the Premier of Ontario, who has spent millions and millions of dollars advertising in the United States over the past couple of months to try and prevent this from happening. This morning, he said if tariffs went in place today, he would order the LCBO, the liquor board here in Ontario, to wipe the shelves of American booze. So there are really serious consequences to this not happening, but I don't think it means that anyone can look away. And that kind of goes back to what Paul was saying. When the Trudeau government had to face the first Trump administration, it was like nobody could ever sleep at night who was in charge of government. You would wake up and there would be something on Twitter, on X, that they would have to respond to, both politically and in a policy front. So, no tariffs for now, but definitely a real need for Canada to remain solely focused on this issue.
No tariffs, but no sleep. I think that's probably a good strategy. I can tell you certainly here at the embassy, Rosie, which is a collection of some 300 people who are, people Canada interacts with daily. They're members of staff of various governors, governors of states that are important to Canada, but also congressional staff are here. There's some American elected officials, Canadian elected officials. They have not stopped talking at all. Maintaining that relationship is everything to maintaining a good trade relationship. So that's going to continue. There's also a tailgate party on the ground floor here at the embassy. This is all part of the tradition of Canada's embassy here. So thank you for that, Rosie. On the right side of the screen, as you see a young, very tall Barron Trump there and the rest of the Trump family, they're at the luncheon, this traditional luncheon. As always, they send out a menu. It's the sort of thing that happens at royal events as well. So what are they having? Chesapeake crab cakes, Greater Omaha Angus steaks, wine from Monticello, and Napa Valley. So we also saw Bernie Sanders there, Marco Rubio, the new Secretary of State. That is someone who will certainly be spending time connecting with Canadians.
Just picking up on what Rosie was talking about there. Here's the thing, and there are smarter people than I that would have better insight than this, I imagine. But with Trump and negotiating and things like with tariffs, I think the thing is you just don't know whether he's just throwing spaghetti at the wall to see what sticks and what doesn't, or whether that is the whole idea. That's arguably a great tactic, because if some of that works, some of it sticks, then that's a win, right? And I don't know that anybody who negotiates in that way would ever let on that they were just sort of throwing spaghetti at the wall to see, and that it is a continuing process. I'll get what I get this time. The talks will continue in back rooms and in front rooms, and will nudge things along. I mean, with Trump, I think one thing you can take to the bank, back to the transactional nature of him, is that I will always push. I will always take, and I won't give a centimeter, in any negotiation, unless I can somehow justify that it is, in fact, a win for me, i.e. Trump.
But I suppose that's what makes, in this era, The Art of the Deal, Donald Trump's book, not a business book, but a political book. Because there's a political manual for this era, possibly, because there's a whole chapter in it about how one very important strategy in business is to take something that was never on the table, that was a decided matter, and suddenly raise it from the dead again as an open, active file, and poke at that as a way of using it as leverage to get something else.
And at the same time, throw out other stuff, right? 51st state, right. Going to take Greenland. There's a word that wasn't mentioned today by him anyway. Put all these things out there and see, and I'll take that.
That's right. So you don't, in the end, you don't get that, but you get those other things that you really wanted at the beginning
that you knew
of
all
the day.
along.
That's right. Art of the Deal.
Art of the Deal.
Maybe time to read it again. All right, let's go to Katie Simpson, who always has an excellent vantage point and always excellent analysis. Where are you, Katie? What are you thinking?
Well, we are in our little spot here up at the Senate office side of Capitol Hill, and everyone is now waiting to see when Donald Trump is going to sit down and start signing those executive orders, and what exactly details we'll learn about how quickly he's going to implement his agenda. As we've been talking about, he really gave a nod to it in his speech today, going specifically through the details of what the changes he'd like to see, sounding a lot like a campaign speech. But a recent interview by Steve Bannon, who's a former Trump advisor in the White House in his first term. He's not formally advising Trump at this point, but he is still deeply involved in that world, in the MAGA movement, the Make America Great Again movement. And he described 2016 as saying, listen, those days were shock and awe. They were coming into office and trying to be disruptors, bring about the change that Donald Trump wanted to enact. If 2016 was shock and awe, he describes this moment as days of thunder. Donald Trump has the experience. He's surrounding himself with people who believe in his mission, believe in his vision, and they are coming in on the first day ready to execute that vision. And so that is why there is going to be so much attention paid to these executive orders. We know that it's going to be detailing his plan to secure the southern border, declaring a national emergency along the southern border. Are we going to get additional details about how he's going to be going about executing his mass deportation plan? When you speak with Donald Trump's supporters, We spent the day yesterday sort of in and around the lineup heading into the Capital One Centre for his pre-inauguration victory rally. And when I asked people there, is there one issue that really sort of solidified your support for Donald Trump? And most often, the issue that came up was immigration. So that is a core promise that Donald Trump made over and over and over again throughout the election campaign process that he is looking to deliver on today. Of course, through the Canadian perspective, what does that mean for Canada? Should there be mass deportation orders in the United States? What could that do if there are shifting migration patterns, whatever that could mean? Of course, Canada is watching that very, very closely. And then there is the whole tariff situation. Donald Trump did mention tariffs in his speech today, in his inaugural address, about how he hopes to use them to help generate wealth in the United States. The thing to remember is tariffs, when they are applied to a product, it's the business that's importing the foreign good that pays it. And more often than not, that tariff is then shared along to the consumer. Some of the senior Trump officials that are going through the confirmation process, they see things very, very differently. Scott Bessent, who is on his path to be confirmed to be the Treasury Secretary, he talked about how they see tariffs as a way to sort of change markets, that, it could change spending habits, that Americans look for more domestically manufactured products, and that's a good thing. He also thought that if tariffs were imposed on Chinese goods, that the Chinese would continue to lower their prices to ensure that they could maintain, a share of access to this massive American market, this very valuable American market. That's the viewpoint that is coming from the Trump administration and these incoming members, these people who are going through the confirmation process. So that's how they view tariffs. The Canadian government obviously has a very, very different, and many economists have a very different view of what's going on there. But again, we are expecting some sort of tariffs, according to several U.S. networks, several executive orders around possibly studying tariffs. Nothing exactly today, but again, those are the kinds of things that Donald Trump will be looking at today in terms of those executive orders. There had been some reporting that there could be some signed at the Capitol, could be some signed at the Capital One Arena where he's going to hold his parade, and then there could be some signed at the White House as well. If there are multiple signing events, it would demonstrate to Donald Trump's supporters and demonstrate to Americans that he is returning to office, ready to get things done, ready to do things on day one, and again, to deliver on those promises that he's essentially been making to American voters, shortly after he left office back in 2021.
Indeed. I think you're looking at executive orders that will do two things. One, bring new things into reality and undo other things. So I think it's possible. We've heard anywhere from 100 to 200 orders. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Certainly TikTok might be on that list. That's a popular one that might happen at Capital One. He certainly wants to sign an order in front of that crowd of people that's going to make them happy. He certainly teased enough that something's going to happen with perhaps as many as 1,500 people who were charged in the January 6th attack. Katie Simpson, thank you very much. We are, again, looking at the pictures from the luncheon. You just saw Donald Trump Jr. there. We've seen Ivanka Trump, members of that large family mingling there. We know that you saw Pete Hegseth there, for example, who's a nominee for Secretary of Defense. He was at a ball last night. Marco Rubio was there. We understand that Danielle Smith, the Premier of Alberta, ended up speaking with both of them at a ball. We've seen her pictures of her also with Rick Scott. She's certainly trying to fly a flag for Canada or Alberta. Here in Washington, there are a number of other premiers here. So as we look at these pictures, we're just going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. All right, you're looking at pen to paper, the very first documents being signed by Donald Trump. These are cabinet appointments that require his signature. This is the moment, though, where we start to expect some more executive orders. And we will take a moment and listen in. This is where the rubber meets the road, right? Not necessarily in these cabinet appointments, because we've been talking about those for a while, but in the orders that he may indeed be signing right at that moment. Or in that room, at least.
Now,
where the Sharpie meets the paper.
acting designations
That's right.
appointments to effectively take control of the government.
Yeah, so these are sub-cabinet appointments after the cabinet appointments. Paul, at this point, there are no surprises in those cabinet or appointments.
No, I mean, I don't know if calling them pro forma. This is all standard stuff. I guess the question is whether they'll pull out some executive orders and whether we'll know if they're pulling out executive orders. But this is what all presidents do upon their inauguration.
And is this traditionally signed in?
I believe it's done here at sort of post hand on the Bible, pre congressional luncheon. And you see Democrats in the room there as well. I think you just saw Chuck Schumer.
Future inauguration days, including this inauguration day, that flags shall be flown at full mast. Very important.
That's an interesting one. That's very interesting to say that on this inauguration day and all future inauguration days, flags would be flown at full mast. So in other words, the flags were supposed to be at half mast because of Jimmy Carter's
30 days, I think, is the standard
30
when the
days.
president
Trump ordered that they be at full mast.
and then Correct. I think that people just agreed without being ordered. But was he signing that into a...
He just did just now, yes. Yeah, so the flags are at full staff now, and they will always be for inauguration days, regardless of whatever else is going on.
Beautiful custom. It goes back as long as helicopters. Before that, it was a stagecoach. But I thought it was beautiful. Thank you. Great job.
Thank you.
Check.
Mr. President, do you have any reaction to the pardons that President Biden did at the last minute?
Well, I'm not going to discuss it now. I think it was unfortunate that he did that. We won't discuss it now. There's plenty of time to discuss it.
Thank you very much, guys.
Should we go to lunch?
Let's do that.
Very
much. Okay.
Head to lunch.
Ready for lunch?
Okay.
Okay. All right, so that is it for the proclamations, the commission chairmans, the acting commission chairmans that have been signed. None of these are executive orders. Those are yet to come, and we'll see those signed in a few places today. You're seeing some of the Democrats, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, getting ready to leave that room.
And worth underlining, the luncheon is, as I understand it, I think, again, standard off-camera.
So as we watch this, we're going to try again with Chris Reyes, who was in such a loud spot last time in a basement where the signal was terrible. We're crossing our fingers and very cold toes, Chris, that you're okay. Where are you?
Yeah. Hey, Adrienne, so last time we spoke, I was in the basement of a bar, and where I told you that it felt very much like a sporting event. Well, now I'm outside Capital One Arena, where it still feels like a sporting event. You can tell by the big mess kind of behind me. There's a crowd. There's a bunch of stuff on the floor because there are a lot of people lined up here all morning, and some of them didn't get in. And because the security is so tight, they had to leave a lot of their items behind, and it's on the floor. And people are just sort of wandering around now because the ceremony events outdoors were canceled. We've been saying that over and over again. What we've noticed is that a lot of people have been sort of trying to find places to get to, whether it's inside a restaurant or inside a bar, to catch a glimpse of what's going on inside the Capitol. Let me tell you a little bit of what I saw inside that bar, because it was so interesting to get sort of this real-time audience reaction to Donald Trump's speech. And what I can tell you is that they cheered the loudest when Donald Trump talked about being saved by God to make America great again, and they stood up. gave him a standing ovation. It was a very lively and engaged crowd, not rowdy, but very informal, and they were calling out to the screen quite a bit. When Joe Biden boarded the helicopter, they sort of waved and said, "Goodbye, Joe." They heckled him a little bit when they saw him during the ceremony starting to fall asleep. And they were calling out the people who were coming on screen by name, like JD Vance, you know, sort of saying like, that's our guy. And the mood inside that room was very much that of being part of a winning team, and their team is their country. And so everyone was in a good mood. I want to spin you around to give you a sense of what I'm seeing out here now outside the Capitol Arena. And I'm just going to turn you around because I found a couple of women here who are trying to get inside the arena, and they traveled to Washington, D.C. First, how do you feel? Are you a little bit disappointed that things did not go as planned?
We were here yesterday also, and we got to go to the arena and hear President Trump speak. And so that, you know, thrills us right there. And then just being here for this, even though we didn't get inside, we were watching it on our phones and then watching the Jumbotron. And so we still got to hear it and be a part of it and feel the excitement and be a part of history being made.
So tell me a little bit about watching that speech, because I was inside a bar, got some real-time reactions. Some people had tears in their eyes, loudly cheering. What was some of your reaction to what he was saying, and what stood out the most for you?
Great. We loved hearing it, everything he was saying, and it was a great speech to hear him say everything right there and all of the things that he's going to be changing and doing, even starting immediately. The crowd was cheering, and we were all just like singing, and we sang lots of different things, the national anthem. We did lots of different cheers while we were standing in the crowd, but watching him speak on the Jumbotron and on our phones, we were able to see all of it, and it was just really great, really fun to hear all of the crowd and all of the enthusiasm that we all had.
And let me ask you, I mean, I think the general consensus is that it was a subdued version of Trump, but there were certainly lines in there that was a signature of his style. What did you think when he said he was going to rename the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America?
I think it's very appropriate. I'm all for it. I think it's great. And the thing that stood out the most was where he said, "God saved me to save America."
So tell me about that. You know, people seemed quite taken by that particular line. You know, there was a standing ovation for him in that room that I was in. Why did that resonate with you?
Because he is going to save America. So we're just really thrilled that he's going to be leading us going forward for 4 years. And it is like he's actually saving us. So God saved him from everything that's been going on with him, and so that he can come save America for us for 4 years.
All right, ladies, thank you so much for your time. I hope you find a warm place to spend the rest of your day. And I think that's what everybody's going to be doing tonight, as you know, as we get later into the day and people start to go into those back-to-back balls all over DC, is that these bars and these restaurants are going to be full. And Adrienne, they are going to be celebrating. I mean, the mood is jubilant, it's victorious. They're very happy for their guy.
All right, Chris Reyes, thanks very much, Chris, and thanks those women who stopped to talk to you. So I just want to play a clip that we heard today from President Trump when he was talking about the Middle East. You know, let's not forget, yesterday the first hostages were released in that second ceasefire, the first one being in November of 2023. Yesterday, there were 3 young women who were released. That's top of mind for President Trump as well. Certainly, he is certainly taking credit for making that happen, pushing that across the line, that deal that was started by Joe Biden. So let's hear what he had to say.
Please be seated. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families.
All right, so let's go to Sasha Petrusik now, who's in Jerusalem. That was just a little bit of a taste of what he said there, Sasha. The ceasefire now into its second day. Can you give us a sense of the mood there and in the region as Donald Trump is inaugurated here in D.C.?
Yeah, Adrienne, there's always been a lot of support for Trump. Polls that were done during the election saw him here in Israel. He certainly has a following in parts of the Middle East, other parts of the Middle East as well, in some parts, seen as a strong leader and seen as someone certainly in Israel who can maybe bring an end to this war that's been going on for 15 months in Gaza and elsewhere around here. Especially since he was the one who threatened both the Israelis, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and Hamas militants, that there would be, quote, hell to pay if there wasn't peace by the time he was sworn in, by today. And that is what he is taking credit for. As you mentioned, yes, Israel is celebrating the 3 hostages that were returned. Gaza is awakening from all those months of fighting and trying to get back to some kind of a normal. More trucks are getting in, more aid trucks. And we're seeing Palestinian detainees released into the West Bank and into East Jerusalem. This is just the beginning of this phase of the ceasefire. But very much Donald Trump is seen as being the one who brought it about, because the ceasefire we're talking about has been on the table for months now. The previous administration, Joe Biden's administration, could not get Israel to sit at the table and negotiate with Hamas, couldn't get Hamas to agree to what was in this agreement either. Before Trump became president, the pressure that he applied and presumably what people were thinking was going to happen after made that happen, so he's getting the credit for it here.
All right, Sasha Petrusek, and I know the next round of hostages don't come out for another few days, and everyone will be hanging on that. Sasha Petrusek in Jerusalem for us tonight. So, Paul, as we watch people stand to welcome members of the Joint Congressional Committee on the Inaugural Affairs, this group that has been leading Americans through this day, what are you thinking?
Well, I am thinking that I quite enjoyed the fact that, just as I said, there were no cameras in the luncheon. We cut the cameras in the luncheon about 5 minutes ago. Perhaps they get turned off when once the official party is brought in. I did want to just pick up on a couple of things we've seen in the last few minutes here. Well, actually, starting with something we haven't seen and that we won't see. Just fun fact here: unlike 8 years ago, there will be no press briefing today. Recall it was on I believe it was on Inauguration Day that Sean Spicer, Trump's first press secretary, came up with the crowd size. Yes. Exactly. So even though Trump did mention, he hinted at the crowds, and he didn't really go full on in his second speech there. But anyway, for all the questions we have about what Trump is doing today, we may have to wait, who knows how long, but there will not be a press briefing. I think at least that was what was headlined ahead of time. Picking up on Sasha, this notion that there would be hell to pay, I did wonder what that would look like. Maybe that, again, to what we were talking about earlier, Trump says things and you can decide for yourself what it means. And then maybe he doesn't have to follow through, is the gambit. You look at the pictures that were coming out of Gaza the last couple of days, now that we've seen some of the full extent of what's been going on, the destruction the last 15 months. Forgive any Palestinian for saying, well, how much worse can it get than this? What hell to pay would there be? Nonetheless, here we are, and indeed, I think it's fair to say Trump has been given a lot of credit for that, despite the months of work that went into it by Biden and Antony Blinken. Worth noting that Trump has also promised to end the Ukraine war, quote unquote, in a day. I think nobody expects that to be taken literally, but nonetheless, one of his litany of promises that he seems intent on following up upon. You have to lump that in there because he has said that often, and he's been quite specific about it. So we'll see where that goes. And the last thing I would say, based on things we've seen in the last few minutes, again, it's never not interesting to hear from Trump supporters, and saw some of that with Chris Reyes there. And I was reminded of the degree of emotional attachment that everybody in Trump land has, everybody in MAGA land has for Donald Trump. And I don't mean to downplay the level of support any Democrat has for a Democratic nominee, but I myself didn't see that in Kamala Harris rallies, in Joe Biden appearances. Famously, of course, when he was campaigning, it was mid-COVID, and it was all conducted very differently. But the emotional attachment, again, as I say, that Trump supporters have for Donald is remarkable. Like it's tears in eyes kind of stuff when he says things. A lot of it is religiously founded, and we heard that in that clip there.
Well, it looks like faith.
It does, absolutely. But it's deeply held. And it's just, I've never seen anything like it in honesty, in the political realm.
All right. So as we watch this, again, this is the luncheon that is just beginning. Paul said it earlier, the Americans certainly,
I have a feeling
do
people
ceremony
are very
well.
hungry, so I'm going to get this started.
That's Amy
Mr.
Klobuchar.
President and Madam First Lady, Mr. Vice President and Madam Second Lady, my colleague Senator Fisher, distinguished guests including the Speaker, Leader Jeffries, and Senate Leaders Thune and Schumer. On behalf of the United States Congress, welcome to the 60th inaugural lunch. Big surprise, we are featuring Nebraska beef and Minnesota apples for dessert. We are here in Statuary Hall, where these luncheons have taken place since President Reagan's first inauguration in 1981, and where the House of Representatives once met over 150 years ago. That would be before you were born, Mr. Speaker. In 1864, after the new House wing of the Capitol was built, and in the midst of the Civil War, Congress dedicated this chamber to host statues chosen by every state. Walking into the hall, we all passed under the arch, holding the marble Car of History clock. The statue shows Cleo, the Greek muse of history, holding a book to record events as they happen. And as you can see, she's heard a lot of stuff. And as she rides her chariot forward into the future, she looks behind her to remember the past. She remains here as she has for hundreds of years, a reminder that history will remember the events of the present, and it is on us to write that history right now. Speaking of art, the painting right here before you, I chose this painting for this lunch this summer, and it's titled American Horizon. It's by Jane Wilson, who grew up on her family farm in Seymour, Iowa. Coming from the middle of our country, Senator Fisher and I both like the painting because the artist is from America's heartland, but the horizon could easily be Florida, Mr. President. I will also note that this is the first time in history we are featuring the work of a woman artist at this lunch, and we thank the Art Institute of Chicago for their assistance. Looking at the vast open landscape of this painting, we're drawn to the bottom of the frame where the land or the water, depending on where you're from, meets the sky, and the horizon endures. The enduring horizon is especially meaningful for us today as we mark our enduring democracy as we approach its 250th anniversary. It's a reminder that what's over the horizon is our next chapter, and it is my prayer that the people in this room can write that chapter together. I'd now like to ask U.S. Senate Chaplain Dr. Barry Black, and we thank God he is back with us and in good health, to deliver the invocation, after which lunch will be served. Thank you.
Let us pray. King of kings and Lord of lords, whose kingdom is above all earthly kingdoms, and who judges all lesser sovereignties, look with favor upon President Donald John Trump and Vice President James David Vance. Empower them with the wisdom and courage needed for our times. Protect them from the vicissitudes and challenges that obstruct the making of a world of justice, peace, and righteousness. Lord, give them a deep desire to do their best for our country and world, and a determination to act in ways pleasing to you. Preserve their families in health and strength by your grace and power. Bless now this luncheon as each of us finds your grace sufficient for every need. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
All right, so as we watch the lunch beginning, the inaugural lunch, we are joined here on set atop the Canadian Embassy by Alberta's Premier Danielle Smith. You have gloves on, I'm glad, because it's super cold.
It's a little chilly out here.
It's a little cold.
Nice to see you both.
And you, what's the political temperature like today? Because I know you've been really busy. You've had a busy few days. You have a few more busy days. Yeah. Americans are busy. So who are you able to get FaceTime with? What are these conversations?
The amazing thing is the accessibility. And when you're down here and you're going to the different events, you can bump into secretaries and you can bump into members of Congress and you can bump into senators and have really interesting conversations. And so I've been making sure that we put the Canadian interest front and center, talking about how we have a wonderful mutual trade relationship that's mostly tariff-free, and I hope that we can keep it that way. And I was pleased to see with the speech today that clearly the president likes tariffs. He thinks that they're a policy solution, but he's given Canada a reprieve. We'll see how long that lasts for. But I think it's a demonstration that the president recognizes that it's a complicated and delicate relationship between Canada because there's so much cross-border flow of goods, and we have a real opportunity to show how the Americans benefit from that trade relationship.
So you tweeted something interesting today, calling on Ottawa to announce, I want to make sure I get this right, a major acceleration of the 2% target of GDP for defense. Why that? Why now? What has led you to focus on that in your tweet right now?
There's been I've been trying to get to the bottom of why the U.S. president keeps saying that America is subsidizing Canada. And one of the arguments that he makes is the trade deficit. But my argument to that is if you take energy out of the picture, we actually buy more U.S. goods and services than they buy from us. So we actually are the ones with the deficit. And I think we can make that argument. I think we can also make an argument about how our discounted energy gets value added in the U.S. and then it gets exported internationally, and they benefit from that too. And so I think we can make the trade deficit argument. But what keeps coming up is that we're not meeting our NATO commitment. We're not meeting our defense spending. The Americans believe that we're free riding on the security that they provide, and they've made that point since Donald Trump was in office the first time. And so you've seen all of the premiers. We have repeatedly at our joint conferences asked for the federal government to take that 2% target seriously. And I think we have to if we're going to avoid any future trade actions.
When you said it keeps coming up, I mean, we all heard you say that when you went to Mar-a-Lago, you had, constructive conversations. But what exactly did you talk about? Is that what you talked about, the 2%?
I keep talking with officials, and one of the things that does keep coming, the world's a dangerous place. You can see that. The first action he took today was to declare a state of emergency at the southern border. We certainly do not want to see the same kind of action taken at the northern border. We want to make sure that the Americans have confidence in our law enforcement, that we're stopping the illegal flow of drugs, people, human trafficking. And more importantly as well, we also see that the conversation around international security and how we can be a partner. When he talks about Panama and he talks about Greenland, he's demonstrating that he's concerned about the global threat that maybe China poses or maybe Russia poses. And he wants Canada to be a partner in that. So those are the reasons why I think those issues keep coming up.
But what exactly did he say to you in Mar-a-Lago?
Well, I would say that what I asked the president was, do you want to buy more oil and gas from Canada? And he said yes. And I think that that's a common ground to start from, because I know that what is happening there is the Americans see see that global energy dominance is the way for them to not only provide a low cost of living for their own people, but also to be able to provide support for their friends and allies internationally so that they're not dependent on hostile partners. So I think we have to take the president seriously, but we have to understand the underlying message of what he's talking about. The world's a dangerous place. He wants us to be a partner. There's a way that we can be a partner, and that's what we have to be focusing on for the common ground.
So I can understand you saying when you said, do you want to buy more oil and gas from Canada? He says yes. But then today he declares an energy emergency, or he's about to. What does that mean for Alberta? What does that mean for Canada?
Well, the Americans consume about 21 million barrels a day of oil. They produce about 13 million barrels a day. They have to find the extra from somewhere else. And their refineries are special purpose to be able to accept a heavier grade of oil. They can only get that from a few places in the world. They can get it from Venezuela, they can get it from Iran, they can get it from Iraq, or they can get it from us. And so I think we have an opportunity, knowing that the Americans do want to be able to exert themselves internationally as an energy superpower. We have the ability to provide the backfill for that so that their people are still able to enjoy lower energy prices, and that's a double win. So what I would like to see is for us to have some projects on the table that we can propose. How can we build more pipelines to the U.S.? How can we build more pipelines to the East so that we can help our international partners? How can we build more pipelines to the West so that we can help our Asia-Pacific partners? If we want to be demonstrating that we want to be a partner with the Americans on energy security, I think that that's a good place to start from.
So as you were talking and talking to a whole group of people, Premier Ford was tweeting that the tariffs are coming. Make no mistake about it, he's coming for us. He said, is it tomorrow? Is it a month down the road? He said the remarks are very concerning and that his number one goal is to take business off other countries. He says specifically Ontario. Are you as worried as Premier Ford?
I think that we have a really strong argument to make, even in the manufacturing sector, especially with autos. The auto parts go back and forth across the border 6 or 7 times before a car is made. And so I think that we have a very strong case to make to continue that relationship. I think that Canada and the U.S. have jointly been harmed by having a lot of that business move to Mexico with a lot of Chinese investment. That also comes up in conversations. And we've got to make sure that we've got a fair trade relationship with our Mexican partner as well. But whether it's oil and gas, whether it's auto parts, whether it is germanium as a critical mineral from BC or uranium as a critical element from Saskatchewan, every single jurisdiction in Canada has an excellent value proposition for the U.S. I think we lead with strength. I think that we now have an opportunity to have those constructive conversations because we didn't see a day one tariff. And I'm optimistic that as we build the relationships, talk about that, meet the Americans where they are, help to support their international goals, I think we can maintain that relationship.
You know, we spoke to Dominic LeBlanc this morning, and we were talking about the First Minister's meeting, and he said, we got a grade of 12 out of 13, which is like an A+ grade, but it's not perfect. Presumably Alberta was the grade that they didn't quite get. And then you have Premier Ford saying that it left him with the impression that maybe you weren't putting Canada first, you're putting Alberta first. What do you say to that?
Well, I can tell you I would never go out publicly and say we should stop selling car parts as a way of making a point to the Americans and hurt Ontario. I'd never go out and say we should stop selling aluminum to Americans as a way to make a point to hurt Quebec. And it hurt me that they felt that they could make that same argument, that Alberta should sacrifice our interests in order to try to advance some kind of trade war. I take a different approach. Let's stop fighting with each other. Let's maybe try to remove some of the internal trade barriers. Maybe my fellow premiers can stop blocking pipelines when we propose them to either the West or East Coast. And maybe this should be a moment of reckoning for us as a country. That part of the reason all of us look north-south is because for the years have made it very difficult to do business east-west. So maybe that's what we should be talking about, is each other so collectively we can sell our products to the world, whether that's to America or whether it's off the West Coast or whether it's off the East Coast. And maybe that's a far more constructive conversation to have than how do you sacrifice one province's interests in order to be able to protect the rest. And fortunately, we don't have to have that conversation today because we don't have tariffs and we have the ability to have both of those conversations, a constructive conversation with each other and then a constructive conversation with our American friends.
So for sure that conversation is not today. There are enough things for people to talk and worry about today. But somewhere there is a playbook about what to do if the conversation has to happen tomorrow. And if the conversation comes down to a potential export tariff or a ban, from Canada, from Ottawa. What's in your playbook?
Well, my playbook is to talk with the incoming Secretary of the Interior and the incoming Secretary of Energy and ask if they want to double our oil and gas production and double our oil and gas export. That's where I'm going next. I believe that we should be talking about how we sell more to America, not less, and that we should be talking to America about how we can buy more from them too. If they really are concerned that we're not buying enough, well then let's buy more gas turbines, let's buy more AI infrastructure, let's buy more military equipment. This is the constructive conversation that we need to have, and I think we need to stop with the threats and start talking about diplomacy and collaboration, because that's where we're going to find a solution.
Okay, Premier Smith, thanks very much. You're going to get one of those Canada's Not For Sale hats that we see every now and then Premier Ford wearing?
I have a Berta hat. I'm going to make sure that I wear that, and I'll get you one too.
Noted. All right. Oh, sure. What could possibly go wrong here?
I mean, I just wonder what went through your mind when you heard the news this morning. I mean, this has been the talk for the last, I don't know how many days, and all of a sudden, the memo, the Wall Street Journal, whatever it was, it says, hey, maybe not no tariffs, but no tariffs now. I mean, were you like, phew, dodged a bullet or what?
I don't want to overstate how. I mean, we know that the U.S. president looks at tariffs as a tool that he wants to impose, and I think we have an argument to make about why it is that Canada should be able to get a carve out. But I think it's now the hard work that we have to do. One of the things that I have always said about tariffs is that tariffs are their own punishment. If the Americans put 25% across the board on all Canadian goods, it means that everything that the Americans buy that comes from Canada goes up 25%. And that works. So I think that's a good argument for us to continue making. And we continue talking about how they benefit just as much as we do. I hope that we can keep that tariff-free relationship.
Okay. Premier Smith, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you dropping by.
Good to see you.
We're going to throw it back to Rosie in Ottawa. I know you have lots of thoughts. You always do.
Yeah, just a couple things there from the Premier. I mean, it is quite true that premiers are increasingly pointing to Canada not meeting its NATO target of 2%. Wab Kinew from Manitoba has been pushing that notion as well. So it's interesting that Premier Smith is now saying it. Comes on the same day, I should say, that the new Secretary General, relatively new Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte, has said that NATO will be increasing its spending to respond to some of the requests from Donald Trump. And of course, Danielle Smith, it's not surprising that she is defending her province and its resources. But I would just say that no one here last week was saying that Alberta should put oil and gas up for sale solely. In fact, it was the opposite. The Prime Minister said that no region would be asked to sacrifice more than another. And the premiers who were at that table all said that they were willing to make sacrifices in terms of negotiating spots. So François Legault put hydroelectricity on the table. Doug Ford knows full well that Donald Trump is coming for the auto sector. So I think the criticism of the Premier by those politicians was that she wasn't at least willing to use oil and gas as leverage. And fair enough that we understand that Alberta would want to protect its resources for its province and indeed for the country. But just did want to correct the record in terms of what other premiers were saying and what they were asking of her. That might be how she felt about it. I don't think that's in fact what the conversation was around the table.
Okay. All right, Rosie, thank you very, very much. Rosie, while you were talking, we were joined by I feel badly, you don't have gloves at all. Minister François-Philippe Champagne, you were inside.
I'm coming out straight from the Capitol. I must say it's more difficult to get outside of the building than inside the building today.
Well,
no, it was quite a momentous day. I think, I'm grateful for American friends. They were nice. They sat me with the, governors and military leaders. So I had a chance to make the case for Canada. We've always said we want to stand up, we want to be present, we want to engage. And, I met all my, I have a number of buddies who are governors. So just reminded them that I said, I hope you're happy to see me. I'm your biggest customer, by the way. I buy more from you than China, Japan, the UK and France combined. And making the case that, we need to do more together. So I think that the speech, obviously, of President Trump was about ambition, like we've been talking also in Canada. And I'm trying to really see how we can do more together. But we had a good audience, honestly. The governors really get it.
For you to listen to a speech where the word Canada isn't mentioned, What was that like?
I took notes. People were looking at me and the cameras were zooming in and I had my phone just... No, I took notes of some of the key messages he had in his speech. Canada, as you said, was not mentioned. That being said, listen, we're in hour 150 of the President Trump presidency. So on that side, it's fine, but let's not, there's more to come. And so therefore we need to be continuing the engagement. Our mission has always been to prevent and prepare. So we're going to see what's next. But I think, and I want to thank all the premier. I know Premier Smith was here before. Other premiers have been engaging. It's really important. I think the advocacy we've been doing as Team Canada for months, governors get it, because I said they could not be tariff without consequences. They cannot be tariffs without impact, and they cannot be tariff without costs for consumers. And I think having engaged with a number of governors, which I happen to know from before, they get it. And, it's nice because Canada is, the show of support and understanding was certainly there.
Are you worried about EV vehicles? Because Canada's investment in them is huge, and it doesn't sound like that's going to be the story here.
Well, he said two things. I understood as I was there. One was about leaving the mandate behind, but also said people can buy the car that they choose. So in a sense, let's remind ourselves that one of his biggest supporter is the CEO of one of the company, which has the 7th largest market cap in the world, which is about $1.3 trillion US, which sells EV vehicles. So in a sense, for me, was like, well, we may not have a mandate, but people will still have a choice. And we still, I always say there's like these 4 Ds in the world: decarbonization, digitization, demography, and disruption. And if you look at decarbonization, whether you have a view on certain things, we all know that the challenge of our generation is still climate change. So the people have a choice.
But you've got a president here saying drill, baby, drill.
Listen, we're going to be working. I'm happy to talk about energy because, energy is one of the key export of Canada. If we can make that, and we've already started to decarbonize a lot of our assets in Canada, and if we can be partners in the energy sense, I like, my way is always say North America first. I think that we have the talent, we have very strong ecosystems, we have critical minerals, the energy, the markets. I mean, honestly, when you listen to that, you say we can do great things together. This is about ambition. This is also about presenting a confident Canada. I was pleased that, we're here today. We're confident, we're strong. We want to engage in a respectful way. We see that we can contribute a lot to the North American economy.
So two things. You talked about together. I talked about a confident Canada. But again, as Canadians looking on and listening to Dominic LeBlanc this morning talk about 12 out of 13 premiers signed on, there was, wasn't 13 out of 13. That sends interesting signals to Canadians who aren't sure how to read how united Team Canada is. And if that's a signal it sends to Canadians, what does it send to Americans?
Well, they understand we have a strong voice. That's one of the things I noticed. Honestly, you go there, you wonder, you mingle with people, you talk. But from military leaders that were next to me, and I was next to the Speaker of Iowa, of all, and we were chatting. And, people have a fairly positive impression of Canada. Now, we need to move from being just the friendly neighbor of the North to the strategic partner of choice. And that has been the discussion. To your point, I think that we are stronger together, obviously. And we should be speaking with a strong, united voice. I appreciate there's slight differences, but at the end of the day, we all benefit when Canada is strong and Canada speaks with one voice here in Washington. And like I said, this is the early days. We're at 1 hour, 54 minutes of the President Trump administration, and he had a lot to say. So we'll be watching, we'll be preparing for whatever comes next. But the fact that we're here on the ground and there's so many people here at the embassy, a number of U.S. leaders are going to come here. I can say that might be one benefit of moving the ceremony inside, is that a lot of people want to come to the Canadian embassy now because most of the thing, and I must say it was quite something. I'm pleased we did that inside, considering how cold it is today.
I bet. So two thoughts. Firstly, just as you and I are talking, there's someone who hasn't been elected, but who is standing at the presidential podium there, is Elon Musk, as certainly Minister for Innovation. That's kind of interesting to you, I would imagine. I'm sure you did.
Yes.
I'm sure you did. I have...
Not today, before.
Okay. I have some more concerns in terms of... I understand how you got to this point in terms of spreading the word about Canada. But why is it that this administration would want to negotiate with your government when it reads the polls too and understands that in a couple months you might not be the folks in charge? Like, why not just wait until they have some certainty about leadership?
Well, I can tell that's not the feeling I had today. And honestly, governors were still asking, give me your phone. When are we coming? Can we come up? When are you coming down? So, and southern governors as much as northern governors. So the engagement is there. I think they understand that, we speak for Canada. And I think that is a bipartisan issue. I mean, it's in everyone's best interest in the country that people here in Washington see we are strong, we are present, we want to engage. That we have, we're not rivals, we are complementary in that journey that the United States has, that the president has outlined, about doing more, creating jobs, creating prosperity. There cannot be that in the United States without Canada being part of it, because our economy are intertwined. We're more integrated than any nation in the world, and therefore what the president said is by implication also we need to work that this has the same positive impact in Canada, and say if the United States wants to do everything he just said, they will need Canada. They don't buy from Canada to be polite. They buy from Canada what they need. And what they need is what we have for them to be prosperous in the 21st century.
So that's the plan going forward, just to maintain this sort of staving off of tariffs? Just keep going?
Well, listen, like I said, we're an hour something in the presidency. Like I said, did not mention Canada. I took note, you, when he spoke about tariff. We'll see. But if the concept is a dialogue, how we can do more together, what about critical minerals, what about energy, what about electricity, what about, what our manufacturing base? Like I said, we've done the same in Canada. When I said that, we have been friendshoring, onshoring a lot of manufacturing. I can tell you, I remember CD after the war, countries who are successful, they have a strong manufacturing base. And I think we've been part of that journey with them. And when I talked to CEOs, they said, you know what, Canada is the natural extension when it comes to manufacturing. So stronger together, let's do more. Let's seize the moment. I think this is really, you felt it. I don't know from your vantage point, but from mine.
I don't feel anything anymore,
by
the way.
No, but I can tell you in that room, there was there was a moment, and it's a new chapter. So let's seize the moment, let's be ambitious, and let's make sure that Canada can work with our U.S. friends to build a prosperous country in Canada.
Minister Champagne, thank you very much.
It's always
Appreciate you coming by. Nice to see you.
Can I do one too?
Oh, Paul, of course.
You say you took notes. You don't have a whole team of people taking
notes?
No,
listen, no, but honestly, we had one ticket. So I took my own notes, and it's like, they transfer me from one team to the other. They transfer me to the Capitol Police team, which brought me inside, and that's how we did. This is how we're Canadian. We know how to find our way.
Can I just ask, though, is it your view that the person you need to convince is uniquely Donald Trump, and that everybody else is kind of on side and understands the lay of the land between the two countries, and it's really him, or that it's broader than that, or maybe there is no distinction anymore, given the sort of the personality of Donald Trump?
He's a key decision maker, obviously. A lot of the things the benefit for people who are watching, we were there during the first Trump administration. I was foreign minister during part of his term, a number of colleagues. So we have the expertise and experience. So we all know that at the end of the day, he's the one calling the shot. That being said, I must tell you that governors are very powerful, because governors, I said, they are the front line. They will feel it first and foremost. So therefore, having them and say, you know what, I need to come north. Why don't you come south? Let's talk about this. When are we seeing each other next? I think for me, I take that as positive, because we need them, and they are very influential. A number of them told me they were at a dinner with him at Mar-a-Lago recently. And obviously with the cabinet, we're going to be engaging as soon as they are confirmed. But you want to be a lot. Also from the military side, there were a number of military commanders. I thanked them. I said, we're grateful. You know, we have NORAD together. Canada's a G7 country, a NATO partner. And you know what? All the military leaders that I shook hand with, and trust me, you know me, I shook pretty much a number of hands today. They always say we're thankful for Canada, great partner, great ally. And so we just need to make our case. We need to repeat, and repeat.
Well, Danielle Smith is calling for an acceleration of that 2% GDP for defense, like ASAP. She thinks that is what matters most to him.
I would say money is something, but what we need to do now is industrial capacity. And I've been saying that. I was at a NATO meeting recently, and I said, it's not only in Canada, but having the money to invest is one thing, but we also need to be smart as Canadians. We're not going to ship all that money abroad. We need to build our industrial defense base in Canada so we create jobs, we create prosperity. Let's be smart. This is a new, this is kind of a new reality we're living in. So if we're going to make all that defense spending to protect the North, the Arctics, our border, and do our share, let's make sure that Canadians benefit. My job, and I've been talking to them, is that if we had an auto pack, why don't we have a defense pack? We could have an energy pack. Let's start looking at what we're going to do. We are very critical in their supply chain. I said to one general, trust me, I said, you know why? The critical minerals that come from my backyard are very useful for your defense missile system, by the way. And he said, we know that, sir. And so that's the kind of thing that you need to spread that out so that more people are aware of the links between Canada and the United States, and that we are an integral partner in their new journey.
All right. One last thought. Who are you supporting in the Liberal leadership race?
Like I said, one big decision per day, So I did one last week. Today is making sure that, we are here and strong. And that's going to be for another day. But obviously, my voice will be heard in that race.
Okay. Well, we thought we had you sort of flanked here, that we had a solid chance.
That'd be great, But there's so much news today.
I know.
Let's keep it for another day. You're going to reinvite me, though.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. You take care. We're going to throw it now to what you see on the right side of your screen, which is at the Capital One Arena. Presidential podiums have been cropping up all over Washington, D.C. today. We are anticipating that in that group of some 20,000 people, who are the people who had anticipated lining up outside here at the Capitol to watch an outdoor inauguration, that they will be watching something indoors. And it is always, there's a motorcade in Washington, D.C., so someone's on the move, quite possibly right back to Capital One. So,
who wear the cloth of our nation and stand on that wall and tell you nothing's getting by them
while
tonight.
we are listening to a cacophony of sirens and a band downstairs and a speech, why don't we take a few minutes break and we'll be right back.
To our teachers and our front.
All right, so we are looking at the Capital One arena again. I believe, is that Kash Patel? I believe the FBI director who is speaking there at the podium. Donald Trump is expected to arrive there. This is a crowd that he likes, right? He was at the Capital One arena last night for what he called his victory rally. A lot of the same people who were there last night will be there today. He has promised them that when he shows up, they will be very, very happy. It is entirely likely that he will be signing a number of executive orders there that connect with things that matter very much to people there. So he refers to them as the January 6 hostages. So I think it's not unreasonable to expect that he will sign an executive order pardoning some of the 1,500 people who have been charged in the attack on the Capitol right behind us. But he is still at that luncheon, as I understand it, although we hear convoys on the move here in Washington. People are coming and going and certainly heading towards the Capital One arena. So as we wait for that, I wouldn't mind going to Katie Simpson, if we may, who has some information on some of what's been happening. But before they do that, I just want to talk about the reality that we know this now, that Donald Trump prides himself on being a political outsider, right? So this time he has chosen to surround himself, not with insiders, but with people who are poised to shake things up. Look at this.
The United States is going to take off like a rocket ship.
Donald Trump has some big plans, and to pull them off, he's assembling a team of fierce loyalists and the extremely rich, including a string of billionaires. His cabinet picks, often controversial, including, for Defense Secretary, former soldier and Fox News host Pete Hegseth.
That it's time to give someone with dust on his boots the helm.
It's Hegseth who previously said women shouldn't be in combat roles. Trump wants celebrity physician Dr. Oz to take on Medicare and vaccine skeptic Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to head up health. And then there is the world's richest person.
His name is Elon Musk.
The head of X, Tesla, and SpaceX spent big during the campaign. He will co-lead the new Department of Government Efficiency. Okay, so those are just some of the cabinet picks. And as I was saying before, one person who always has an excellent perspective on what's happening here is Katie Simpson. Let's talk about them, Katie.
Adrienne, some of the most interesting people watching, had to be the camera feeds covering who's in the audience at Inauguration in the Rotunda. And you sort of touched on it there with Elon Musk at the end. Some of the richest people in the world were VIP guests of President Donald Trump. Elon Musk, who, of course, has an outsized role in trying to really help campaign for Donald Trump, spending more than $275 million of his own dollars to help the Trump campaign. He's been spending intense periods of time at Mar-a-Lago, and it's very clear that he is going to have some influence over Trump during this next administration, working together with him. We know that he's been appointed to lead Doge, which is a play on the Bitcoin, the Department of Government Efficiency, looking at ways to do just that, to make the government more efficient, looking at making significant changes, as he said at Donald Trump's victory rally last night. But also in the crowd, Mark Zuckerberg, the head of Meta, Jeff Bezos, the head of Amazon. These are Tim Cook, the head of Apple. Particularly Mark Zuckerberg, it's certainly interesting in this moment because he's making changes at Meta, which of course is the parent company of Facebook and Instagram, that appear to be sort of falling in line with this moment in American political history, sort of falling in line with the perspective from Trump and his base, getting rid of things like fact checkers, saying the fact-checking program at Meta went too far and they want to pull it back, pulling back some of those equity and diversity programs that when it comes to the employment field, pulling some of those back. And so those are the kinds of things that we sort of heard from Donald Trump. And in a list that came out from the White House today of all the priorities that Donald Trump has moving forward, it's the first sort of news release from the new administration. Some of those things are they really echo. One other thing that hasn't gotten a lot of attention just yet, Adrienne, is that in that bullet point list from the White House, it says that the president will withdraw the United States from the Paris Climate Accord. That is something that we saw Donald Trump do in 2016 When Joe Biden was elected, he re-entered the United States into the Paris Climate Accord. According to this news release from the White House, that is one of the things that Donald Trump will pursue going forward. Possibly part of his broader energy strategy. One of his things that gets like the biggest round of applause at his rallies has been the phrase "drill, baby, drill," unlocking what he describes as America's energy independence. He often talks about the liquid gold underneath the feet of Americans and really wanting to do whatever he can to make energy prices lower, to help boost the economy and to really increase that energy production. So those are the kinds of things that we should look for as Donald Trump prepares to sort of sit down and start signing those executive orders. You can see that the parade that's being held at the Capital One Center, where last night's victory rally was held, we're starting to see some of those prominent speakers sort of get closer or take the microphone. And now we just have to wait until we hear that the motorcade's on the way from the Capitol, the luncheon is wrapped, and that President Donald Trump is on his way there, and then perhaps we'll get some more insight into which of those executive orders he's going to make the priority, which is he going to sit down and start signing, and then we get the details about how his policy agenda is going to unfold.
All right, this is where the rubber meets the road on this day. Katie Simpson, thanks very much. We're going to head over to Chris Reyes, who's been wandering the streets of Washington, in and out of basement bars, outside arenas, talking to people who are gathering. I've got a clue where you are at this point, Chris. Where are you?
That was a pretty good way to describe it. Hi, Adrienne. So we are actually on a street with a lot of foot traffic because there are a lot of restaurants and bars on this street, and it's sort of in between all of the different spots where these ceremonies and viewing parties are happening. We're right down here is Pennsylvania Avenue. We're right near Capital One Arena. And what we're seeing is a lot of people, I guess, wandering from wherever they were when they were watching the inauguration speech, and then just trying to find the next place to go. And this family, the Fontana family from Florida, very nicely stopped for us to talk to us about their experience. They had tickets to go to the National Mall, and of course that was canceled. So let's start with that. Were you disappointed, especially since you came from such a far, all the way from Florida with your entire family?
Very disappointed, but happy that he's safe. So if it was for weather or for safety, we're just grateful that he's safe. But it would have been amazing to witness history in person.
And what's interesting is you actually ended up watching the speech from your hotel room. And you watched as a whole family?
Yeah, we did.
What was the reaction? That was a very emphatic yes. So you tell me, what was your reaction and what stood out to you?
That we get less, we don't have to pay as much for gas now.
Okay.
And the Gulf of America.
What did you think about that?
I was like, wait, what? I don't understand.
that can just happen?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember, was there a point in the speech that had your whole family cheering? I was in a basement bar, and there were certainly points when people were up on their feet, with a standing ovation. Some got very emotional.
What do you think it was? They got excited when he said he wanted to go to Mars. That was an exciting...
Mars got the Fontana family excited, for sure. Everybody was pumped for that. That was cool.
It's neat that he's talking about it, so...
How would you describe the vibe of the speech?
The vibe? I really feel like he wants to unify us. I feel like he wants peace. He wants to avoid war where he can, but if we have to go, he's ready. So I feel safer, honestly.
I'll tell you this, I was speaking to another woman who said, by no means does she think Trump is perfect, but she also feels that way. Did you have a sense that this was maybe a different Trump than you knew maybe even just a couple of years ago? The last time he gave a speech in this city was on January 6th.
I do feel like he's learned from it. I want to believe so. Just like any other human, you want to learn from your mistakes. And so, yes, it did feel different. He feels softer. I don't know if softer is the right word, but more polished. I want to believe. So it did seem different this time.
All right. Where are you guys off to next?
We're trying to get to the Capital One Arena for the rest of the viewing party.
Yes. Because you actually haven't seen him in person yet.
We haven't. We haven't.
Is that the big goal of this trip?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm not going to hold you up. I'm going to let you go.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So that is the big goal of the trip, not just for this group, but a lot of people that we've seen. They want to see President Trump in person. And you know, what's been so interesting, Adrienne, is you guys have been offering such insightful analysis. But what's different about being on the ground talking to people is that they have a different mindset. You know, they're not watching other speeches and comparing sort of past inauguration speeches with this one. They listen to him, they like something, they cheer. I compared it to a sporting event, and Donald Trump is sort of their winning team. And so whenever they said something, they cheered. When they saw someone that they perceived to be an opponent, they booed. For example, when a lot of the Democrats came on screen during the ceremony, there was a lot of booing at the bar where I was. You know, there's a lot of calling out the different members of the ceremony by name. For example, when Vice President JD Vance came out, it was almost as if they were saying, that's our guy, JD. You know, they were very happy to see him, very happy to see their family. And again, for a lot of people here who traveled a long way to be a part of history, they want to see or be a part of this victory, which is why some of the biggest cheers and applause that we heard during the speech is when Donald Trump talked about putting America first, making sure America wins, making sure that when he wins, it's really, you know, bringing in everyone into that victory. They were very happy to hear about that. And then the one final observation I'd like to share is that this is a very different vibe than from when I was covering, you know, the early days of the Trump trial in New York, where it was very confrontational. This mood isn't just happy, it's kind of relaxed. And, you know, earlier there was a mascot here of Donald Trump, and it said, Trump is still a loser. And a lot of people who were walking by, they were smiling, they were taking pictures, they weren't fazed by it. And I actually asked one woman who's a Trump supporter who posed with that mascot, and I asked her why it didn't bother her. And she said, you know, there's so many of us and so little of them, and we all need to have a sense of humor. And I think that's what you're really feeling in this crowd, is that confidence. They're not defensive about their support for Trump. They believe and they feel like winners. That's what their president has made them feel. And they're out here celebrating, and they're not thinking about being confrontational in any way or defending how much they support this president.
Okay, all right. Chris Reyes, thanks very much. Just having a quick look at Capital One Arena. I'm so interested, Chris, in what that little guy was saying when you asked him, you know, what did you hear in the speech? And he said, well, gas is cheaper now. He certainly thinks Donald Trump is quick, but I got to say, there are going to be a whole bunch of Americans who will hear precisely things like that and say, good, that's why I voted for him. He's going to make it happen. The faith in Donald Trump from his supporters is pretty complete at this point. So as we look at Capital One Arena, they are waiting for Donald Trump to make his way there. We're waiting for the sounds of the convoy on the move. We have a brave soul here sitting with us on set who is without a coat. And this is because we're in her house.
That's
Ambassador
right.
Kristen Hillman. Thank you, firstly, for letting us be here on the roof of this amazing embassy today.
It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you for being here.
What have you been doing this day? We hear all sorts of sounds. I know you've been buzzing around. What does this day look like for you?
So I got up quite early and I made my way to the Capitol, and I was on the Capitol for the inauguration ceremony with the other diplomats. So they take us all together, and we were there as about 9 o'clock. Had a bit of a breakfast and then watched the inauguration. Because the rotunda is quite small, they put us in this room off to the side of the rotunda. So we watched it together with some family members of senators and members of Congress. And then the president came in and talked to us, and so did the vice president afterwards. So that was, and he had, I don't know if that was broadcast, that speech. Okay. So, which he said, you know, this is my real speech. The other one was my scripted speech. And he was very much talking to a group of supporters is how it felt in that second speech.
I think he also called them younger and better looking,
yes,
too.
I was very pleased to hear that.
Definitely talking about the Canadian connection there. So it's pretty clear that you went through, the Minister Champagne was telling us he was taking notes, didn't hear Canada. That was a relief.
Yeah.
When you didn't hear Canada, what did you think?
Well, I was pleased. So this whole weekend here in the lead up to the inauguration has been filled with events with cabinet members and other advisors, White House folks. And so over the course of the last couple of days, I had been hearing, I was sort of cautiously optimistic things, but obviously, and we're still cautiously optimistic, right? Because we haven't seen the document, we haven't seen this memorandum. I woke up this morning thinking, honestly, we really don't know. Nobody's giving us any assurances. But I feel better now than I felt then, and I will feel better, I think, when we see the details of what he's asking for in terms of a study. But look, we've done a lot of work, and I'm very grateful for everyone who's contributed to the work of helping Americans, and this administration in particular, understand the challenges of a 25% tariff on Americans if they were to put it on us. From the Prime Minister and ministers to my entire team here in the U.S. to our private sector and premiers and their officials, it's been nonstop. It's been nonstop for probably almost a year, and very, very intense for the last few months. So I'm grateful for that, but the work's not done. We have a lot of work still to do.
Just so people understand who may not know that you're a member of this newly announced federal group, right? The Council on Canada-U.S. Relations.
Right.
From that group, what is the plan to keep that delay on tariffs as long as possible?
Oh, well, so we'll see where, I think that our advocacy is something that we will be discussing. I'm heading to Canada tonight, and I'll meet with the cabinet tomorrow. I will let them know what more I know by then. This is a town where, news comes out quickly. Even at our event here, I was talking to a few U.S. Contacts of ours who were giving me a little bit more information, but it's all...
What were they saying?
We're going to wait till we see it in writing.
Okay.
And we'll make our plan from there, right? But I think that it allows us to do what I've been saying is really what we need to do, is to talk in the concrete. Let's talk to Americans about our partnership. If they have things that they're looking for from Canada, let's hear what those are, but in the concrete, and let's talk about projects we can do together.
How hard is it, though, to sell Canadian confidence and strength? You're about to get a new prime minister. There's about to be an election. The whole Team Canada approach has a little crack in it with Alberta.
I feel, especially in the last handful of days, I feel more buttressed by Team Canada than I felt. I feel Canadians...
What made the change?
I feel, just the messages that I am getting and the people that are contacting me, I feel that Team Canada, as it relates to actual Canadians, are saying, you know what, let's make sure we stand up for ourselves. Let's make sure we get a good deal. Of course, we want to be the best partners we can be with the Americans, but let's be sure that we're strong for Canada. I feel that message is coming more strongly to me now than it has up until now. So, I often say, and I really believe this because I live it here every day, the strength of our relationship is everyone who's dealing with Americans. Millions of Canadians are dealing with Americans every day. And I truly believe, I'm up on Capitol Hill with President Trump and his supporters. Those people live in Georgia, and they live in South Carolina, and they live in Texas, and they live in Nebraska, and they have relations with Canada. They may work for a company that sells to Canada. They may be employed by a company that is Canadian. They may, travel to Canada. They may own property that is rented to a Canadian. There is so many ways in which we're interconnected. We just need all of us to speak to all of them. And I know that I don't mean for that to sound corny, because it sounds a little corny, but boy, it works. It really does work. And
You're talking about a nation of ambassadors.
A nation of ambassadors. To me, that's what Team Canada is. Team Canada, and I was saying this to the premiers, I guess that was just last week. I was saying to the premiers that is, from where I sit here in the U.S., that's what I see. I see Saskatchewan has something different to say than Newfoundland, than PEI, than BC, than Alberta, than Ontario. They all have their connections. They all have their sectors that are invested here. They all have their relations politically and in the business community. And when we activate them all, it's more powerful than any other country. And I say that with all humility for us. It's just a fact. We are just that integrated, and so we should use that. It is a vulnerability sometimes, and we're seeing it can be a vulnerability, but it's also our strength.
So I know Paul wants to jump in. My one last question: what do you think is your number one job in this era right now?
Now, number one job is to get down to serious, substantive, concrete discussions with the Americans that are going to be advising the president on what Canada and the U.S. should be doing together.
Okay.
I'm just going to ask one, and mindful of your coatless, loveless state.
This is me flexing as a Canadian here, so I hope everybody appreciates it.
What a show off. What people also may not know is how deeply engaged you were in the renegotiation of NAFTA, and I wonder how that process, and you met that's all the same, largely the same people that you're dealing with now, how that process informs like the work ahead on the tariff front.
I think it might remain to be seen. My sense is there is a trade and economic component to this. In other words, I think that the new Trump administration is looking for a new trade deal, and I think they are interested in looking at the NAFTA, the CUSMA, and making sure it still makes sense for them. But I think they're also using tariffs to start other kinds of conversations, right? We saw them use the tariff to start a conversation with us on the border. And I think that's not the end of it. I think, they're very, you will have seen it from the president's address, very interested in energy dominance, U.S. energy sort of muscularity at home and on the world stage. Well, they can do that with us. And in fact, they can't do it as well without us. So I think that this is not just a trade discussion. I think this is a partnership discussion around the priorities that the incoming administration will have.
All right.
And I look forward to it. I mean, I really do.
Okay.
There's always opportunities to be found in every moment.
All right, you're brave. Ambassador Hillman, thank you very, very much. We appreciate that.
Thanks.
You get back to it.
Okay, I'll get back to it.
Okay, all right. We're going to throw it over to Rosie. Rosie, we have about 30 seconds. I mean, maybe 40. If you want to give us a sense of this is a day for the United States with implications for Canada for a long time to come.
Yeah, and Ambassador Hillman is one of the people that is allowing Canada to breathe a little bit lighter today, at least for today and maybe for tomorrow. The work that the premiers, that business officials, elected officials in government have done over the past months since the election has obviously made a difference here. Now the job to be done by the ambassador and others is to make sure that it sticks, that the tariffs don't get put in place, and they will have a strategy, and they'll talk more about it at that cabinet retreat over the next couple of days. And conservatives in this country will have to start thinking about what they would do if they form government next.
All right. Rosie, thanks very much. That's Rosemary Barton in Ottawa for us today watching this inauguration. There's still more to come here in Washington. Certainly, the ceremonial part, the official part of the day is done. Donald Trump as president now still has work to do, but this is a president who loves a rally. He is still heading over to the Capital One Arena where he's expected to greet crowds and certainly sign some orders. Paul, in about 30 seconds. I'm sorry, my friend. Closing thoughts from you.
I think it's important to remember whatever comes down the pipe tomorrow, next week, next month, next 4 years is that this is the president America wanted. He won the popular vote. Most people who voted for him. They listened to him in the campaign. He is saying the same things now in terms of what he's going to do. This is the president and the country and the kind of country that most people in this democracy wanted. And I think it's important to keep that in mind, whatever happens in the time to come.
Absolutely. Paul Hunter, as always, thank you very, very much. From all of us here in Washington, atop the roof of the Canadian Embassy, from our crew here to our teams on the ground, the control room, thank you for spending time with us. The presidency of Donald Trump has begun.
John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Trump was sworn in by Chief Justice John Roberts, marking a stunning political comeback after being convicted of felonies. Trump is only the second man to serve as president for 2 non-consecutive terms, the other being Grover Cleveland late in the 19th century. In his speech, Trump said his presidency begins the golden age of America. Trump used his inaugural address to lay out the broad strokes of his first-day executive orders. And a word that didn't make it into his speech, Canada. Earlier, an administration official said Trump would not impose tariffs yet. The CBC's Katie Simpson is at the U.S. Capitol tracking the latest on the ground. So, Katie, walk us through the highlights so far today.
Well, certainly everyone in Canada who had been waiting to see if there would be some sort of executive action on tariffs to learn through U.S. news reports at first that there could be some investigations into trade practices to determine whether things are fair or not, but they were not expecting an executive order to actually implement tariffs in this immediate moment. That gives Canada more time to prepare just in case that is a direction that Donald Trump wants to go. But I was cautioned earlier today by a senior Canadian government source they're waiting to see the text of anything here to make sure that, the reports that are accurate. And when Donald Trump sits down to start signing some of those executive orders, that's when we'll get a better sense of, the technical details of his plans. But this is Donald Trump's big day, the moment his supporters have been waiting more than 4 years for. Donald Trump being sworn in as the 47th U.S. president. His inaugural speech laying out his agenda, talking about the key promises he made during the election campaign, presenting himself as someone ready to govern with a team ready to step into the White House and make those changes he campaigned on.
My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over.
So there were some bleak descriptions of what life in America is like in this moment, with Donald Trump trying to cast his vision for the country in a more optimistic light, promising to bring about changes that will make life more affordable for Americans, promising to bring about new changes when it comes to immigration policy, to make America's immigration laws tougher or make tougher policies at the southern U.S. border. And then, of course, a big part of his election campaign has to do with energy. The phrase "drill, baby, drill," as he so famously said to huge cheers at his rallies. He wants to move ahead with expanding American energy production. And some of those things are expected to get some details when it comes to exactly how he's going to go about doing that when he starts signing those executive orders. Those are some of the key issues that are expected to be addressed. But the White House also put out sort of a bullet point list of the key priorities for the Trump administration on day one. One of the things in that list is withdrawing the United States from the Paris Climate Accord. That is something that you can't just do it overnight. The United States has to go through a process to start that happening. They're signaling today they're going to start that process to remove the United States from the Paris Climate Accord. That is something that Donald Trump did back in 2016 when the first time he was elected. Joe Biden brought the United States back into the Paris Climate Accord. Donald Trump plans to take the Americans back out of that. The different signals that's going to send to different countries and world leaders when it comes to climate and economic policy, that is something that we expect there to be plenty of reaction to. But also things like some of the social agenda issues that he campaigned on, talking about how the official government policy will now be recognizing only 2 genders, male and female, talking about sort of the woke agenda that, as he describes it, of some of sort of the progressive developments in the United States, getting rid of diversity and employment, as he calls it, DEI. That's the acronym that describes it. DEI initiatives within the federal government, as well as We're starting to see some private businesses go that same route too in this moment of changing political climate in the United States. So Donald Trump used his inauguration speech to really outline the key points he wants to hit. One of his former advisors, Steve Bannon, sort of described it previously in the lead up to this, that, if 2016 was shock and awe to sort of be a jolt to the system in the United States, he describes this moment as days of thunder. Donald Trump is coming in with an agenda. He's surrounding himself with people who support his agenda. One thing I keep hearing from Canadian sources who deal with the incoming Trump administration, now the Trump administration, is that they see Donald Trump as the final decision maker. Everyone is deferring to him. So it is going to be this moment, and Donald Trump is coming in. It's very powerful with a mandate with the popular vote, the Electoral College, Republicans controlling the House and the Senate. And so today is all about Donald Trump sort of shaping and framing those key things he wants to get done now that he's returning to the White House.
And today, Canada has avoided the damage from a potential thunderbolt, or so it seems. But again, we should be mindful of what could come. So, Katie, what should we expect to come next?
So Donald Trump is just wrapping up the luncheon here on Capitol Hill. It's not terribly far from we are in the Senate office building. It's a couple hundred meters from the rotunda where today's main inauguration ceremony took place. Donald Trump will be heading over to the Capital One Arena. It's the largest sports stadium sort of in the downtown core of Washington, D.C. We're seeing some key speakers who've already taken to the podium, influential members of Donald Trump's inner circle, people like Elon Musk, the world's richest man, who had a key seat at today's inauguration. And we're seeing some of Trump's supporters and allies getting their opportunity to sort of celebrate in this moment. Donald Trump will be heading over there. It's expected he could sign some executive orders there, things to look for, possibly watch for. Does he sign some executive orders to grant pardons for people convicted on crimes related to January 6th? That is something that gets huge applause at his political rallies. Perhaps he's looking to delight a crowd there. Perhaps some immigration or some executive orders related to immigration or making life more affordable, those kinds of things. And then he'll be heading back to the White House, and we're expecting more executive orders to be signed there. Estimates have sort of really ranged from tens to maybe up to 100 of these executive orders on his very first day. And he's going to look to try to undo some policies, some measures from the Biden administration. Think Paris Climate Accord, those kinds of things. So there's still plenty more to come today. A lot of the pageantry and the tradition, we are through that portion of the day, and that could likely be overshadowed by these big political decisions that Donald Trump is making to implement the agenda that voters gave him a mandate to execute.
Katie, thank you. That is the CBC's Katie Simpson live in Washington. Now, in his inaugural address, Trump laid out the details of his first day executive orders, including declaring a national emergency at the border that Katie mentions to clamp down on migrants attempting to cross from Mexico. Texas is one of the main states migrants cross into, and that's where we find the CBC's Richard Madden, and he is in the border town of McAllen. And Richard, Trump dwelled for a while on the Mexican border. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, it was a key centerpiece of his election campaign in November, of course, and we heard it in his inaugural speech about his plans to strengthen the southern border, to stop the flow of migrants entering illegally in the U.S. And one of the cities that the crossings happen to come through is here in McAllen, and that, of course, is in the southeastern tip of this busy state. We are expecting some executive orders related to immigration and the border later today by now President Trump, including one is to declare that national emergency along the southern border. And what that does, that gives the president access to unlock the resources from the Pentagon, from the military. So he's channeling that perhaps we might see the National Guard and other equipment and resources by the military to further secure the southern border. Take a listen to what President Trump said.
We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country.
Now, other measures that the president has hinted and his administration has channeled in the last few weeks ahead of this transition are more executive orders related to immigration, including the mass deportation of undocumented immigrants, the Remain in Mexico policy. In other words, if a migrant tries to cross into the United States, they will have to stay in Mexico until their asylum claims are processed. Now, Texas, of course, is one of those big southern border states where immigration and the border security was tantamount to Trump's campaign, and he made major inroads with Latino voters because of that promise, and he is expected to get a lot of support. He says he has a mandate to fulfill his campaign promises, and we heard it in his speech. So there's a lot of sense here, Andrew, that people in this tight-knit border town are bracing for dramatic change at the southern border. Many here are cheering it on because they supported the president in November. Others are concerned about the economic impact it could have in the community here. A lot of migrants get jobs in the construction industry or working on farmers' fields, and that's where they're saying there could be some concerns.
All right, Richard, thank you. We're taking you live now to Montebello, Quebec. Ministers are speaking as they arrive for a two-day Liberal cabinet retreat. Here's Foreign Affairs Minister Mélanie Joly.
New American counterparts, and we'll continue to do so. So we'll take your questions. Je vais juste parler en français 30 secondes. C'est sûr. Donc, on a un plan. Notre plan, lorsque vient la relation entre le Canada et les États-Unis, c'est certainement
is to prevent tariffs, to prepare our response, and third, to have long-term engagement so we can diversify our markets and make sure there are no trade barriers between provinces and territories. We've had a number of meetings, my colleagues and I, both David and Dominic and myself, with our U.S. counterparts in the new administration, and we will continue to do that in the coming weeks. So we're now ready to take your question. Radio-Canada, I'm wondering if you could answer in French and in English. Canada seems to have been given a break in terms of tariffs. Now, do you think that this will be the in small bits that will be hit with these tariffs? Well, first of all, as I said, we have had a number of discussions with our U.S. counterparts, and when I was in Washington, I can tell you the response was quite positive to our comments. Now, we are rolling up our sleeves, we are engaging with our U.S. counterparts, and I intend to go back to Washington very soon to defend Canadian interests. Just to add, Louis, to what Mélanie just said, a reprieve is kind of a strong term. I'd say that the plans of the U.S. administration are not really well known. If they decide to really take a close look at the U.S. and Canadian relationship, and particularly when it comes to trade, that's a very good thing, particularly since between Christmas and the New Year, Mélanie and I have had conversations with them, and those conversations continue. So what we want to do is see how we can strengthen both the Canadian and U.S. economy at the same time, because we think that's a win for everyone. And we're very pleased to have those discussions. However, we have obviously prepared ourselves in case tariffs hit us, and we are prepared to defend Canada's economy and the national interests at all times.
Mélanie just repeated what I think is well known. Our government has been preparing with the incoming administration a conversation around how the economy of Canada and the economy of the United States and the cost of living in both countries and secure access to energy supplies, to critical minerals, is best when we work together. And applying tariffs to imports from Canada wouldn't benefit the economy of the United States. It clearly would have been negative for the Canadian economy. So we remain very much on the job to protect the Canadian economy. If the administration wants to study the economic and trade relationship between Canada and the United States, we think that's a positive opportunity for us to continue to tell the Americans, and obviously Canadians as well, the importance of working together and how both countries are stronger and more secure when we respect and honor a comprehensive free trade agreement. It's in the interest of American consumers and American businesses, but it's also very much in our own economic interest to maintain that partnership with the United States. No?
Yeah, and I think what is important to remind ourselves is when President Trump tweeted back in December that he had concerns with the border and fentanyl, we acted, and we acted swiftly. And we presented a very strong border plan, which was presented by Dominic and also is being implemented by David right now. And we got some very positive feedback from the administration. And of course, meanwhile, we made sure to push for our interests and to convince a lot of Republican senators and key Republican decision makers about the value of a win-win relationship. So we'll continue to roll up our sleeves, and for all those watching us right now, what is really, really important is we need to continue to be Team Canada and we need to be united.
Monsieur McGuinty, j'aimerais vous entendre
Mr.
sur
McGuinty,
cette
I'd
promesse
like you to comment on the promise made by Mr. Trump with respect to massive deportations. Do you expect a lot of people to try and cross the Canadian border? Well, a few days ago, on Saturday, we spent most of that day meeting with public safety people, the president of the CBSA and the RCMP. So there's a plan in place. We're looking at the figures. There's nothing to suggest any changes are occurring, but if people do try to cross the border into Canada between two ports of entry, that is both illegal and dangerous.
To deal with any potential surge, I've met with the officials at the RCMP, the CBSA. There is domestic cooperation between our agencies, between the federal and provincial governments. We're working with our American counterparts, and we're watching very carefully. And we have just-in-time numbers coming to us at the border crossings. It's important for folks to understand if they're planning on trying to cross the border in between our ports of entry, it is illegal to do so, and it's dangerous to do so. So it's very important for folks to understand that we have a very, very tight cooperation, integration between the RCMP, the CBSA, our provincial counterparts, and our American partners, and we're working hand in glove on this.
If I may, let's keep it one question per journalist, please. Une question par journaliste. Merci.
Mickey here with Canadian Press. I'm going to immediately break that rule. How did you guys find out?
Ask two questions of the same one.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Yeah, part A, part B.
And we'll pick and choose.
I hope not. How did the Canadian government find out about this study, and will you guys try to mirror the American study to prepare for its outcome?
So this is news today, and I think the world got to know this information through the Wall Street Journal this morning. And so, of course, right now, the new incoming administration is still finalizing its transition. It is important for people to understand that a lot of the key secretaries of the Trump administration have not been confirmed yet. The counterpart of Dominic and myself and David have not been confirmed yet. So we're still talking to them and engaging with them, but also all their offices and everything that is linked to being able to do the job back in Washington is not finalized. So that's why we need to engage, we need to do the work, and meanwhile, we'll continue to make sure that we adapt. This was news today. It is important news, and at the same time, we'll be working on preventing tariffs, like I said, and preparing a response.
You didn't get a heads up?
Pardon?
You didn't get a heads up?
There was no conversation today, but because everybody was at the swearing in. But definitely I'm speaking this week to Marco Rubio. I'm heading to Washington in the coming days, and we'll continue to engage. I've been, and I know Dom has been in contact with Howard Lutnick as well. Tom Holman, the border czar, also over the weekend. So there is a level of disorganization that is linked to any transition. It is normal. We're adapting.
Ashley Burke, CBC News. So you're sending messages to them, but are they sending anything back that gives you any information about when tariffs could come? And as well, how are you all feeling today that on day one, it appears so far that there's not going to be these tariffs announced today?
Well, first, it was all about the border. And we did the job on the border. And I'm convinced Dominic and David will want to comment on that. And we got some good feedback. And even over the weekend, when we were engaging with the border czar, Tom Homan, he was giving us good feedback because the first Black Hawk helicopters were at the border. And I'm convinced David will be able to give more comments on that. And at the same time, you know, we're very cautious. We know we can make sure that this is a win-win relationship. We'll continue to work in the entire Hill in Washington and across the country. And, you know, we think that there's a good story to tell, but we have to be cautious. You want to add anything?
I'd simply say I think the level of cooperation between Canadian and American border officials is very, very close. We continue to make progress. In Canada, we've purchased we've obtained a number of Black Hawk helicopters, which will make a big difference. We have mobile radar systems coming in that we're using in conjunction with our American colleagues. We've procured 60 new drones, which are actually made in the United States, from the United States, which are in keeping with their national security and our national security concerns. We've aligned our opening hours in terms of our border crossings. It's a very important issue. We've gotten rid of the notion of flagpoling, where people could go down around the border and come right back into our Canadian ports of entry. That's saved 8,000 days of work for our border officers here in the United States. I think it's important for Canadians and Americans both to remember this. We have a very strong border, and what we're doing is making it stronger. Stronger for Canada and stronger for the United States. Because frankly, the antidote to lose-lose is win-win. And this is very much about winning. And I think our American counterparts now have understood, on the border at least, there's very little daylight between us domestically and very little daylight between us and the United States.
Yep.
Feeling very good. I think we're working hard, anticipating more work. Managing this relationship is going to be important. This is President Trump's first day in office. It's an important day for him and his administration, and we will govern ourselves accordingly. On se sent, je pense,
well, I think we feel ready to pursue those negotiations and our work with the United States and our U.S. counterparts. Obviously, we have a lot to share with them and vice versa, and this can take some time, but I feel encouraged. Well, you asked me how I feel, and I say that I really feel motivated. We're rolling up our sleeves to work.
It's really, really important that we continue to roll up our sleeves and make sure that we defend Canadians' interests. You want to say? How do you feel, Dominic?
I feel great. I'm looking forward to the next question.
Ministers, you're gathering here for a cabinet meeting with really no more information today than you had yesterday about what the plan was from Donald Trump in terms of trade tariffs and what the impact is going to be for Canada. So how do you go about developing a plan when you still don't have that information from your counterparts in the U.S.?
Well, the thing is we've been doing the work to prevent tariffs. Just if you look at whom we've talked to, the three of us, in the past 2 months, we've talked to the incoming U.S. Secretary of Commerce, the incoming U.S. Secretary of State, the incoming U.S. Secretary of Energy, the number 2 of the Republicans, which is John Thune, the leader of the majority in the Senate, the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee for the Republicans in the Senate, Jim Rich, Lindsey Graham, who is a senator very close to Trump. We've been also engaged with the border czar, which is Tom Homan. We've been in contact with so many different key Republican leaders. We've been also in contact with key Democrats. Jonathan Wilkinson, the Minister also of Energy, has been working the Hill last week as well. So we're acting as Team Canada, and we'll continue to advocate for a win-win relationship and meanwhile defend Canada's interests.
This will be the last question, please. Thank you.
Juste un petit peu parce qu'on peut beaucoup de français. Et je vais y aller avec ma question.
Perhaps you could just clarify what is new about Canada's preparation at this time in terms of counter tariffs and in terms of carbon pricing. We were asking Mr. Guilbeault about the leadership race and various viewpoints. We've been hearing about carbon taxes. And his response was to say that Pierre Poilievre is just lying about the carbon tax. So do you think he's having any impact on the leadership race? What was your first question again? What is new in terms of Canada's preparation? Well, we have to prevent the tariffs. We've been doing that work to try and prevent those tariffs from materializing. We continue to work hard on this, Mr. Wilkinson as well. Mary Ng is in Washington. And what we're also doing is we will continue to prepare our response, and maybe Dominic wants to add something to that, but with respect to the leadership campaign, I have expressed my own viewpoint, but the reason we're here is to work on our relationship with the United States because it's an essential relationship. And we will be focusing with the Prime Minister to ensure that we defend Canada's interests. Question was on carbon pricing.
In terms of our plan, we'll continue to make sure that we're ready. We'll continue to work the Hill in Washington, across the country as well. And finally, as for the leadership rate, I've made my views clear. And at the same time, we're here to talk about the very, real threat of tariffs from Donald Trump against Canadians and Canada. And in that sense, we're united as Team Canada, and we'll be working with the Prime Minister a bit later this afternoon to make sure that we have a strong response.
That was the last question. C'était la dernière question, à moins qu'un ministre veuille dire quelque chose.
Merci.
You have been listening to Foreign Affairs Minister Mélanie Joly, Finance Minister and Intergovernmental Affairs Minister Dominic LeBlanc, and Public Safety Minister David McGuinty speaking ahead of a Liberal cabinet retreat in Montebello, Quebec, all focused on what has happened today, and that is the inauguration of Donald Trump, a new administration in the U.S. and Canada-U.S. relations, and the concerns around tariffs. They did not come today. The CBC's Olivia Stefanovich is at the Liberal retreat in Montebello, Quebec. She joins us now live. So a lot of the reporters' questions was, all right, how are you feeling? They didn't come today, but they still may come. And we heard words like motivation. We still have to fight against this. We still have to engage. And the concern is still there. Maybe not today, maybe tomorrow, who knows?
Well, Andrew, they're not out of the woods yet, that's for sure. And, there was a lot said there amongst the three ministers who were present. Essentially, what it boils down to is that Canadian officials feel confident in their plan that they presented to this new Donald Trump administration, his second term in the White House. They're confident in the border plan that they presented to officials, and they received good feedback, as we just heard from the Foreign Affairs Minister, Mélanie Joly. But their job is still ongoing. In fact, Joly said she plans to go to Washington in the coming days to continue to make the case to the Americans that they need a strong relationship, Americans do, and Canadians, with each other, and they rely on each other so much for their economy, for trade, and that moving ahead with these tariffs would be a mistake if Donald Trump chooses to do that. So that's what this cabinet retreat over the next 2 days is focusing on, continuing with this plan that Canadian officials have been preparing for months now. They say they are confident with this, but they still want to make sure that they are ready for any scenario that the Trump administration throws at them, because Trump is unpredictable and they need to be prepared in case tariffs, yes, they weren't imposed today, but they could be imposed tomorrow. And Trump, in his inaugural address today, he did say that he plans to move forward with tariffs. He didn't mention Canada in his speech, but he did say he wants to move ahead with this and create a new government agency to collect money from these tariffs on foreign countries. So this is something that deeply concerns Canadian officials. In over the next 2 days here in Montebello, Quebec, cabinet ministers will be getting together in a war room-like setting to prepare and respond to whatever they are faced with, Andrew.
Olivia, thank you. The CBC's Olivia Stefanovich in Montebello, Quebec. David Cochran is up next with much more on Donald Trump's inauguration and how Canada has prepared for his presidency. That starts in seconds from now.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Donald Trump takes the oath, becoming the 47th President of the United States, and now he implements his agenda. Hi there, this is a special edition of Power and Politics. I'm David Cochran in Ottawa, but all eyes are on Washington. President Trump is set to begin signing executive orders, laying out his plan to make America great again.
The golden age of America begins right now. From this moment on, America's decline is over.
Missing from Trump's day one actions, tariffs on Canada and Mexico, at least for now.
I think it's a lot worse today than it was yesterday. Make no mistake about it. He's coming for us. Is it tomorrow or is it a month down the road?
We'll have extensive coverage of this historic day throughout the show. We're watching for President Trump to start signing those executive orders. We also have our eyes on the Liberal cabinet retreat, where the federal government plans for those threatened tariffs. But we're going to begin today on Capitol Hill. The CBC's Katie Simpson is there. She'll be with us all throughout our special coverage today. So, Katie, we have been waiting and watching for tariffs. That didn't come, but President Trump is expected to sign, close to 100 or more than 100 executive orders? What's to come today?
That's roughly where the estimates are at this point. And one thing I was cautioned by a senior Canadian government official is, let's see what text says when it comes to anything related to trade and tariffs. The reporting in the United States right now is that Donald Trump is actually not going to be signing any executive orders that specifically impose tariffs in this moment. That is what everyone in Canada had been waiting and watching for after he made that threat back on November 25th. In the evening, that post on Truth Social where he said he would impose 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico his first day in office unless he saw dramatic improvements in border security to reduce the flow of migrants as well as drugs into the United States. As a result of that, Canada launched a plan proposing to spend more than $1 billion US to revitalize and revamp border security in the hopes of appeasing Donald Trump. We know that Canadian officials have spent time in Washington, D.C., in Mar-a-Lago, Florida, trying to make that case to Trump to make sure that Canada would not be hit by tariffs. At this point, the understanding we have is that Donald Trump could sign executive orders to study trade imbalances, to look at unfair trade, something that he complains about quite frequently in person and on social media. When he talks about the trade deficit with Canada, it's often exaggerated, but there is a trade deficit with Canada because of our energy imports into the United States. And so we shall see where things go, how things go. But of course, from the Canadian perspective and through that Canadian lens, that is what everyone has been watching and waiting for, to see if there is going to be some sort of executive order that could cause very significant damage to the Canadian economy. In terms of the big picture of the day, this is the day that Donald Trump and his supporters have been waiting for. You know, outside the Capital One Arena, where what they're calling it is a parade. It's essentially going to likely be more like a rally type event later this afternoon. Some speakers have already started making their presentations. We're waiting for Donald Trump to leave Capitol Hill. There's a luncheon taking place, and then he'll head over to the Capital One Arena. and then perhaps start signing some of those executive orders. And David, as I wrap up, things to look for. Is he going to start pardoning some January 6th, some people who were convicted in January 6th? Is he going to do things about additional oil production in the United States, drilling, unlocking, as he calls it, liquid gold under the feet of Americans? What is he going to do around climate change? Is there going to be something in there about withdrawing from the Paris Climate Accord? That's something that the White House has signaled is coming today. And then immigration. That's the other big one. What is he going to do in terms of securing the southern border? He plans to declare an emergency at the southern border. So we're going to see how that sort of shapes up and get the specific details of how he's going to implement his agenda.
Okay, Katie, we know you'll be all over it, and you're here with us for that whole 3 hours of the show. We'll check back with you in a little bit. That's the CBC's Katie Simpson, live today in Washington, D.C.
Our government has been preparing with the incoming administration a conversation around how the economy of Canada and the economy of the United States and the cost of living in both countries and secure access to energy supplies, to critical minerals, is best when we work together. And applying tariffs to imports from Canada wouldn't benefit the economy of the United States. It clearly would have been negative for the Canadian economy. So we remain very much on the job to protect the Canadian economy.
So just as Donald Trump begins his second term as U.S. president, here at home, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and his federal cabinet are holding a cabinet retreat at Chateau Montebello in Quebec. Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Joly joins us now from Montebello. Minister, it's good to see you. Thank you for making the time on a busy day.
Thank you, David. It's a pleasure.
So no tariffs on day one, as Donald Trump had promised or threatened, depending on your perspective. Dominic LeBlanc said earlier, reprieve is probably too strong a word. How do you view the lack of specific tariffs today?
Well, I think that we've been engaging a lot, U.S. officials, since the election of President-elect Trump, well, now President Trump, and we need to continue to roll up our sleeves and do the work. Because at the end of the day, what we want is, of course, to defend Canada's interests and Canadians' interests, but we want to make sure that Americans in Washington, but also across the country, understand how much this is a win-win relationship. And why is it a win-win relationship, David? It is also because, at the end of the day, Americans have a trade surplus with Canada because of increased demand in energy. But if you get rid of the energy exports that we're sending to the U.S., which are very, very important, the U.S. actually has a trade surplus with Canada of $50 billion. And so, in that sense, I don't think anybody wins in any form of trade tensions, and that's why we'll continue to engage and make our case.
How do you interpret, though, the lack of action today specifically on this? And we know there may very well be an executive order to study trade practices and whether people are living up to arrangements, including China, Canada, and Mexico. But the expectation was something definitive and maybe clarifying what happened today, and it hasn't. So how do you interpret that in terms of the president's motives?
Well, let's go back in time a bit. Back in December, when President Trump tweeted about the fact that there was a fentanyl crisis and there was an issue with the border, the Mexican border, but also with the Canadian border, we took him to his word. And Dominic LeBlanc, at the time, which was public safety minister, worked very, very hard to present a very strong and well-funded border plan of $1.3 billion. Afterwards, him and I engaged Tom Homan, the border czar, and we explained how much this was important to us, because also we wanted to save lives in Canada as the Americans wanted to save lives in the U.S. And based on that, we announced more boots on the ground, we announced more Black Hawk helicopters, drones, much more technology, and all that to say, we got some good feedback from the incoming administration. So, and that was the link between what President Trump was saying and also potential tariffs. So we've done the work, and meanwhile, we'll continue to do the work on the question of tariffs, because at the end of the day, we want to make sure that we defend Canada's interests, but also we need to make sure that people around Trump, the president himself, but people around him, and also key Republican senators are aware of what would be at stake. And that's why I was in Washington last week, and that's why I will be talking to Marco Rubio this week, the new U.S. Secretary of State, and also I'll be going back the week after, actually next week, to Washington.
He did make it about the border, Donald Trump did initially, but since then the language has kind of evolved to talk about trade imbalances and subsidies, the lack of spending on defense, sort of rolling it all into one as if the tariff is a means to get action on all of those ends. Your border plan may have satisfied some of them, but surely you don't think this is mission accomplished on tariffs, is it? Because he is a negotiator, and you've moved to a certain point. He's probably going to try to get you to move some more.
We're good negotiators too, David.
I'm not saying you aren't,
but able to get. No, but we got to a good place on the USMCA under his first term, what at the time was really existential for us. And so we'll continue to do that again. And we know that President Trump is the one, at the end of the day, always taking the decision, but there are lots of key advisors around him. And we need to make sure that we make our case, that we are able to show how much this can be a win-win relationship. When I talk about trade, it's definitely energy, but also critical minerals. We know how much people in his entourage are interested in having access to more energy because of the need for AI to support much more AI development and counter China. We also worked a lot on our position about the Indo-Pacific. We've been clear also that we want to do more when it comes to supporting them around the world and geopolitically. And yes, we're increasing our investment in defense, but at the end of the day, what is at stake is making sure that we save jobs in Canada, make sure that the cost of living is affordable, and that's the same for Americans. That's why I was on CNN last week, and that's why also I was working the Hill in Washington, because at the end of the day, it was also about Americans' wallets and also saving jobs and creating jobs also in the U.S. But that resonated a lot, David.
In the tariff fights of the first Trump presidency, he acted kind of unilaterally under the guise of a national economic emergency to hit steel and aluminum. And Canada was able to push back with reciprocal tariffs. Yeah. This time, though, after promising 25% across the board or threatening it, they've now gone to a study, which is a more typical sort of trade action that you see from trade agencies of a national government. I mean, does this suggest to you that they realize the cost? Because he's talking about lowering costs. That was one of his executive orders today. Becoming an energy superpower. Yeah. Tariffs go against all of those things, especially with the nature of the Canadian relationship. The fact that he's moved away from threats to a study. I know it still hangs there. Does that suggest to you some sort of a moderation in how he's approaching this?
Listen, I'm not speculating. It's not my job to do that. At the end of the day, my job is to make sure to lead the efforts of our diplomats in Washington, making sure that we're one team Canada. This should not be a partisan issue. We should all be united, Liberals, Conservatives, NDP, bloc across the country. And if what has been shown in the past few weeks is that President Trump has been able to do what no federal politicians have been able to do over decades, which is unite the country. And so we'll continue to work as one team.
Okay, speaking of federal politics, over this weekend you endorsed Mark Carney for the leadership of the Liberal Party of Canada. This comes at a critical time of who is going to be the Prime Minister to deal with Donald Trump after he does whatever it is he is going to do. You were in cabinet when Chrystia Freeland had that job last time around. Why do you think Mark Carney is a better choice than Chrystia Freeland for this moment?
I think we need somebody with strong credentials when it comes to weathering economic crisis, particularly the one that Mark was able to deal with in 2008 when he was the governor of the Bank of Canada, and also afterwards Brexit when he was the governor of the Bank of England. But I must say, David, I have a lot of respect for all three candidates, Chrystia, Karina, and Mark. It was a tough choice. It's difficult because we're one strong family. But of course, I wanted to make sure that I would send a signal to my volunteers and my organizers. And meanwhile, I'll just concentrate on Canada-U.S. and answering all your tough questions.
Well, but I just wonder, because one of former Minister Freeland's selling points is that she has dealt with Donald Trump before, and she was one of the point people, if not the point person, on dealing with this for the government of Canada. Why is that not what you are looking for in your pick for the next leader at this point in time, Minister?
I still think also that we need to have not only a strong economic plan. I think also we need to make sure that we have a strong balance sheet as well. I think Canadians are making tough choices. I think it's the federal government's time also to make tough choices. But at the end of the day, like I was saying, we have 3 good candidates. And my job will be, and I've said that also when deciding not to run to become the leader of the Liberal Party, is to put my country first and to work along with the Prime Minister and along with my colleagues in Cabinet to make sure that we can continue to defend Canada's interests at a crucial moment in the Canada-U.S. relationship.
Okay, one last question about Canada-U.S. and Trump. The expectation was there'd be some clarity today. There is not. There may just be more confusion. So is that better or worse than yesterday? I mean, how does the government view this now that the clarity everyone was expecting on the 20th of January didn't materialize, and it's still this holding pattern on what exactly he's going to do?
I wouldn't say that we were always expecting for clarity. I think there's a level of unpredictability when it comes to the Trump administration that we were ready to deal with, and we're still ready to deal with. We've been clear we have a plan. The plan is first to prevent tariffs, to make sure that we make our case in Washington across the country and we make allies. Second was also to prepare for tariffs, prepare our response. And that's definitely what we will be talking at Cabinet together amongst colleagues. And the third one was to prepare our long-term response, because we know that we are over-reliant on the American market. So we need to make sure that there's less commercial barriers between, for example, my home province of Quebec and Ontario than actually Quebecers or Ontarians exporting to the U.S. We need to make sure that there's no hurdles across the country. We also need to diversify our markets across the country. And so we have a really good team of different ministers working on that, and we'll continue to do the work.
Minister Mélanie Joly, we appreciate your time on a busy day. We'd love to have you back after you speak to Secretary Rubio. Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, thank you, David.
Well, Donald Trump was sworn in as 47th President of the United States today, telling Americans he won't allow them to be taken advantage of any longer.
The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first.
Canadians have avoided a day one tariff from the Trump administration. The president will instead sign an executive order to investigate alleged unfair trade practices. In the meantime, Canadian officials continue to make a case against a trade war. My next guest led negotiations with the U.S. during Trump's first administration. David McNaughton is the former Canadian ambassador to the United States. David McNaughton, good to see you again. Thanks for being here, sir.
Good to see you.
I'd like to get your assessment of the lack of a tariff today and instead action to study tariffs. How do you interpret that?
Well, I mean, I guess in one respect, we should be thankful that we don't have 25% tariffs across the board. But we still do have, a profound amount of uncertainty. And I think that's going to continue for some time. Obviously, we need to work hard at coming up with some things that are going to avoid the tariffs in the future. I think there are some creative ideas that we need to come up with. I heard Minister Joly talking about trying to create a win-win, and I think that's important from a Canadian perspective. But I think we have to be able to also create something that Donald Trump can say that he won even if it is a win-win, we don't need to talk about win-win because he doesn't like things like that. He likes to be seen to have won, and even more so to sort of say, and you lost. So,
right.
I think there are some things that we can come up with. Obviously, on the defense and security side of things, I think we need to be a bit innovative. We obviously have to step up in terms of our military spending and security arrangements. There are some things I think we could do in the Arctic. We've got to do a little bit of thinking outside of the box during this period where there is a pause, where we don't have to be in a situation where the Canadian economy is reeling from massive tariffs. And you never know when he's going to, how long this study is going to take and what it's going to come up with.
No, it's all coming back, David McNaughton, of how unpredictable and uncertain these times will be. Having gone through it the first time around, and the president now, of course, is he's at the Capitol, he's inspecting troops right now. That's what people are seeing there on the split screen. But this, Dominic LeBlanc said today, the reprieve will be too strong of a word. It's like a pause, a delay. I mean, who knows exactly how long this goes, but a study of trade practices. I asked Melanie Joly about this, and she's rather smartly just trying not to get too far over her skis on responding to that. But that's a more typical sort of trade action, right, than unilateral tariffs. So how should we interpret that? I mean, when you look at that, what do you take from that?
Well, I still think we've got to be very cognizant of the fact that Donald Trump has said that his favorite word in the English language is tariff. I think some of his economic advisors, suggested that the kind of tariffs that he was talking about, 25% across the board with Canada and Mexico and 10% on everything else, would have an impact, a serious impact on inflation in the United States. And you notice in his remarks today, he was talking about lowering inflation and getting it down. So I think this is a sort of a pause where they get to where his advisors will get to assess what the impact of certain tariffs would be on inflation in the United States, because that would really cause Trump huge problems if either the stock market crashed or if inflation roared back.
Yeah, because there's a collision in the messages he's sending today, if you look at it rationally, right? He has signed an executive order telling all government departments to find ways to reduce costs for ordinary Americans. He's unleashed an energy executive order to make it easier to drill on previously restricted land so you can get more oil in to lower gas prices and increase energy reliance. And if you were to hit Canada with tariffs, you make all of those, it works counter to all of those goals, right? It makes things more expensive. It drives up gas by 75 cents a gallon. To use the American measurement, is the Canadian calculation. So this pause, do we think this could be really something that turns into a reprieve?
Yeah, I think it possibly could. I just don't think that it's going to. I think it's necessary for us to continue to talk about, what great trading partners we are and what value we bring to the table, both on energy and potentially on critical minerals and other things. But I also think we've got to, as I said, think about some new and innovative things that we can put on the table. And as I say, particularly in the defense and security side, that are going to, that are going to be more than just telling Americans and telling Trump, well, we're really good partners. We're really good friends. Look at all the things we do. Yes, that's true. And we need to say that. We need to think outside of the box in terms of some new things that we can, show that we really are in a very difficult geopolitical time, a reliable partner. I mean, I've said on the critical minerals, I talked to the U.S. National Security Advisor when I was ambassador, and I said, why aren't you trying to do what you did with the aluminum industry, where you started it in Canada, and we've got these critical minerals? And he said to me, well, David, we'd love to have your critical minerals, but we need to have them before 2050 when you get them out of the ground.
Yeah.
So we've got to start getting focused a little bit more on outcomes rather than, promises and talking about what we're going to do in 2032 or 2040 or whatever it is, and actually talk about things that are, meaningful now and show that we are committed partners to the United States, which we are, and I think we've done a good job, and we do a good job on trade. But we can't take this, what you described as a reprieve or whatever, as being a victory. We've still got to think about, how we can make sure that we're protected in the future.
Yeah, they have being a reliable partner to the U.S. is one thing, but being a reliable partner to Donald Trump is probably more what he wants to see, right? That you have to find something you can do and package it in a way that he can celebrate it. And I wonder about that though, David McNaughton, because the last time you dealt with this administration, the first time you dealt with the Trump administration, Justin Trudeau was about 15, 16, 17 months into his start as prime minister. The government was in a majority situation. Political consensus, very different than it is today. I mean, how does what's happening here, the Liberal leadership, people staking out positions on Trump as part of those campaigns? Chrystia Freeland published something in the Washington Post today. How does this affect Canada's efforts to deal with the Trump administration at this point, do you think?
Well, it makes it very difficult. And obviously, I think, Minister Joly and Minister LeBlanc and others are trying to do the best they can. But there's obviously an awful lot of uncertainty, and uncertainty as to who's going to win the Liberal leadership, and then who's going to win the election and what their policies are going to be. So I don't see this being resolved, in a definitive way that eliminates the uncertainty anytime soon. I think we're probably talking about months rather than weeks. And, in some respects, we shouldn't be worried about that. We should be seeing it as an opportunity. And I think even in the last several weeks, as Mélanie Joly said, we've seen Canadians come together in a way which we haven't seen since Donald Trump's first presidency. And I think that's a good thing. And the more that we can do that, the better off we're going to be.
I would agree it is probably going to be months, and I'd say about 48 months because it's a 4-year presidency, and I doubt it's going to settle down.
Well, yes and no. I mean, I think the president's got an awful lot of really difficult things on his plate, and he's also got midterms coming up in 2 years. I would say, within 2 years, the situation may not be quite as clear as it is today. He may not have nearly the amount of clout that he's got. I mean, he's feeling pretty confident right now, the greatest victory ever and all this kind of stuff. So, we may have to have a little bit of patience, and as I say, a little bit of creativity. There are some things that we could do in Canada to get our act together that would improve our productivity. And if it's, if all of that happens, then, so much the better. So,
right. Well, a day without 25% tariffs is better than a day with 25% tariffs. So I guess you take your victories where you can right now.
Without question. Take your victories when you can. So we'll, but we got some tough times ahead. But I think we're up to it. And as I say, hopefully we can deal with some of the things that have been causing us to have lower productivity ourselves over the last, decade or so, and get up our game to be competitive in a really competitive world.
David McNaughton, Canada's former ambassador to the United States. Thank you for being here today, sir. We always appreciate the time.
Well, thank you. Take care.
Okay, joining me now here is the CBC's chief political correspondent, Rosie. It was like at least 24 hours since we were in the studio together, so we had to change that. What do you make of where we are right now? I mean, there was this expectation of clarity, and there's not. There is this study to look at it, so it's still hanging out there, this threat of trade action, but not today.
Yeah, but as you yourself just said, at least we don't have the tariffs, right?
Oh, yes.
So we don't have clarity, but we also don't have the worst case scenario. So from that perspective, I think we can, take a little pause and declare a tiny win, at least for today. Ambassador Hillman, when she was speaking earlier today, floated the idea that other things could be coming. And we have heard, of course, the idea of incremental tariffs or negotiating on something and not another. So I agree with Ambassador McNaughton that we are by no means out of the woods. And I think that in this case, the context that you were discussing is really important. If, for instance, we could maintain this, I'm going to call it a stay, we could maintain the stay of tariffs through the Liberal leadership and into an election, that would be good. Because these confusing messages coming from various corners as people try to position themselves politically, it makes it very difficult to have any real negotiating. So I am by no means saying that Pierre Poilievre is right, that we should have an election right now. Yeah. But an election will be a clarifying moment for the country, and it will allow whoever wins a better mandate and an agenda in terms of how to approach this, because it is just the beginning. I mean, remember, Donald Trump did not talk about an external revenue service for no reason. This is a department he's going to set up to do this very thing, to collect tariffs in order to help pay for some of his big promises. That's disconcerting, I think, and should be disconcerting for people. A national energy emergency is not great news for this country either, if that means that he can suddenly start drilling and finding new sources of oil in the United States. So there's things to worry about here. And I think, buying time right now was actually probably our best option.
Yeah, it was interesting to listen to, Melanie Joly off the top of the show, and just before that, the press conference with her ministers, McGuinty and Minister LeBlanc, Dominic LeBlanc saying reprieve is too strong a word, which was an interesting bit of expectation management and situating kind of the fact that the snooze button got hit on tariffs today, but is it a 6-minute snooze or a 10-minute snooze? Who knows? But the fact that they learned there wouldn't be tariffs in the Wall Street Journal, just like everybody else, and also the fact that all of the cabinet secretaries are not sworn in, so you don't have that person you can pick up the phone and call today and say, what do you mean by this, right? It's still not quite there.
Yeah, I mean, they at least are texting the right people, but they don't have any official capacity at this stage. I mean, I will say on the Wall Street Journal thing, the person that I was talking to inside the Prime Minister's office said that's where we'll find the answer.
Yes,
like that was the expectation of where that would be leaked. But it does show you, I think, that while they're talking to people, they don't know. They don't know enough about how this is going to unfold. I think a study at least gives you the opportunity to try and make a case, right? It at least gives you the chance to say, okay, but we do this and you take that, which I don't know that Donald Trump was listening to before. So from that perspective, that is a win that they're listening to it now. It's just I'm not sure that was because of our influence, or rather it was because the people around him, as David McNaughton so rightly said, are concerned about inflation. If you got elected on a promise to help affordability, to cut grocery prices, to cut the price of gas, and to make things easier on people, you don't want to then immediately go and do something that does quite the opposite. To me, that's probably a stronger argument for Donald Trump than us saying we spent $1 billion at the border. But who knows? Are there other things we should be doing? As David McNaughton said, Danielle Smith earlier today was talking about they want to be an energy superpower. Let's get some pipelines going. I mean, these are things these are conversations that are going to have to start to happen over the coming weeks and months.
Okay, just quickly, I think we've got images here of Donald Trump leaving the Capitol building. He's on his way to the Capital One Arena, which is where the Washington Capitals play, I believe, and maybe the Washington Wizards. I can't remember where the NBA team plays. But he's going to be signing some executive orders there in front of a crowd of his supporters. How do you think the federal government's approach changes after today? I mean, they have been doing this push to warn everybody against the tariffs are acting against your own rational self-interest, your own economic interest. They were not claiming victory or sighing relief in what I saw today and what Minister Joly said today. I mean, is it just continue with that? She's going to D.C. She's going to meet with Marco Rubio, who's a key voice on this. What's your sense?
Yeah, I think it's you keep your your foot on the gas, frankly.
Right.
You don't go too far down one road because you don't need to do that yet, but you certainly don't declare victory and down tools. It's quite the opposite. I think they need to probably lean in, engage more, have those meetings, and continue to poke away at what they think would actually get Donald Trump to abandon this idea entirely. But you're right, he doesn't have 48 months. He's got about 18 months to get this stuff done. And this is not top of the list, but it's close. And so they need to continue engaging and see where they can get. And they need to do that before we end up in a federal election and people have to rebuild all those relationships from scratch.
And the immigration plan, once he starts doing that, with the deportations and some of the measures there, that's going to consume a lot of his domestic political energy. Okay, Rosie, we're going to check in with you again throughout the show. We need to talk Liberal leadership. We've got to catch up on all the things that happened over the weekend. All right, that's the CBC's Rosemary Barton. As Donald Trump is headed off to the Capital One Arena, his first day back in office is tariff-free, at least so far, but not everyone north of the border is relieved. Ontario Premier Doug Ford said just hours ago he's still convinced tariffs are coming and that his province needs to have an election so he can fight against them.
These are going to be negotiations that are going to go on for quite some time right now. And make no mistake about it, he's coming for us. I think it's a lot worse today than it was yesterday.
So an election's not on the back burner?
And I need a clear mandate from the people of Ontario to fight against these tariffs.
David Patterson is Ontario's representative in Washington, and he joins me now. David Patterson, it's good to see you, sir. Thank you for taking the time.
Hi, David. Good to see you.
I wonder if you share the Premier's assessment that today is you're worse off than yesterday. There's no 25% tariff. There's a study instead of an executive order on it. Is that worse than yesterday?
Well, I think we have to keep the pedal to the metal here for sure, and we need to really make sure that both Canadian but also American business are mobilized to really explain within the administration how bad this could be on both sides of the border. So there's lots of work to do in that regard, and we've got to protect our business at home and make sure that we have a good plan to think this through. So yes, there's going to be some additional work here in terms of study, but nothing really changes in terms of going forward. It's just like in business. You're not going to sign until you've seen the term sheet.
But, you know, if he was determined to go ahead with the 25% across-the-board tariff, he probably would have done it today, don't you think? I mean, do you take any optimism from this delay and study rather than the day one action that he had threatened on social media?
No, I mean, I think everybody in Canada would love to have someone wave a wand and say your problems are all taken care of, but that would really be foolish. You know, this is one of the more significant threats to the Canadian economy that we've seen in my memory. And so we are building great relationships. We've had a good day here in Washington with a lot of senators and House of Representatives visits here at the Canadian Embassy. We have to build on that. There's a lot of work to do here. Number one is let's protect our economy for the future, and then let's grow it. There's really an opportunity here as well, but we got to put the pedal to the metal.
You said this morning you thought it was very likely that there would be an executive order today imposing tariffs of some form, and that really was the consensus leading up to today. That a lot of people were convinced, even Daniel Smith, who went to Mar-a-Lago, that there was no way to avoid it on day one of a Trump presidency. Why do you think he didn't do it? What do you think is... I know it's hard to move around on Inauguration Day and talk to people because of security and schedules, but why do you think we are where we are as opposed to right smack in the middle of a trade war?
Well, I think I heard my friend David McNaughton commenting on inflation and some of the things that need to be thought about here in the United States. You know, my perspective, living here for the last year and thinking about this from the American perspective, number one, the president needs to get his tax bill through. That's critical for the economy. He's got a razor-thin majority to work through. He needs to be able to show his Freedom Caucus that there are mechanisms for raising revenues. But you know, the best way to raise revenue is to build the economy together. We're not there yet. We have to make that case. And so there's a lot of work to do. There's not time to sort of give up on our homework. Let's keep working.
The study is not a tariff, but it's not nothing. And Canada and Mexico have been lumped in with China, at least in the initial wording from the president and his administration on this. What do you take from that he's putting Canada, a G7 NATO ally with a quarter-of-a-century hemispheric trade agreement in the same bucket as a non-market economy and agitator like China?
Yeah, just today talking with a couple of senators, and all through the last year, I've always, in every conversation, said, look, if we have tariff guns, they should be aimed outward at China, not inward at each other. We need each other, and I think that there's a growing consensus that that is the case. But there's work to do here in terms of, here we are on the first day. So let's not start having anybody foolishly in Canada declare victory on day one. There's a lot of work to do, and we're going to continue doing that.
Well, what's the argument you need to make now? Because by this point, surely, it must be clear to the president and everybody around him the ripple effect tariffs that he has threatened would have on his affordability agenda, on his determination to have more energy at lower prices and sort of to make things cheaper than life was under Joe Biden. I mean, so what arguments do you start making now, David Patterson, now that he's gone to a study as opposed to the tariffs?
Yeah, I think it's more than just inflationary impacts that are very predictable, and I think American businesses will be speaking about that. I just saw two brilliant videos from two major trade associations shown to me here just to talk about their fear of what it would do to their business in the United States. But I think what's more than that is really us to delve into looking at our supply chains of all the things that we supply out of Canada that the United States cannot live without. We've talked about our high-grade nickel out of Ontario. We've talked about potash. We've talked about oil and gas. We've talked about critical minerals, aluminum. All of these things are absolutely essential, not just to the economy, but to the military. I think really smart people in the United States know that. They know that there are not a lot of substitutes for those kinds of things, but we have to work that through. Again, this is day one. We don't even have the cabinet appointed, so there's a lot of work to be done.
But, you know, Team Ontario, the Premier has made it clear, is all in on the Team Canada approach. But Team Alberta is a bit of a dissenter on this. I mean, in terms of your ability to make your argument down there, having the oil superpower of Canada offside with the consensus at the Premier's table, I mean, how is that affecting things in your conversations with the U.S.?
Yeah, I don't look at it that way. I've been joined at the hip with Alberta here for the last year. I think they're the tip of the spear in terms of the very first thing that Americans would see if there was any application of tariff would be right at the gas pumps. That's a pretty big contribution. And so our work is not only coordinated, it's complementary. And we all have a story to tell. We all have businesses that work both sides of the border, and we all share information with each other on a regular basis. I'm actually next door to the Alberta representative, James Rajat, who you know well, as well. And, that's been a really important thing for us as we've done all this work over the last year, and we certainly will continue doing that.
Premier Doug Ford says he may need a new mandate to respond to whatever comes from the United States. Do you think Ontario needs an election for you to do your job down there?
I mean, that's his call. My job's going to continue, and it's going to continue to focus on the things we're doing. I come to this with a business background. There is a lot of work to do working with businesses. We work really closely with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce that share a lot of our concerns. We work with a lot of the trade associations, and we've worked our way all up and down the halls of Congress. And so we're building a really good alliance of people that understand the facts. We've got 17 states we are their number one customer. And so if you're in business and you showed up and said, would you like to meet with your biggest customer? The answer is yes. And so we do that, and we do it on a daily basis, but we need to do it on an ongoing basis to kind of work our way. And as I say, let's turn these guns around and move them out towards China, and let's build a bigger economy together. So that's really what we got to keep working on.
But if you go into an election in Ontario, government goes into a sort of a caretaker mode. I mean, do you need a premier and a cabinet on the job for you to be able to sort of do your work in Washington, or would an election campaign complicate things?
No, I mean, I think I carry on, and so too would people in the embassy here at the federal level with all the changes that are taking place there. You know, these are ongoing relationships. The embassy stays open. I work in the embassy, and every day I'm up on Capitol Hill, and we're going to continue to do that and continue to share information. I'm here on behalf of the people of Ontario, and that's what I intend to do.
David Patterson, Ontario's representative in Washington. Always good to speak with you, sir. Thanks for being here today.
Thanks, David. Great to see you.
Appreciate it. Okay, so today, President Donald Trump reiterated his promise to work quickly to curb immigration.
I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy, and I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country.
The CBC's Richard Madden is in McAllen, Texas, right on the U.S. border with Mexico. Richard, a lot warmer there than in Ottawa and in Washington, D.C., so good for you for getting that assignment. Look, we heard Trump talk about the border. What more can you tell us about what he is planning here on day one?
Yeah, hey, David. Well, it wasn't surprising hearing what President Trump said in his inauguration speech because immigration was central to his campaign. And by declaring a national emergency at the southern border, that really unlocks resources and personnel from the Pentagon. So expect to see the National Guard and military equipment along the southern border. Texas, of course, is the largest state that borders Mexico. And here in McAllen, where the Mexico border is just about 2 kilometers away, it'll have a huge impact in these border towns. Trump also talked about the Remain in Mexico policy, which is another big campaign promise, and that really is to keep migrants in Mexico while their asylum claims are being processed here in the U.S. So it's a significant change that many people in this community are bracing for, but at the same time, David, many people in these border states voted for it.
Right. So what is the mood there where you are? I mean, what are you hearing about from residents about Trump's policies? Because this was such a visceral issue in the campaign. How are they reacting to what's happening today?
Yeah, this has somewhat divided the community. Some are concerned about the speed in which Trump is proceeding in these plans. They're waiting to see what actually happens. Today, of course, it's unusually cold and chilly, so I don't expect that we're going to see that show of force that Trump and his administration have promised of National Guard, people on horseback along the southern border. But they are waiting to see what happens. And it has really divided the community because the economy and the culture is so intertwined here. We spoke to the mayor of McAllen, and he's expressing some concerns. By the way, the mayor of McAllen is a card-carrying Republican, but he also expresses concerns that many of these people that Trump is targeting are those undocumented people who work on farms, who work in construction, the laborers. If they are deported, that could really damage the economic fabric of this community. On the other hand, you have state officials, Governor Greg Abbott, Republican of Texas, who plans to work hand in hand with Trump to enforce some of these measures. The state of Texas land office has received donations by ranchers of tens of thousands of acres. The Trump administration says they want to use this land to build camps, migration centers for migrants to be rounded up from across Texas and neighboring states before they are deported back. So there's a lot of questions on just how this will unfold. But again, Trump promised this during the campaign. This is a district that traditionally voted Democrat. The next county over had been voted Democrat for over 100 years. But in the 2020 election, it flipped to the Republican side of the equation. There's a huge Latino population that Trump made gains on. So he does have general support for these policies, but there is concerns about the speed, what it would look like with a militarized border, what this does for people that cross the border on a daily basis. Here's another example, David. We spoke to a truck driver from Mexico. He ships avocados from Mexico into Texas. He's worried that slowing down the border, he will be looked somewhat suspiciously, and he'll be unable to move his product into Texas and up through the southern states. So there's a lot of concerns about the speed. Will some of these people be targeted? But ultimately, what will a militarized border look like? here in one of the busier border towns in Texas.
And where do people go if the deportations start? And that's what has Canada on edge on all of that. All right, that's the CBC's Richard Madden. Thank you, Richard. We'll check back with you later. All right, we're going to bring back the CBC's Katie Simpson. She's on Capitol Hill and will be with us throughout our special coverage. We're watching and waiting for President Trump to take the stage at the Capital One Arena. And Katie, the headline of today's events is, in a word, pardons, because this is something we saw throughout the weekend from Joe Biden, because this is Donald Trump's first day, but also Joe Biden's last day.
Yeah, and so we just got a note from the pool, the team of reporters that's following Donald Trump, that he has arrived at the Capital One Center. And then, of course, as you mentioned, we are waiting for him to take the stage. They're describing this portion of the Inauguration Day festivities as the parade instead of the parade down Pennsylvania Avenue, which traditionally takes place following inauguration ceremony. That changed because of the cold weather, so they moved it indoors to the Capital One Arena. That is the same place where Donald Trump held his victory rally last night. And yes, you were correct earlier. It is where the Washington Capitals play, as well as the Wizards.
Here we go.
I've been there for sporting events, so there you go. So, but pardons are going to be key for Donald Trump as well as Joe Biden. Let's start with Joe Biden. Some of his final acts as president are issuing pardons to people who have been deeply criticized and targeted by Donald Trump, really speaking to this climate of political division, and the reaction we see to these pardons really explains this moment in America right now. So the initial batch of pardons went to people like Dr. Anthony Fauci, who led the American public through the COVID health crisis, General Mark Milley, who spoke out against Donald Trump, describing him as a fascist, and then lawmakers who were part of the January 6th Select Committee. They were the lawmakers who investigated what happened in the lead up to January 6th and what happened in the fallout after, from the start of spreading election fraud lies, which Donald Trump did repeat some of the election fraud lies at a second speech he gave today, shortly after he gave his formal inaugural address. So that is something he still continues to talk about 4 years later after winning re-election in a free and fair election. But those pardons, Joe Biden saying in a statement that, that he felt it was necessary. And then just minutes before Donald Trump was to be sworn in, another statement comes out from Joe Biden saying he's pardoning members of his family, his siblings and their spouses. And so Donald Trump was asked about that today. He said it's unfortunate he did that, but didn't want to talk about it on this day. But it speaks to sort of the mindset of Democrats in this moment, particularly when it comes to those lawmakers who are part of the January 6th committee. Liz Cheney is one of them. Other members as well who've been given now this protection because they fear that Donald Trump and the people around him will go after them. Now, on the flip side of that, Donald Trump supporters see this as another sort of prong of the weaponization of the justice system. Donald Trump said it in his inaugural address that they're going to stop the weaponization of the justice system. Donald Trump has not presented any evidence to show that the Biden administration had anything to do with the prosecutions that he was subjected to. He, of course, there were 4 criminal indictments. 3 of the cases didn't end up going very far in the process. There was 1 conviction, and he was found guilty on 34 felony counts, the first ever convicted felon and to be sworn in as president. And so, it's from Donald Trump's perspective, he has framed this as a weaponization of the justice system. The Biden administration was going after him because he was strong in the polls, and it's a point that his supporters say. And to add to sort of their frustration of this, they say, you know what, you don't think the Biden administration is, using the justice system to its advantage? Well, look at what happened with Hunter Biden, the president's son. He was given a pardon. Joe Biden saying, listen, my son was unfairly targeted, so I'm going to pardon my son. Trump supporters and those who believe Trump was unfairly targeted see that as in, support in their case. And so, the pardons today are going to add to that cynicism and really fuel the 2 different polarizing reactions to those moments. You've got Biden and the Democrats fearing that Donald Trump is going to seek revenge or go after them using the justice system, whereas Donald Trump says, I was targeted, I was attacked by the Biden administration. One other thing when it comes to pardons today, David, is the people convicted in the January 6th riots. We are expecting Donald Trump to sign some sort of pardons related to some of the offenders who were found guilty, have gone through the justice system related to crimes on January 6th. I can tell you that multiple American news agencies say that supporters of Donald Trump have gathered outside the D.C. jail, where many of the January 6th, the people who were convicted in January 6th and are serving time, they are right now, and they're out there looking forward to hopefully offering their support and show their support for Donald Trump should he go forward and sign some sort of executive order granting pardons for those people who stormed the Capitol 4 years ago.
Yeah, it's a remarkable moment, Katie, to say that on a day dedicated to the peaceful transition of power, the outgoing president has to preemptively pardon the innocent, and the incoming president is going to pardon or commute sentences for people who stormed where you are. Katie, thanks so much. We'll check back in with you in a little bit. That's the CBC's Katie Simpson. Well, President Trump's inaugural message today promised a review of foreign trade and the enrichment of American citizens.
I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens.
Trump initially threatened 25% tariffs in Canada and Mexico on his first day in office, but there are now reports Trump will order a trade deficit review instead. This would include a study of the North American Free Trade Pact, which could bring its own challenges. Joining us now from the Canadian Embassy in Washington is President and CEO of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, Candice Lang. Candice Lang, it's good to see you. Thank you for being here on Inauguration Day.
Thank you for having me.
Everybody, or not every, a lot of people were expecting to see tariffs today. We're not seeing them. What is your reaction to the lack of direct action by the Trump administration today?
Well, first off, any day without tariffs is a good day. That means $3.6 billion of business continues to happen between our two great nations in the economic union that we have. But no tariffs today does not mean no tariffs tomorrow. So we're turning our attention to the review and doing what we can to make sure the facts of our great economic union are considered in that review and not felt as an outcome of that review by both Americans and Canadians.
Do you have any sense of how this review will operate? I mean, I presume there are rules about these sorts of reviews that exist in trade agreements and trade law, but rules don't always apply in a Trump administration. So do you have any clarity on how this is going to happen and whether you can participate in a meaningful way?
Yeah, no clarity yet at this point. I think we're all eager to learn about those details. I think what we do know is Trump looks at international relations differently. Trump looks at, trade deficits in his own way, and so we'll be keen to bring data to that discussion and inputs into that. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce, you probably have seen, we've put out recently our Canada-U.S. trade tracker, free for everybody to use, so we can actually better educate all those that are in every tangent to that conversation and in that conversation themselves, so we can actually look at and better understand at all levels, national, subnational, just how big how big the economic force we are together.
Do you think it's about convincing, though, the president with data and with rational arguments and with charts, or is it about finding a way to allow him to claim victory without really damaging the Canadian economy?
Well, I think the approach, we know Trump likes to go win-lose, and I think we can be pretty clear with the facts in this case that tariffs mean a lose-lose scenario for Americans. We heard a lot today about keeping costs low, the affordability conversation. And it'll only be a matter of time if we can't, factor in this early in the discussions that it's felt by Americans. And so our hope is that we don't take the long way into that outcome, but we actually reach a good outcome by, better understanding early on just how great an economic union we have. We should not take that for granted on either side of the border. And in any case, we do not need economic force to be the great economic force that we already are.
Dominic LeBlanc said earlier today in reacting to the lack of tariff action at the cabinet retreat in Montebello that reprieve is too strong a word to describe this, right? Because there is still a lack of clarity and this cloud of uncertainty. And I see you nodding, so I presume you agree. But yeah. What can you use this time to do? Because surely all of the data and all of the trade numbers and all of the economic fallout has been shared widely with U.S. officials to this point, and I presume most of them that you speak with already know this, because most people in business and in politics are rational actors on some things. So what do you use this time to do? Like, what's the argument you can make now that could turn this into a permanent, actually turn it into a reprieve from the threat?
Well, I think you're quite right, and I would agree. I don't use reprieve for today. I don't use the word relief. I do use we have a bit of room to breathe and take another run at those discussions. And I think that's what we do. We leverage the bit of space and time we have to double down on our discussions and those efforts to have those conversations. And that's what the business community and the business association, the relationships we have, they are strong, they are durable ties. We will double down on those, which actually are very strong no matter what the scenario or transitions might be in politics.
It's interesting to see that all of these conversations continue to happen. There is some indication that Scott Bessent, who is Trump's nominee for Treasury Secretary, he hinted that maybe the full policy is still being worked out. So do you have any sense of whether or not this is the pause they need to dot their I's and cross their T's, yes, and this could still be coming?
I would hope so, and I think, I'm not an expert, but I think it's fair to say we learned a bit about this. We have quite a bit of game tape from Trump 1.0 to review, and I think things can change. You think you have a position or you think you have something worked out, but half an hour before something is announced, it could end up looking different. So I think that's part of what's really important as we plan in the space and time we have to breathe now, that we always do keep that in mind.
I keep looking for meaning and clarity in the actions and lack of actions of President Trump, and I should have learned my lesson from the first time that is a very difficult thing, if not impossible thing to do. But he didn't do the tariffs today, and he did sign other executive orders and send clear messages that the number one job is to reduce costs for people inside the United States, to drive down the price of groceries, to drive down the price of gas, to make life more affordable. Tariffs obviously work counter to that. Do you draw any hope from that is priority, setting the immigration issues aside, because that is a whole other thing that could be quite disruptive, but at least when it comes to dollars and cents in the economic side, his focus is on reducing costs and not hitting its biggest trading partner with tariffs?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's maybe a window or a toehold that we can pick up on, and we do know that the tariffs, a 25% tariff scenario means when Americans are filling up at the fuel pumps or at the grocery checkout line, in terms of their real household income, this has an impact. I think of well over $1,000, maybe $1,900 per household. So that's significant. I think what gives me hope is we either settle this the long way or the short way. We're hoping for the short way.
So meanwhile, President Trump has gotten a lot of action on the border, on both borders. Mexico has reoriented some of his trade practices and taken action on the U.S. southern border, and Canada has done similar things here, though the China issue is less of a pressing one for us. He may just keep doing this, right? Because even before he took office, he got action from his two biggest neighbors and economic allies, and creates uncertainty that presumably you would be worried could affect investment in Canada, investment in Mexico, and cause disruption on that side of the economic ledger.
Yeah, I mean, it's an unfortunate scenario. And uncertainty can be weaponized, but in Canada we deal with a lot of uncertainty, unfortunately, in business. And, I think what is very difficult and even frustrating for the business community and all of us is it's very hard to sift and sort through when we hear Trump say things, what are tactics versus what's part of an actual, more broad strategic agenda. And so the discipline that we take is, we take everything seriously, maybe not everything literally, but everything seriously to help navigate through that challenge, because that is part of the terrain here. It's incredibly difficult to know what means what, and sifting and sorting through, what is tactics versus what is, a strategic and broader agenda.
Do you think, just as a final question, do you think the end goal was just to get change on the border? Or do you think there's a broader realignment of trade and renegotiation of trade policies in a shorter term than the NAFTA review that seems to be the end goal here?
Yeah, I think I was quite clear, when the news of the 25% tariffs and the border demands came out on November 25th, that I cautioned we can do everything we can in terms of the border issue and be in the same place in terms of our position when it comes to our trade relationships. So I cautioned early on that, and I think that's important going forward. And, I think at the end of the day, this is an important moment for Canada. We can pause, reflect on our trade, the trading nation that we are, and strengthen ourselves on all fronts with the United States, in other markets, and even inside our own borders.
CEO of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, Candice Lang, we appreciate your time today. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
If you are just joining us, welcome to a special extended edition of Power and Politics. You're looking live here at the Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C., where President Donald Trump is expected to give remarks to that crowd shortly. It's the first day of President Donald Trump's second term as president. There's lots still to come on the show tonight, as Trump is expected to sign executive orders this hour. We'll also speak to the Canadian Minister of International Trade in just a moment. But first, the CBC's Katie Simpson is on Capitol Hill. She's been with us throughout our special coverage and earlier throughout the day. Katie, some VIP guests at the inauguration today. Who did we see and why were they there?
Well, sitting amongst some members of the Trump family and actually getting better seats in some cases than some people who are going to probably be the incoming members of his cabinet, a whole host of billionaires, some of the richest tech moguls on the planet. Elon Musk, who we know is going to have an influential role in Donald Trump's or in his administration. There's new reporting from the New York Times that apparently Musk is going to get an office in the West Wing. Apparently that was not initially expected to be the case. Elon Musk, the world's richest person, who of course runs Tesla and SpaceX, has really sidled himself up to Donald Trump after Musk certainly used his wealth to try to help support Donald Trump's case. Musk putting $275 million of his own money to try to help the Trump campaign, as well as hitting the election campaign trail, holding rallies, hosting $1 million draw in certain swing states, a controversial draw that, there was questions about whether it was something that could actually take place, whether it was within the law. But he has certainly sidled up to Donald Trump in the days since Trump won the election. Last night, he got to speak at the victory rally, and when they were running out of time and really in a time crunch, it was interesting to note, I watched that rally, Elon Musk got to go up on stage with Donald Trump and share in that moment, but JD Vance, the vice president, did not. He was originally scheduled to speak before, but things always run behind. It's very normal for rallies to run behind. Today is very much running behind, but Musk got to go up on stage and say, listen, we are going to make very serious changes in America. And really, we saw Musk front and center at today's events. And then also Mark Zuckerberg, who has really, since Donald Trump's reelection, has really sort of changed some key fundamental decisions at Meta, which of course is the parent company of Facebook and Instagram, announcing that they would be ending the fact-checking program. There was a huge cost to Meta in the long run. That's something that's going to help with the bottom line there. I've been listening to a lot of tech podcasts lately, and a lot of very smart people are talking about how, Mark Zuckerberg in this moment, while you might be trying to curry favor with the Trump administration, that is also something that helps the bottom line, and that is the ultimate sort of goal in this moment. But also announcing that some of the policy changes at Meta as well, looking to end DEI programs aimed at ensuring equity and advancement for people who traditionally have not had equity and advancement. And that's in line with what we heard from Donald Trump today and what we heard from Donald Trump throughout the election campaign, describing it in Trump's words as a return to merit-based decision-making, merit-based appointments, those kinds of things. It's something that really resonated with Trump's supporters and really helped him turn out a win in the 2024 election. And so we're seeing those changes among these tech billionaires at a critical time when the development of AI, how social media is changing and influencing popular culture and sort of the way people think and shape their decisions. It is certainly interesting to see some of the world's richest people, Elon Musk, who also, in addition to running Tesla and SpaceX, also purchased Twitter, now X. How they are getting closer to Trump. Jeff Bezos, the head of Amazon, Mark Zuckerberg at Meta, all of these people getting closer to Trump. And during the luncheon today, the congressional luncheon today, you saw these tech billionaires who are mingling with the political class, sitting at tables with Supreme Court justices, as well as powerful lawmakers, those kinds of things. And so it's when Donald Trump invites these people to be in the VIP section of the inauguration events, it is a sign that he wants to be with these people. And we know that, of course, some of them, specifically Elon Musk, are going to have a role in shaping how the administration goes.
Yeah, and it's interesting, too. They're not just rich guys with Silicon Valley ties. Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post, right? Meta, it controls so many publishing platforms, and X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it. Elon Musk is weaponizing that to advance his political agenda, and now he's going to have an office inside the West Wing. All right, Katie, we'll be back with you in just a little bit. But we're going to continue to check in on what today means for Canada, of course, as the Minister of International Trade, Mary Ng, is in Washington, D.C., part of a Canadian contingent there. And Mary Ng joins us now from the Canadian Embassy in Washington. Minister, it's good to speak with you. Thanks for being here today.
Hello, David. It's very good to be with you. Apparently, it's very cold. That's why you see smoke coming out.
Well, that's why they moved it all indoors. So thank you for coming outdoors to speak with us. No tariffs on day one of the Trump presidency, Minister, but that could all change at any point. What is your thoughts on this as you are in Washington, D.C. and speaking to people there directly? I mean, how do you interpret this lack of specific action against Canada and Mexico?
Well, what has been really terrific here at the Canadian Embassy in Washington is something of a time tradition that we have always done. At the Canadian Embassy, every 4 years in Inauguration, we invite Canadians and Americans here. And by the crowds that were here today, some 2,000 people, Americans and Canadians, really demonstrating the importance of this relationship. That's what we saw. And I would say that the work that we have done as Team Canada over the last year has had an effect. When Americans are able to tell their government that tariffs are going to hurt the American economy and the American people. I was in New York just a few days ago on the same day that the U.S. Chamber came out publicly to say that tariffs would hurt the American economy and would hurt people, and equivalent to a tax on Americans. I think this is work that Team Canada needs to be doing. I think it's work that we are doing with our American friends and allies. And I hope that what this signals is the ability for Canada and the U.S. to work together to build a stronger North American economy.
They're not saying no, though, Minister. They just seem to be saying not right now. And they've announced this study looking at Canada, Mexico, and China's trade practices and having that study, I guess, determine what they do. So what is your plan as a Minister of International Trade to influence that study, to get involved in it and have input into what the Americans are actually looking at and assessing as this process goes on?
Well, I think it's really important that we talk to the Americans and to see those areas of commonality, but to also see some of the areas where there may be issues that we need to be working on, and we do that together. I would say to the Americans that if you look at what Canada has done and what Canada does today, being the top customer to 36 American states, we buy more than the UK, Japan, and China combined from the United States. That counts for something. When we ship ship our materials and our goods to the Americans. 70% of it, the Americans take and add value to it, and then it helps Americans be more competitive. If you look at how Canada and the Americans have aligned in areas like ensuring that we have a fair trading environment, that there isn't overcapacity, and that we address that together. Those are, I think, all of the areas that we could be talking to the Americans about, and then also talking about what are the areas that we could be doing more together to ensure that there is energy security, that there is innovation, and that we are actually building out a competitive North American economy by Canada and the United States working together.
But, Minister, the size and value of the Canadian market, the volumes of trades, the interconnectedness of the supply chains, this is stuff the American government knows, right? These are things that they are aware of, yet President Trump seems to set intent on this. So how do you use the time that you have now with whatever is happening with this study to find out what he really wants? Because is it just the border, or is there something beyond that?
I think we have to talk to the new administration. I think we talk to the president, we talk to his people, we talk to the new American administration that is doing this work. And to your point, David, I have been crisscrossing the United States as part of Team Canada. I have done over 35, we've done over 35 states. We have met over 1,300, had over 1,300 interactions. And you would be surprised at how little is known about how significant this trade relationship is. In the time that you and I have just been talking, I will say to people, as I have today, in the 5 or 10 minutes that we have actually just been talking, the volume of trade that has taken place in those few short minutes, 10 minutes, is $20 million. That's what we're talking about. Canada being the top customer to 36 states. Many Americans don't know that. The fact that there are tariffs being put into, if they were to go into place, would actually just harm the American economy, American workers, affect American communities. That work we must continue to do. I heard that loud and clear today from the Americans who are here, from the Canadians that are here. But you're right, David. There is work to be done, and we are ready to do it, and we will.
Okay, the work to be done, and just so you know, Minister, I'm explaining to the audience at home what they're seeing. The Trump family is arriving at the Capital One Arena in Washington. This is the home of the Washington Capitals and the Washington Wizards, and that's where the president is. I was going to call him president-elect, but he's the president now, where he is going to speak to his supporters and sign some executive orders. And so, Minister, you say you're prepared to do the work that needs to be done. The Americans have been saying for quite some time that the work that needs to be done is more spending on defense, more protection of the Arctic, faster approval of resource developments, particularly on critical minerals and other, core natural resource developments. And it hasn't quite gotten there. And here we are at this point. So, I mean, has your government just been too slow to act on long-standing issues with the U.S. that are now being able to be used against us at a time of political weakness and a time of political strength for the Americans?
I don't think so. This trading relationship, ever since USMCA or CUSMA has come into effect, have seen a 28% increase in trade volumes. The work that we are doing, integrating our auto supply chain, collaborating in areas like semiconductors, working to make sure that manufacturing and the resiliency of our supply chain is something that we are doing and will continue to do. You've seen our government work and collaborate with the incoming administration, and with now it is President Trump and his new cabinet on the borders. We'll continue to do that. There is work to do simply because there is opportunities in the North American North American environment that allows us to be stronger together, and that is the work ahead. It's always been the work ahead.
Okay, some of the work ahead, too, though, is your party is going through a leadership race, and Donald Trump will still be president March 9th, 10th, and beyond. Justin Trudeau will not be the prime minister, and who knows what will happen to his cabinet. So do you think the Trump administration will negotiate seriously with a Canadian government that has a best before date in the not too distant future?
Well, Prime Minister Trudeau is still the Prime Minister of Canada, and right now he and I, even in the last week, have been meeting with Canadian auto manufacturers, with Canadian businesses and workers. He is focused on this work, as am I, as are my colleagues in the Canada-U.S. committee, but indeed the entire cabinet. This is really important for Canada to be standing up for Canadians, for our workers, for our businesses. We will continue to do that work. Yes, there is a Liberal leadership race that is going on. That work will conclude, and we have to continue doing what Canadians expect of us, which is focusing on them, focusing on our communities, and focusing on our jobs. And that work will not let up, despite the work that is taking place right now, in leadership.
But you're laying out your arguments as the minister for this government as it is right now. Mark Carney is going to lay out his arguments on how to deal with Donald Trump. Chrystia Freeland had an op-ed in the Washington Post today, speaking directly to an American audience. I mean, there surely is some directional confusion, at least in messaging and priorities, being sent to the United States by having so many different people potentially in the mix to be prime minister before the end of the first fiscal quarter of this year.
Well, I think what they are seeing and have seen from our team and from the government is a prime minister working with Canada's first ministers, in the premiers and territorial leaders, in us as ministers of the Crown focused on this work, together with Canadian businesses and American businesses, Canadian labor, American labor. This work has got to be and is the priority and the focus of this government. And I think that they're getting a very clear message, and that is from the Prime Minister, who is the head of government, from the premiers who are working together, and we are doing this as Team Canada. And that work we have to stay focused on that, and we are.
Okay, so Minister, I have to ask you a specific question about the leadership. Are you endorsing anyone? Have you made a pick? And I know you're very close with the Prime Minister and his staff, and that may be one of the things that would keep you in politics. So will you be running again in the next election? So a double-barrel question there. Who are you backing, and are you running?
Well, my plan is to continue, and also my focus right now is really on the work that is the trade file. David, I think if Canadians haven't noticed, I've been pretty busy working for Canadians on Canada-U.S. as well as those trade relationships all around the world, taking Canadian companies abroad, but also working with companies to make sure that we continue to deepen and strengthen this Canada-U.S. relationship. I'm really thrilled that there are many people who have put their names forward. I think that is a testament to the strength of the Liberal Party of Canada. That work will continue, and I people who know me know that I take cues from my riding. So I'm looking forward to continuing those conversations with the people of Markham Thornhill.
Would you run again under a different leader, or is Justin Trudeau, if he leaves, you leave with him? Where does it, just as the last question, Minister?
Well, my plan right now is to be the Member of Parliament for Markham Thornhill and to continue to do that.
Okay. Mary Ng, International Trade Minister, thank you so much for your time and a busy day from Washington. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much, David.
Okay, we're going to check in again with the CBC's Katie Simpson, who is on Capitol Hill, and she is my lifeline on a day like this, Katie, because it's been quite the day. Still more to come. They are behind schedule, as you said. Like, where are we now? Like, I know we're looking at a hockey arena. There's Ivanka Trump, and everybody is making their way there. But what is going to happen next? Do we have any clarity in terms of like what he's going to do?
So I think originally this portion is described as the parade. Instead of doing a traditional inaugural parade outside, they moved it indoors because of the cold weather, and it's sort of going to look more like a rally at this arena in downtown Washington. Originally, I think by this point in time, we'd expected the original schedule was Donald Trump would be at the White House at this point to start signing more executive orders, but we've only had those first initial executive orders that had to do with making sure that flags are at full staff on Inauguration Day. Of course, that was sort of seen as a point of contention for Trump. After the death of former U.S. President Jimmy Carter, flags were at half-mast for 30 days. Donald Trump signed an executive order today that on Inauguration Day, from now on going forward, the flags will always be at full mast. And then he signed some executive orders having to do with appointing staff, cabinet secretaries, those kinds of things. Those are very traditional. It's what happens. The Senate confirmation process still needs to take place for a number of these cabinet secretaries that Donald Trump, or these people that Donald Trump want to become the cabinet ministers. Or cabinet secretaries, pardon me. It's been a long day, David.
I gotcha.
So what we're waiting for now, Donald Trump should show up any minute now. This is part of the pageantry and the ceremony. Inauguration Day is all about a celebration of the peaceful transfer of power. Donald Trump being sworn in inside Capitol Hill in the Rotunda, same place that 4 years earlier his supporters had ransacked in trying to stop the peaceful transfer of power. So really, this is a remarkable situation, nothing like it in American history before, and speaks to the remarkable political comeback that Donald Trump has experienced. And as part of that, we are seeing his supporters really rejoice in the streets of Washington, D.C. D.C., when it comes to political vibes and how people vote, it is intensely Democratic. And so the vibe sort of in the city really shifts and changes when this huge influx of Donald Trump supporters come in from all over the country. Yesterday, we were speaking with people from Texas, from Florida, people coming in from all over the country because they wanted to witness this moment in history. Donald Trump is they see him as their guy, their voice, when they feel at times they don't have a voice in U.S. government. We're starting to see images. The Vice President, JD Vance, has arrived at the Capital One Arena. So I would expect that Donald Trump will probably show up soon. We'll probably hear from the president, and we could see some of those executive orders signed. Because this is a huge arena filled with Trump supporters, I wouldn't be surprised if he does sign some executive orders, particularly ones that will really satisfy his base. Donald Trump made some big, bold promises during the election campaign, and he wants to show the American people that voted for him, at least, that he's ready to get to right down to work and execute some of those things. So look for that in the next few minutes.
Katie, just quickly, do we know if he's going to speak in like, obviously this is a rally. He's going to say something, right? But he gave his inauguration speech. Then he had that second speech that kind of went on, and he litigated some of it was very much like one of his rallies. Any sense of what the purpose and intent of whatever he says and does here will be, just quickly?
Well, so we don't really know for sure.
Yeah.
I would expect
everything's changing on the fly with this, isn't it? Right?
It is.
Yeah. Okay.
It is, and you know, when things on Friday, when the decision was made that everything was going to move indoors, we knew that things would sort of be moved around, and it wouldn't be sort of traditional. That has happened before, that things are moved inside because of the cold weather. It happened back in 1985 with Ronald Reagan, but this time we knew that things were going to be moving fast. Decisions had to be made, and things are going to have to shift and change. And always things are delayed. That just happens in politics. So this event is significantly delayed, and now we are just waiting for Donald Trump to come on in. I would expect him to speak. I would expect him to sign some executive orders unless the plan has somewhat changed. And then we are expecting him to head over to the White House to sign some more executive orders. And then tonight he's got 3 celebrations, 3 inaugural balls he plans to attend. And so we know that Donald Trump wants to sort of spend time with his supporters at those inauguration balls and really take a moment to savor all of this. Right. But again, there's a lot of business that needs to take place. Oh, and there we see, there is the president making his way down the stairs. He did the same thing yesterday where he came in through the stairs and made his way through the crowd, sort of stopping for selfies and high fives and that kind of thing, and making his way to the front of the stage. So it looks like he and First Lady Melania Trump are now making their way down to the stage. So I suspect we will hear something shortly. He's pointing to a briefcase. I wonder if there are some sort of folder. Right. I do wonder if he's got some executive orders in there, and that perhaps he's going to get down to business and start making those changes.
Well, he is a showman, so I suspect he may well do that. But things are changing. Katie, thank you so much. We're gonna come back to you. You know that we are. But we're gonna get to the power panel right now because Donald Trump is holding off for now on tariffs against Canada. But it is only day 1 of his 4-year presidential term, and Canada's premiers were asked whether they're relieved, and the response was mixed.
I'm not saying that we won and it's over with Mr. Trump. It may happen tomorrow morning.
He did say that he's going to apply tariffs across the board, and I feel he's going to be targeting Canada, specifically Ontario. Make no mistake about it, he's coming for us.
I'm optimistic that as we build the relationships, talk about that, meet the Americans where they are, help to support their international goals, I think we can maintain that relationship. I think we need to stop with the threats and start talking about diplomacy and collaboration, because that's where we're going to find a solution.
It's time to bring in the power panel as we wait for the president to speak. Rob Russo is the former CBC Parliamentary Bureau Chief, now the Canada correspondent for The Economist, not the Canada Economist. Lisa Raitt is a former Conservative cabinet minister. Brad Levine is a former national campaign director for the NDP. And here with me in studio is Vandana Cotter. She is a former advisor to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. It's good to see you all here on Inauguration Day. We're gonna get started. The president will get started at a certain point, and that is going to interrupt us. He's walking past the lectern. Okay, so Rob, let's start with you. Dominic LeBlanc says this shouldn't be seen as a reprieve on tariffs, but no tariffs today. How do you interpret whatever this means?
We don't know. He's mercurial, he's volatile, he's whimsical, he's capricious, and he loves to have those who he likes to antagonize dance what I call the tarantella of torment. So if he can string this out, I'm sure he's going to enjoy it. But today, TikTok was more important than tariffs. The president of TikTok was sitting right there with all the other tech bros, right beside Tulsi Gabbard, who's going to be the intelligence czar, and who, if you listen to any other intelligence official before her, would have been crying out warnings about the dangers of TikTok and the dangers it represents for U.S. national security. So if you think about what kind of a change there is as a result of President Trump becoming president again today, there's a prime example right there. So I think a reprieve from the hanging is or a stay of execution is probably not a bad way of looking at it. But he's making us dance, and he's enjoying it.
You know, Vandana, it's interesting. You look at who was there. You know, Zuckerberg obviously controls Meta. Bezos owns the Washington Post. Musk, we know Musk. Like all the modern information economy, all tech, all different than a regulated, all sitting there with Donald Trump as he takes power. What do you make of what we saw today and the lack of action against Canada and Mexico directly?
Well, I think two things. I think on the tech piece, I think they know where their bread is buttered.
They sure
right?
do.
They know how to work with Mr. Trump. They use their platforms and they amplify what he needs to amplify. They help with his base, so they know how to make money, and they know who to be close to make sure that happens, and who's in the sphere of influence. I think for today, like, Canada can breathe a sigh of relief. That isn't going to include for tomorrow or the day after. I think all the work that Minister LeBlanc and others are doing, industry officials, to go make those relationships and make the case for Canada, I'm hoping that's being effective, and that's part of that. That's showing that the American economy, especially certain states, will be crippled based on these tariffs as well, and Canada will respond. So I'm happy today, but that doesn't mean tomorrow. I think all the premiers, as well as Mr. LeBlanc, are saying it right, that there's no need to take your foot off the pedal. They still have to prepare for whatever can happen. He's a moody guy. Today, he wants to focus on tech. Yeah. Tomorrow, we say the wrong thing or something else bothers him, it'll become a priority for him again.
Lisa, do you take any hope from the fact that today Donald Trump was all about reducing costs and affordability and expanding access to energy rather than starting a trade war with his two closest trading partners and allies? Because that was his focus, and these tariffs will go counter to a lot of those goals.
Okay, so let's start with the last part. He doesn't believe what you just said at the end.
This is true. Yes, this is true.
To affordability. So for him, talking about affordability, talking about the things he talked about today, the way in which he's going to achieve that is through tariffs. I found it more interesting for me to listen to what the incoming Secretary of Commerce said later on in the afternoon, where he laid out the thesis as to why they're going to put tariffs on at the border and the things that they are going to pay for that Americans are currently paying for, that Americans shouldn't be paying for, quite frankly, in their point of view. And he, from top down, it's not just Donald Trump having these ideas. He has picked a group of people around him who are going to implement and execute, whereas in the past administration, they really didn't have the ability to do so at the front end. They do now. They are definitely going to be able to do what they say they want to do. And his thesis is really clear. He wants to make things more affordable for Americans. He wants to be making sure that there are jobs at home, that there's an economy for Americans, because in his view, America has done great things for the world and the world has taken advantage of them. And the way to get back at the world, including Canada, is by putting tariffs on the border. So I wouldn't I wouldn't do the victory lap yet. Not that anybody in Canada is doing the victory lap by any means, but I would just say that this is a long slog, and we're rubbing up against an ideological point of view.
Yeah, Brad, I don't think anyone can do a victory lap at any point, probably in the next 48 months, just because, that's how much time he has, and who knows what he will do. But a day without the 25% tariffs is a better day than with them. I mean, what do you take from what we've seen and heard today? Because the clarity isn't there. There is still this concern dangling over everything.
Well, yeah, and he did lay out his principle about why he would want tariffs, and that is the idea of lowering costs for his citizens and instead of raising taxes on Americans to help the world, he wants the world to help offset tax cuts for Americans. So we understand the principle. Keeping those with whom you're negotiating off balance is part and parcel of his whole approach. So by threatening tariffs on day one and they're not bringing them in, we'll all go, okay, so we survived the day, but when will he bring them in? Keeping us on our, on our back heels for the duration. There is, some reason for looking at, him asking for his agencies to look into the effects and the effectiveness of these tariffs, and whether or not we want to put a lot of hope on that. But it does provide some new information as to where maybe some of our efforts can go. By applying a 25% tariff on Canada's oil, we'll raise the gallon of gasoline for American drivers by 75 cents to $1 a gallon. That is not what he ran on. That's not what he was saying today. So I think that while I don't know if a rational approach is necessarily important for him, but for the agencies that will be looking into whether or not tariffs are an effective lever for him to use in order to bring about his policy desired outcomes, I think provides us with something new today that we didn't have yesterday.
Okay, if you're just tuning in, this is a special extended edition of Power and Politics. What you're seeing there is the latest moment in the inauguration day of President Donald Trump. This is the Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C. This has all been moved inside because of the cold weather in the U.S. Capitol, and President Trump is expected to address the audience there and maybe sign some more executive orders to give us some clarity on what his at least short-term agenda will be. I'm David Cochran. Of course, this is Power and Politics. We're here with the Power Panel. And Rob Rousseau, let's pick up on your point about tech. It's day one of 1,461 days of the Trump term. And you made the point that Zuckerberg, Musk, Bezos, TikTok, people and companies like that were all there. This is the modern information economy sitting in the front row of the Trump inauguration. And Canada's about a year away from having to go back and do a trade renewal. And social media is so important to getting messages out. They're all at one side of the table in that negotiation. Is that what Canadians should draw from this when you see that alignment of the tech oligarchs?
Well, I think we should see it as, again, emblematic of the new era we're in. And it's not just tech. It's also, or social media. It's also other media. We see revered institutions like the Washington Post changing their slogan. Saying that they're going to change their posture in terms of reporting. We see it in the way business, not just the tech moguls, but other business leaders have decided that they needed to contribute in record amounts to Mr. Trump's inauguration. I think Facebook's leader, his name escapes me for a moment, Mark Zuckerberg, has said that we're at a cultural tipping point. And I think that's what that reflects, that we are at a cultural tipping point. We see it in Democrats. When we see people like Gretchen Whitmer and John Fetterman, the Democratic senator from Pennsylvania, say, look, we're going to have to try and work with this guy, whereas they would have been opposing him 8 years ago, hammer and tongs. The the era has changed. This is Trump's world, and these people are recognizing it. But it's astounding to see us go from stupefaction, which is where we were, I think, 8 years ago, to resignation, if not genuflection. And I think in terms of Canada, I think what we need to pay attention to, because we don't know what he's going to do, is this exposed some very, very serious weaknesses and divisions in our position and in our posture. And we need to deal with those immediately. And it's not going to be the responsibility of Justin Trudeau to do that. It may not be the responsibility of the next Liberal Prime Minister to do that, but somebody needs to get the act together immediately.
So, Bhavandhan, I wonder about this, right? That you rely, when you're in a trade negotiation, on traditional media to get your message out. But increasingly, there's fewer people like me and a whole lot of social platforms out there. And the people who run those social platforms set the algorithms and have big thumbs on the scale are with Trump in a big way. Elon Musk's going to have an office in the West Wing, we learned today.
Mm-hmm. None of this surprises me. You can see the writing as it goes on the walls. And I think the American people voted this guy. Not just like, okay, we don't know how actually he's going to be, but this is the second time, and they voted for him in numbers, like decidedly. And the same, a lot of people worship these guys. They worship Elon Musk. They see them as creators, and from their platforms, other voices that probably would not have been able to be on mainstream media, but have been able to call themselves media, call themselves a subject matter expertise, and share those ideologies that align with Donald Trump and a lot of these tech figures. So, it is something that I think people need to understand how to utilize these things, knowing that knowing that people do control this. But I think in terms of how people get their message out, they have to be more creative about this. Like I watched something on YouTube today, which I don't often do, about Pierre Poilievre and how he's been able to capitalize off YouTube. And current other parties, like the Liberal Party, have to get behind that too and try to figure out how they can get their message out and use people like their own influencers to share their message. And I think they've been very much behind the times on that. But there's no turning back now. So as much as for a lot of times people look down on this, they look down on Trump, they look down on Elon Musk and others, or how they operate on a day-to-day, they're here. And you have to deal with them.
Well, they're here, Lisa, and they're extremely powerful, right? And increasingly, they are the dominant news sources for people. So how do you approach the NAFTA renegotiation next year if the Silicon Valley team is sort of so completely lining up behind the White House like this?
Well, I mean, are you saying to me that this is the first time ever that the private sector is infiltrating the White House?
No, I'm not saying that. I think it's the first time ever. No, I think it's the first time ever 3 billionaires have controlled information flows so utterly and completely, like Meta and Musk do right now, right? Like I think we're in a big period of disruption right now, especially if like NPR goes away and PBS in the U.S. and who knows what's going to happen to this show and this company in Canada. But those guys are going to be around over the next couple of years, and they are ascendant and maybe more influential than ever.
And one could say that Oprah Winfrey and Bill Gates equally had in their moment in time with the Democratic government the same kind of influence over people, over media. And I guess what I'm saying is that I don't think we should not be concerned, but don't assume that this is just a new phenomenon that's happening in American politics. It's not. This has been the case for many years. And what you are seeing now is it displayed in public as opposed to behind the scenes, behind the doors of the White House, where small tables would come together and make decisions. And now you're seeing, well, these guys are going to be part of it. They're walking into the government. And don't take this as me saying it's good or bad, but I just don't think that we should paint it as only a phenomenon that's happening right now. How do we approach it is the question, though. Okay. The reality is that we only have one way to approach this, and that is to make the best case that we can to the Americans as to why we are important to them for their purposes, why we're good for them. Doesn't matter what we are for us. It's all about them when it comes to negotiation. But for us, we better get our act together and do more things domestically, internally, and start building relationships internally again. I mean, I'm very curious to know that if Trump decides he's not going to put a tariff on oil and gas for all the great reasons that you've already said earlier in the program, are we going to ask Alberta to withhold their oil and gas because he has applied it to other parts of the Canadian economy? That stuff does have to be sorted out before we get into any kind of negotiations with the United States. And we're nowhere near that kind of understanding amongst the provinces.
No, look, I don't disagree on that. And you know, you can flip it around. I mean, if Trump specifically targeted Alberta oil and gas, I think you would expect the other provinces to rally to Danielle Smith's defense. So the premiers need to find some alignment at their table as well. But Brad, just one more point just on the media ecosystem as it's evolving. Like, Lisa's right. Rich, powerful, famous people have always had influence in U.S. politics. I'm not suggesting that. But I don't know if we've ever seen companies with the power of these tech companies. They're nation states. They don't get taxed because they can lean on people and they control the flow of information, and their algorithms dictate the reality that ordinary people have because of the way the information flows to them. And so it is interesting to see them converging at the inauguration of President Trump today in terms of what this country is facing in the next 2 to 3 years on the trade and negotiation front. Just your quick thoughts on that before we move to our next topic.
Right. Trump being very transactional. You can see who's surrounding himself with when you take a look at certain cabinet and those in the sphere of influence. It's all multimillionaires or billionaires themselves. So it's really the rich taking over the apparatus of the White House and, by extension, the Republican Party and therefore Congress. So, but I think the fundamental difference, very quickly, is that I think these millionaires and billionaires are surrounding themselves with, around Trump in order to enrich themselves as opposed to exerting some kind of a political philosophy. Elon Musk made a fortune by doubling down on Trump, handing out millions of his own dollars to get people to vote for him, and his stock went through the roof. All of the people who are around Trump, you take a look at their companies, all their stock has increased tremendously. So American shareholders, those that are buying stocks, are basically gaming out the system. Who's around Trump, who will exert influence, and buying that company's stock and making themselves very rich. So it's not just who's got the influence, it's who's got the influence and making money for themselves and those that are following. I think it's a little different than it has been when millionaires ran the White House in administrations past.
Well, I can tell you I have no money and no influence, so it certainly isn't me. But look, while we wait for President Donald Trump to address the crowd at the Capital One Arena there in Washington, D.C., we're going to try to discuss some of the political news on this side of the border. It was a busy weekend. Have a listen.
I am running to be leader of the Liberal Party and the next Prime Minister of Canada.
It is time for a new generation of leadership. My name is Karina Gould, and I'm running to be the next leader of the Liberal Party of Canada.
That's right, that leadership race as two more hopefuls join the race to replace Justin Trudeau. Former Finance Minister and Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland and Government House Leader Karina Gould launched their campaigns over the weekend. Taking questions for the first time since she quit Cabinet last month, Freeland clarified what drove the timing of her decision.
For some time, I had been in disagreement with the Prime Minister, specifically over spending. Those disagreements got worse after President Trump threatened to impose 25% tariffs on our country.
Karina Gould, meanwhile, says the challenge of winning the next election comes down to a question of trust.
Canadians have lost trust in our party. And if we are going to be able to keep building our country, we must rebuild our party.
Okay, so will either of these messages resonate with Liberals and broader voters? We're going to discuss that with the Power Panel as we wait for the President to start speaking. Vandana, I want to get you on this. Chrystia Freeland, she had a lot of disruption at her launch yesterday, but she attached herself to all of the successes of the Trudeau government and then said she had to stand up to him for the good of the country when it came to the fall economic statement. Are people going to buy that you're only there for the good things, but you're not responsible for any of the bad things when you were the finance minister?
So I think voters across, perhaps. I think Liberals themselves, not so much. And I think the reason I say that is that, we have seen through other times in our party what happens when you challenge and have infighting. And I think some people will not feel the same way about how she's saying these things, or even just airing family dirty laundry, right? And using that as approach. I think actually what Minister Gould did, or I think she's stepping down now, but Karina did, and talking about renewal and talking about something that I think Liberals will feel a lot strongly about is people have lost trust in our party. We need to rebuild, and a positive message, and talking about that. I think that is more likely to gather Liberals around. I know a lot of people counter out, but I wouldn't be surprised if she was a lot of people's choices or second choice. And I think her message resonates. She talked a lot about grassroots renewal. She talked about young Liberals. She talked about when the membership themselves have put forward ideas at policy conventions and where that went. Right. So a lot of grassroots understanding. And Minister Freeland, I think the problem is also not only was she disrupted several times, on media feeds it was cut off. YouTube, she only had like 98 viewers at the time, so hard to get that message out. But I think it is hard to, and you can say some of that disruption is part of her connection to the government. No matter how you feel about that, people are disappointed in governments around the world in the response. And how do you separate the two? And I think that's something that she's going to have a hard time separating out.
Just quickly, 20 minutes before her launch, Melanie Joly issued a statement endorsing Mark Carney. That's interesting timing. She's an organizer in Quebec. There's a lot of Suk Dalawal, Randeep Sarai, George Sahal, organizers.
Very strong organizers.
Right. So there's volume endorsements and then there's value endorsements. Yes. People who can swing more than their own ridings. Where do you see? What do you make of Joly's move as an example of that?
Good timing. I mean, Minister Freeland was doling out a lot of strong Liberal Quebec members. Bibeau, Lébussier, these are really strong people, especially in the region. So again, weighted. Everyone's even saying getting to the regions is kind of more important than even just getting all through Montreal. But that's important. And actually, I saw someone who I wouldn't say is a card-carrying Liberal, but has been on this program before, but not under COVID. But posted on her Instagram today, Melanie Joly backing Mark Carney says volumes. And that's not someone who's in the party. I've never seen it at a biennial or anything like that. But that was very interesting for me. And that's someone who's just like an observer. I think, so, she does have a strong organization. She is well-liked and known. And I think she is thinking of what her future will be like. I don't think this will be the end of Melanie Joly in terms of running for a leadership campaign. But I think that was very interesting at that time, especially when so many other Quebec voices were already out for Minister Freeland. I will say for Mr. Carney, going back to what you said about values, a lot of strong organizers all in Edmonton. I also noticed he went to Surrey. I think he went to Richmond, Abbotsford, started out west. So again, you are more likely to get value from places like that. Getting even the 10 Liberals in, random Saskatoon riding where you don't have many. That's going to be a better weight for you than saturating yourself in Brampton, for example, which is also important. But so I thought that was very interesting in terms of his decision making.
Yes, and that lower mainland turf vacated by Christy Clark, so wide open in a big way. Rob, Vandana says the endorsement by Melanie Joly, she referred someone saying it speaks volumes. You speak volumes. What do you make of where we are after this weekend's events on the leadership?
Well, if you want to know what we saw, in effect, was the inelegant spectacle of people sprinting backwards away from an unpopular prime minister's legacy. That's what it looks like. And that tells you that what some of the challenges are for those who are coming from within the cabinet of former cabinet ministers. It's going to be tough to say that you're the candidate of renewal if there's no end of video out there showing you joined at the hip to the prime minister, nodding very vigorously in approval to every single thing he's been saying for the last decade. So that's their challenge. In terms of Melanie Joly, her reason for doing it, I think, was interesting because this is, I think, the second important element for a lot of Liberals as they go to cast ballots and for a lot of Canadians, because Canadians are watching this. The time frame is so compressed that Canadians who are going to be voting in an election that could come as soon as May are watching. And that element is who is best poised among Liberal leaders or Liberal leader aspirants to face the Trump moment, face the Trump challenge. And that seemed to be the other important element that all of the candidates tried to get at last week. Mr. Freeland tried to say, I'm the guy who's wrestled him to the ground already, and I've earned his opprobrium from the presidential podium. And for a lot of Liberals, that's a shiny badge. Mark Carney's pitch is, you want somebody who's been through economic crises? 2 conservative prime ministers have appointed me to run their central banks to get them through these crises. So it'll be interesting to see which ones Liberals think makes the best argument if that's an important element, and it seems like that's a very important element in this race as well.
Lisa, I was struck by how hard Chrystia Freeland came in all in on Donald Trump, right? It was all about what she did last time. There's a piece in the Washington Post and stuff today. There's no tariffs today. What if Trump is not as bad as everyone was expecting between now and the 9th of March? I mean, what does that do to her central value proposition to voters here?
I think she made a good move where she is planning herself, because the reality is none of these leadership candidates can run on policy because they're all very, very firmly tied to the last 10 years of a Justin Trudeau prime minister. And that's not a popular policy play. So going to the membership and pitching them on the policy that this is the way in which they're going to approach is not going to work. So you got to figure out where your differentiator is. So Karina Gould comes out and she says, I'm going to do the grassroots stuff like Vanden had talked about. And Mark Carney comes out and says, I'm an outsider and I've done well in other areas. And Chrystia Freeland, she's got the Donald Trump moment. She's got Donald Trump saying how much he doesn't like that nasty woman. She has those things and she has to run on them. But the reality is that the one thing that I notice about the Liberal Party in choosing their leaders, they don't tend to go for the leader that they think has the best policy. They tend to go for the leader who they think is going to bring them to the promised land of winning the next government. I mean, frankly, sometimes conservatives should learn for those kinds of lessons, but we don't, and they do. And as a result, they're going to try to figure out what it is that Canadians are going to tap into and believe. Chrystia Freeland thinks that her ability to tangle with Donald Trump is something Canadians writ large are going to think about over the next 7 weeks when they're electing a leader, and whether or not Liberals are going to believe that that is their best wedge against Pierre Poilievre, it's going to be for them to see. But those are the ways in which they're going to run, and we'll end up at, I guess, March 9.
Brad, what do you make of her attempts, Chrystia Freeland's, to disentangle herself from the Prime Minister the way she did? Talking about how she stood up to Trump, she stood up to Putin, and when she had to, for the good of the country, she stood up to Justin Trudeau, which is an interesting line to hear.
I think there's... Well, I think...
Oh, no, Brad. Sorry, Rob. Sorry, Brad. Did I say Rob? I meant Brad. My apologies. You can go after him, though. Go ahead.
Two major challenges for Chrystia Freeland. One is her ability to communicate. One of the criticisms during her time in cabinet was her ability to communicate and connect with Canadians. That's the first one. Second challenge is to separate herself from the Trudeau legacy. The Trump work that she did in the first administration back in 2017, 2018 offers her something. She doesn't want to run against Pierre Poilievre right now. The House is not sitting. There's no comparisons. But what she does have is her, I think, broadly accepted good job during the NAFTA 1.0 negotiations, or 2.0 negotiations in the first administration. So she wants to run on that. Now, what's interesting is that she says, it's important for leaders to listen to people. And when it comes to the consumer carbon tax, we listen to people say it's no longer there. So she's abandoning that. But at the same time, she's saying, but I am listening to people. They like $10 a day childcare. That's something that I was partly responsible for. I like that. Separating that which is unpopular from Trudeau, which is going to be a tough thing to walk. But she's in the primary. The number one thing for both her and Mark Carney is going to be the next public domain poll that shows which Liberal leadership contender has the least gap between them and Poilievre. That'll be for the points that have been raised, I think by Lisa, saying that Liberals will not look for policy because they're both against the carbon tax. Carbon tax is dead. It'll be gone before the summer in this country. It's who's got the best likelihood to win, and that'll only be shown not by organizing in and of itself, but by the public domain polls. Right. So give it a handful of days, and we'll see who's got the smallest gap between themselves and Poilievre.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if the public domain polling can actually show change while Justin Trudeau is still Prime Minister. Do you know what I mean? He signaled he's leaving, but he's not gone. And until he goes, does that shake loose public opinion? I'm not sure how that works, so we'll leave that to greater minds than mine. Rob, go ahead. You were keen to jump in, so let's go.
Oh, no, I first of all, Brad made all those points that I was going to make.
I stole all your stuff, Rob. Sorry, man.
That's quite all right. I'll tell you a couple of things other things that I'm struck by. First of all, we have three leading candidates, all of whom got masters from Oxford. So there's not a shortage of brains in this leadership race. I thought that was interesting. We're at a moment, though, when a lot of Canadians and a lot of people in democracies are not interested in brains. They believe brains got us into a lot of trouble over the last 30 or 40 years. The other thing that I think is fascinating about this race, I mean, I'm interested in politics for what it does for human beings and for the human beings that pull the levers, who do these things for human beings. And that's the human relationship between Mark Carney and Chrystia Freeland. Mr. Carney stood as godfather to Ms. Freeland's son. They know each other very well. They spoke to each other on a regular basis. They're friends. Can this friendship withstand the hothouse fire test of what we're going to see in a shortened leadership race? It'll be interesting and fascinating to watch that as well.
Yeah, Vandana, I wonder about that, and I wonder about just how the caucus feels about the sharp separation that Chrystia Freeland is trying to carve out there from the past agenda, like after the resignation. There were some interesting things I noticed, like she suggested in her first interview with the TVA that, you know, her departure her resignation saved Canadians $6 billion because the $250 checks weren't in the fall economic statement. But those were removed prior to her resignation. She got those removed in a one-on-one conversation with the Prime Minister, and he agreed to not have it go into the fiscal framework. So there's some inconsistencies there that people inside caucus and staffers are going to say, wait a minute. I mean, does that ripple out into the larger Liberal community, or is that just too inside baseball?
I think if in this moment, and I hear the things on the polling and all that, the most important thing is Liberal memberships. So that's inside the family. That is caucus, that is caucus organizations. That's going to be the most important thing for all three, well, 5 candidates, okay? So I think, we can't forget them, but I would say, so yeah, people will have been in part of discussions, internal discussions, they've seen things in caucus, and they might be like, well, I think you have revisionist history here, or they'd be like, I don't like how you're torpedoing the Liberal Party while you do this. That's not what I want you to do, because that doesn't help us get elected. Right? So I think that will, and some people, there are caucus members who are standing by her. There are caucus members who are going to be against that. So that's going to be a gamble for her. She wants to keep touting that. I also don't know if that's a huge winning election issue to gain in more memberships, right? To respond to one thing, though, I will say, I think Conservatives picked Poilievre over Mr. Charest not for policy, but because he's a good campaigner. And it looks like he can. I think that's where it is.
Yes, they may have learned a lesson. Who knows, right? But he is not going to be outworked. I think that is safe to say in terms of his campaign. Lisa, last word to you, and just what you think. You know, leaderships are always stressful on parties, right? As people take sides and draw their contrast lines. I mean, where do you think things stand right now in this one?
I think Chrystia Freeland was very clear about her relationship with Prime Minister Trudeau when they asked about what would be the one thing that you wouldn't do, that you'd like to distance yourself from. And she said that I'd never fire my finance minister the day after that she presented the fall economic update. I thought that was really telling. And to me, that meant that, you know, there are two ways in which a cabinet minister who is not happy with the way they were treated can actually talk about what happened to them. One is by writing a book, and that comes out many months later. Yep. And the other, it would appear, is by running for leader, where you're going to hear what she has to say about how she was treated and what happened and why she thinks she's the better leader going forward. The last thing, if I could add one last thing. Yeah. Prime Minister Trudeau is only going to be prime minister for 7 more weeks. Every minute that we progress towards that new leader is another minute of his influence being lessened and lost. And I think we have to realize that when we're dealing with the United States and we're dealing with other big matters, people outside of our borders really don't view him as a going concern anymore at all. We might as well just consider ourselves as a floating state at the moment.
Okay, well, we'll see what they can get done in the time they have left, because no Trump tariffs today, but that is still there, and this is still the government until it's not. We'll talk about this more with the Power Panel next time. I want to thank you all for being here. Vandana Cotter, Brad Levine, Lisa Raitt, and Rob Russo. You are watching a special edition of Power and Politics as U.S. President Donald Trump has taken office. He's attending an indoor inauguration parade at Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C., and it's there where he is expected to start carrying out his agenda, signing executive orders, and speaking to supporters. All right, let's turn to the CBC's Katie Simpson, who is on Capitol Hill. So, Katie, this is running behind schedule. This is not going to plan, as these things often are when there are impromptu speeches by the president. Where are we now, and what's to come?
To give you a bit of a sense of how off the timing is, and again, I want to stress, this is not unusual. Things run late. It just happens. But original guidance that was sent to me for planning purposes a while ago, like a couple days ago, was that the goal was to get President Trump to the White House around 5:05 Eastern time for the signing of things, executive orders likely. And as I look at my phone right now, it's 6:01 Eastern, so they're at least an hour behind. So at the very least. But the parade is taking place because of the cold. It's taking place indoors in front of a crowd of just over 20,000 people. We were told by the pool reporters who are there on the ground it is an absolutely packed house, and Donald Trump supporters are incredibly excited for this moment. When Donald Trump actually walked down the stairs to sort of take his seat to watch this indoor parade, he was clutching some sort of book with some papers in it, and there appears to be a desk sort of set up on the stage in the arena. So I would expect that suggests that Donald Trump is going to, when the parade wraps up, that Donald Trump is probably going to open up that book and probably sign some of those executive orders. What we understand is that it could be some of the more popular executive orders because he is in a room filled with thousands and thousands of his supporters. And we know that Donald Trump, what politician doesn't love a rally? What politician doesn't want to be surrounded by their supporters cheering on what they do? We could see some movement on perhaps some pardons for people who were convicted during the January 6th riot. We know that in Washington, D.C., according to multiple American news outlets, some of Trump's supporters actually went over to the jail in Washington, D.C. To show their support and sort of protest it and rally in hopes that some people are granted pardons. They view the prosecutions in this case, some of them do, as a weaponization of the justice system, as part of a wider attempt to sort of recast what happened on January 6th here at the Capitol, the same sort of complex that I'm standing in right now. So everyone is waiting to see if Donald Trump is going to start signing some of the executive orders. The big news for Canada at this moment, Canada did not get a mention specifically in Donald Trump's inauguration speech. We know that he'd been threatening to impose tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and China on his first day in office. He did mention tariffs in that inauguration speech, describing them as a tool to help generate economic wealth. From listening to some of the Senate confirmation hearings from key people that are going to be joining Donald Trump's team, joining his cabinet, that they view tariffs as a tool that they see as a way to sort of change consumer habits. They look at it, you put a 25% tariff on a foreign good, that'll make an American consumer more likely to want to buy an American good and look to sort of help domestic business. They also think it's not going to affect prices on goods coming in from China, because the view from the Trump team is that China wants to maintain access to this huge American market, and so that they'll deal with the pay cut there. So that is not the view that is taken by Canada. They see this as basically a tax on consumers, and it will raise the cost of living for the average everyday consumer as the prices are passed on to Americans, which largely tends to be the case. So again, from the Canadian perspective, that's what everyone is really looking for. It looks like they're getting to a point in this parade, David, from what I can see there. I saw that the pool microphone was sort of zooming in on, or the pool camera was zooming in on the microphone. So I don't know if that suggests to me that they are getting ready for perhaps Donald Trump to head to a microphone sometime soon. But this would normally take place walking down Pennsylvania Avenue, the big bands, the marching, the different displays, all part of the celebration of the peaceful transfer of power. But again, because it's cold, everything got moved indoors. It's running quite a bit behind. That's not necessarily a surprising thing. And so we all wait to see if Donald Trump is going to start signing some of those executive orders. He outlined his plans during his inauguration speech. It was a bit of a different tone from an American president rather than sort of the big picture ideas. It focused on, here's what I'm going to do. It's my first day. Let's get to business.
Yeah, and about 1 million marching bands by my count, Katie. There's been an endless string of this throughout the day. You know, as you say, it's behind schedule. They changed plans late. We don't yet know exactly what Donald Trump is going to do, but apparently no tariffs on Canada today. All right, that's the CBC's Katie Simpson, who has been a godsend on a day like this. Day one of Trump's new presidency is also day one of a Liberal cabinet retreat on how to deal with this threat of tariffs. Ministers gathered in Montebello, Quebec today. They did not have to contend with fresh U.S. tariffs. But earlier on Power and Politics, Foreign Affairs Minister Mélanie Joly stopped well short of declaring victory.
We've done the work, and meanwhile, we'll continue to do the work on the question of tariffs, because at the end of the day, we want to make sure that we defend Canada's interests, but also we need to make sure that people around Trump, the president himself, but people around him, and also key Republican senators are aware of what would be at stake.
Let's get some reaction from opposition parties now. Jagmeet Singh is the leader of the federal NDP, and he joins you now. Mr. Singh, it's good to see you. Thank you for being on the show today.
Good to see you. Thanks for having me on.
You criticize the Liberals for not having a coordinated approach to Donald Trump, but there's no tariffs today. What's your reaction to the lack of direct action by the president on this?
Well, I wouldn't take this as a meaning that Donald Trump is not going to move forward. I think it's clear that he's made the threat. He repeated a vague threat again, did not name Canada, but I think we need to be prepared. And as I said before, the only thing that Trump will understand is strength, so we need to be ready to respond to any tariffs against Canada with tariffs in kind, retaliatory tariffs, dollar for dollar. I said in addition, we need to look at ways of escalating that to mount the pressure, to increase the pressure, to get him to back away. And if there is a trade war, it's not something we want, it's not something we're looking for, but if he brings it, I also want to send a message to working Canadians that might feel that their jobs might be impacted. I want you to know that a new Democrat government will always have your back and support you, and I'll continue to push for ways that we support workers so they're not the ones bearing the brunt of this.
Okay, dollar for dollar, and when you say escalating, does that mean beyond dollar for dollar? You would escalate beyond dollar for dollar, even if it comes at a full 25% across the board?
Yeah, we need to look at all tools, and so consider if the harm is not being felt by the United States, we need to look at other ways that we can increase the pain or increase the pressure. One of the things that I suggested was to say critical minerals. This is something that we know that China said no to the U.S. So really the only viable, sustainable choice for the United States to get critical minerals is from Canada. We can turn off the tap on that. That's something that would directly impact Elon Musk, who is pretty prominent in the Trump administration. His batteries for his Tesla rely on that. That's something that would immediately put pressure on them to say back away from picking a fight with Canada.
But dollar for dollar, Mr. Singh, if it's a 5% tariff, 4% tariff, maybe even a 10% tariff, that seems doable. 25% is on $600 billion worth of goods, and those would be costs borne by Canadians. You're talking $150 billion right there, in addition to the economic misery caused by whatever Donald Trump does. The current government seems to think that that is just too far, too fast. You're willing to do that? That go on 25% on $600 billion if that's what he does?
Well, I think we need to be ready to do that. And so what I've said from the beginning is that when we take an approach towards mounting the pressure on Trump in response to whatever he does to us, we need to be ready to respond in kind. And all tools need to be on the table. We need to look at every option. That's the type of strength we need to bring to this fight to make sure it is clear that if Donald Trump picks this fight, a fight that we do not want, a fight that we would not start, but if he does pick it, that it's not just going to be Canadians that feel the pain, Americans will as well. That's the only way we can ensure that Donald Trump backs away from this.
Right, but you've seen the analysis, I'm sure you've read the analysis that has been done on this, that if Trump goes ahead with the 25% tariff, you're looking at up to 4 to 5 percentage points of GDP just gone. So that's a full-blown recession, and retaliatory at an equal level compounds that even further. So, I mean, how does a much smaller economy with a much smaller population like Canada handle that? I mean, I appreciate you want to retaliate and inflict pain on the Americans, but the calibrated approach versus the broad approach, one inflicts pain, but the broad approach hurts Canadians as much or more than it hurts the Americans.
Well, I'm saying all the tools should be on the table, and we should be ready to go as far as that and look at options beyond it. That's why I suggested things like critical minerals. That's not where we start at. That's not our starting point, but that's something that we need to keep on the table, that we are prepared to go to that level. There is only one way to fight back. There is no other way. We have to be able to fight back by applying pressure on on the Americans, on the United States, letting them know that it's going to hurt. The way we escalate it, where we start and where we end up, all of that is something that can be, we can adjust as makes sense, but we need to be prepared to have a serious fight so that we can defend Canadian jobs. And in doing so, we also need to be prepared for the harm. Whether we respond or not, a 25% tariff on Canadian goods will mean hundreds of thousands of Canadian jobs are lost. So we need to make sure we're ready to protect those workers, support them, but we do need to respond to tariffs applied on us. It is the only way we can fight back.
You mentioned critical minerals. You haven't mentioned oil. Daniel Smith says hands off oil. What do you say?
I think it is irresponsible to take any tool off the table prematurely. We may not end up there, but we certainly shouldn't remove one of the tools that is a tool on the table before we actually get to the negotiation table, before we actually get this settled. So no, we should not take any tool off the table. I'm concerned about Daniel Smith's approach in general. She seems more interested in cozying up with Donald Trump than fighting for Canadian jobs. In fact, I would say the same of Pierre Poilievre, who received an endorsement from Elon Musk and someone who's a part of an administration that has threatened our sovereignty, threatened Canadian jobs, threatened to increase an already high cost of living. And when given the chance to reject that endorsement, he said, no, he's a great guy. He complimented the guy that's part of an administration that is threatening our very sovereignty. That is not a joke that you want to accept. I think any patriot, any Canadian would say, no, I'm not going to accept the endorsement of a billionaire who's threatening Canadians and Canadian jobs in that way. And so it shows you the type of person Pierre Poilievre is. The billionaires think that he's their yes man. He is in their pockets. And Elon Musk thinks, this is my guy in Canada, that Poilievre will do whatever we need of him. Trump thinks the same. That's not someone who's going to be able to stand up to Trump.
Look, it's very uncertain times, right? And we didn't sort of get the clarity on precisely what Donald Trump and his administration may do in relation to tariffs today, as many people had expected. And in the backdrop of all of this, Mr. Singh, as you all know, the Liberals are going through their troubles and picking a new leader on the 9th of March. Is there anything that can happen between now and the 24th of March, when Parliament is set to return, that changes your mind on where you are in voting non-confidence and forcing an election at the first possible opportunity? Because we don't know what's coming out of the U.S. We don't know where things are going to be here. Is there anything between now and the 24th that could change your mind, or are we dead set on an election in April and May of this year?
No, I've been really clear on this point, and I'm thank you for the question. I'm going to reiterate it. We will be voting against the government at the earliest occasion. It's clear now that people feel, and they tell me again and again, they feel let down by the Liberals. They don't want to give them another chance. So the next election is going to be between Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives, who want to cut the things that you need, and it's going to cost you a lot. It's going to cost people the cut to daycare, the cut to dental care, or New Democrats who want to lower your bills and build homes you can afford and defend the things that make people's lives better.
But what if we're in the middle of that economic crisis that you were just talking about, right? There is a 25% tariff. Workers are suffering. Parliament needs to be recalled so Parliament can approve what would be presumably billions, if not tens of billions dollars in aid to help them. And an election means caretaker mode, no new spending, no ability to help people for the 5-6 weeks that a national campaign is happening. The conditions that exist on the 24th of March are irrelevant. It's time to get rid of the Trudeau Liberals, and that's it for you?
Well, if they want to do something, I suggested calling back Parliament now, given how serious this all is. If they were interested in getting things done, they could do it now. We have 2 months before.
Well, there has to be a confidence vote as the first thing, right? When you come back after a prorogation, right? Reply to the speech.
Of the Liberals, though.
Well, a reply for the speech to the throne, and then estimates need to be passed, and both of those are going to be confident. No, understood. But we are where we are, and I'm not putting responsibility on you for the state of Parliament.
We are because of the Liberals. They made that choice.
Completely agree.
Trade war threatened in a position where we were threatened by a trade war, in a position where there was clear indication of a 25% tariff potentially being imposed on Canada. The Liberals chose to prorogue. That was their decision. If they were serious about protecting Canadians, we could be in Parliament now, putting in place changes to EI, different supports in place to protect workers from a potential blowback. But that was their decision.
Right, but just quickly on that, Mr. Singh, how do you bring back Parliament at any point early before the 24th of March, given that you, Mr. Blanchet, and Mr. Poilievre have all said non-confidence immediately? So they'd have to have a throne speech because Parliament needs to be summoned back after a prorogation. There will be a confidence vote right out of the gate. It seems as if there is no flexibility in Canadian politics now to respond to things the way they might need to be responded to because of the positions everyone has taken. Am I understanding you that nothing changes no matter what?
Yeah, that's a decision that the Liberals made. They could have had Parliament be back in session. We could have been voting on things that needed to be done for Canadians. They chose to prorogue. We're going to be voting against the government at the earliest opportunity.
Okay. Federal NDP leader Jagmeet Singh sticking to his guns. Thank you so much for joining us today, sir. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Well, the Canadian dollar rallied today after reports surfaced that President Trump would not impose tariffs on Canada, at least not today. Peter Armstrong is the CBC senior business reporter, and he is in Washington for Trump's first day in office. So, Peter, what do you hear from economists, business community, based on day one coming and going and tariffs not being there?
You know, David, I usually hate it when people use the Canadian dollar as like a proxy for all things in the economy. And yet today, it kind of did what I think most economists, most businesses, and most of us did when it heaved a giant sigh of relief and shot up and said, okay, well, we'll live to fight another day. Maybe there's a little time to come up with a plan here. Put it in context. It shot up. It went up to 70.08% or 70.08 cents US. It's now down at 69.93 just before we were coming on air. So it's moving in very small increments, but those increments matter, right? And they matter a great deal, not just to the people that are trying to buy or sell the goods in Canadian to US dollars, but also just, I think it is a reflection of how Canadian industry feels about this, that they really did feel like we were getting something specific today, and that whatever was coming would start, and we could start to sort of game out what the response would be. We'd know a little more. We don't know a lot more today. He does still sound like he likes tariffs and that he's going to use them. The question is in what measure. And so you get all of these responses from industry associations and economists trying to bake in, okay, well, we think he's still likely to have a 10% across the board tariff or a 15% on specific industry tariffs, but we don't know. And we won't know. We're hopefully going to get that memorandum that sort of laid a lot of the guts of the decision not to impose tariffs today out. They're going to study, which you do have to do in some of those emergency powers that the American presidency has, but it's more unknown, but it's better than getting slapped with what would have been catastrophic for the Canadian economy.
Yes, not having 25% tariffs is probably much better than having them. You know, I'm not an economist, but I know that. So, Peter, quickly, what are you watching for in the days ahead? It didn't come today. I mean, what's next?
So I think we'll get more information about what those underlying responses are going to be, what the underlying studies are aimed to achieve. And are they looking for legal sort of justification to impose some of these tariffs in ways that maybe they would have been challenged on? Or are they actually looking to explore what the trade deficit looks like and why, and how we might be able to make some changes on the margins? Because there are things Canada can do to try to negotiate and use as leverage with Trump. He does want concessions. There are things that we can and probably will concede. I think we're getting that response in order. We'll get more information from the Americans in the next day or so about what that ask is going to look like.
Okay, here's hoping. All right, Peter, thanks so much. That's the CBC's Peter Armstrong. Well, as Peter highlighted, Canada is, of course, bracing for the economic impacts of a second Donald Trump administration, with the president today declaring a new golden age for America.
America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country. Sunlight is pouring over the entire world. And America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before.
Okay, so what will this golden age mean for a new age of Canada-U.S. relations? Bruce Heyman is the former U.S. ambassador to Canada, and he joins me here in the studio. Ambassador, it's good to see you. Thanks for coming on the big day.
Good to be back here. Excuse me. The cold weather has hit my voice a little bit, but
I hear you.
This is my anniversary. It was 8 years ago today that I lost my job as ambassador upon the swearing in of one Donald Trump, and I'm back here in Ottawa today. So
David Cohen is going through that today as well. So what do you make of day one? I mean, you know the relationship. These tariffs are a catastrophe if they go ahead, and everyone's waiting to see what the president's going to do. What do you make of the fact that they didn't happen on day one?
I don't read a lot into that. The fact of the matter is implementing these tariffs is not an easy task. I think he's going to go ahead with it, and I'd prepare for that. I would like to take some time to talk about the why.
I just have to interrupt you for 1 second. Donald Trump is speaking. We may duck out in just a second, but keep going until I get some clarity on what's going on.
So I don't hear as much here within Canada, enough people talking about why is he going to put the 25% in.
Yeah.
And everybody leans into the document that says, oh, it's because of the border issues, or it's because of fentanyl. It isn't to do with any of that. I think it's a bigger issue, and the problem with the issue that I think it is it's going to be very difficult for Canada to negotiate the other side of this.
Okay.
And that issue is that he has promised major tax cuts to the very wealthy in the United States, an extension of tax cuts that expire this year. And that will put a giant hole in his budget. And he has a 2-seat majority in the House. And many members within that House are budget hawks. And we almost lost a speaker just a month ago.
Right.
So I am telling you, he is thinking about where I get revenue.
Right.
And that's why he forms the External Revenue Service. That's why he's talking about a tax on these 3 largest trading partners as a tariff. And so he needs the revenue. And so that's where I think we're going to be focused over the next few months.
Okay, that is certainly what a lot of people have suggested. Robert Lighthizer has a whole paper on that has been circulating. So we're just going to take a quick break, Ambassador Heyman, because Donald Trump is speaking. He says now the work begins, is what he has said. He says he will sign something on the January 6th hostages today. Let's listen in to Donald Trump.
Bring home his body. It should have never happened. 3 years. It's ridiculous. Should have never happened. Wouldn't have happened. I also want to express my tremendous gratitude to the hundreds of thousands of proud American patriots who came from all across the country to join us in this celebration. It's a celebration of a big win. And you're witnessing the dawn of the golden age of America. That's what it's going to be. We're bringing it back. We're going to bring it back fast. We're going to bring it back fast. Let us also thank the incredible service members, National Guardsmen, Police, Secret Service, and law enforcement personnel who are keeping us all safe, even though, and they are great people. New York's finest. I grew up with New York's finest, and we got to give them their authority back. You won't have any crime. There'll be no crime. You give them little authority back. The whole way they run things in this country now, it's disgraceful. But it's going to change rapidly. We're going to make our cities safe again, too. Even though we're indoors, we've had a magnificent inaugural parade. And let's give a big round of applause. They were great. To all of the incredible performers and hardworking men and women who made it possible. Those people, really talented, amazing people. I also want to thank my wonderful family for being here, especially my beautiful wife, our First Lady, Melania. I love our First Lady. And also, JD. How good has JD been? And his beautiful wife, Usha. How good is JB? JD has been great. He's another good negotiator, Steve. He's a great negotiator, too. We need negotiators in this country. But so many of the people on the stage behind, not only family members, as an example, Lara Trump, the wife of Eric. She was the head of the Republican Party, along with my friend Michael. Stand up, the two of you. What a job. What a job they did. They worked so hard. They knew there'd be rigging, but they said, we're going to make it too big to rig, and we did. We made it too big to rig. We won every swing state by a lot. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. We won the whole ball of wax. And now we're going to go and drill, baby, drill, and do all the things that we've wanted to do and bring your costs down, your prices down, and make our country safe. So thank you very much, Michael. Thank you very much. What a job you've done, Michael. I'm never moving you, you know. He was thinking about getting a nice job in the administration. I said, no, I'm leaving you right where you are. You've done a very good job. We're not moving you, Michael. I'm sorry.
Okay, that is President Donald Trump giving a version of a speech we've heard a couple of times today. We're going to keep monitoring that and come back to it if we get to the more significant agenda items that we're anticipating from the president today. Meanwhile, former U.S. Ambassador to Canada, Bruce Heyman, is here with me in the studio. So, Bruce Heyman, you were saying earlier, the tariff threat, it's not about the border, it's not about fentanyl, it's not about human trafficking, it's about revenue. Because he's got budget hawks and deficit hawks in the House, and he wants to do tax cuts for wealthy people, so he needs the cash from these tariffs. But he also said today he's ordering all the departments to lower costs. He wants energy supply to be increased so gas prices can go down. Tariffs work against all of that, right? Surely he must see that, or the people around him must see that? What do you think?
Don't confuse the facts with his narrative. I mean, he has a narrative. He thinks NATO is a dues-paying organization. You haven't paid your dues. I think he knows exactly what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's saying. So to meet the numbers that he needs in his budget, he has DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency.
Yep.
We're going to save money and we're going to get some additional costs down. And we have to get additional revenue. We're just not going to make this budget work with the huge tax cuts that he's going to propose. And so he wouldn't have announced the External Revenue Service without having anticipation of substantial external revenue.
So what do you think happens now? Because he threatened to do the tariffs, 25% across the board on day one. It's day one and there's no tariffs. There is instead a study of trade deficits and trade practices of Canada, Mexico, and China. It's not a reprieve, because the government has said that is too strong a word to use, but it's another day to breathe at least. What do you think he does now? Do you think he goes ahead with 25%? Because that's crippling.
He's completely unpredictable. So I have lived my personal and professional life supporting and defending the Canada-U.S. relationship. I think the United States is stronger and better as a result of our trade, our military, our social and interactions that we have with our neighbor to the North, Canada. And so I believe it's a win-win in our relationship. He does not see it in that lens. So the fact of the matter is that where Canada wins, he thinks you're taking advantage of us. And where the U.S. wins, he doesn't value those wins on the international stage because it's all about me. And so I don't know where he goes next. He's going to have a busy platform, and he has a lot of things that he's going to have to focus on. But if he wants to get this tax bill put in by spring, he's going to have to find some balancing revenue somewhere. And this is his plan.
When you were ambassador here, the government was in a slightly more stable situation. Under Stephen Harper and under the early days of Justin Trudeau. It's a very difficult spot right now for the country to have a prorogued parliament and a Liberal leadership race with the clock ticking down to the 9th of March and the end of Justin Trudeau's career. Where does that leave Canada in dealing with the Trump administration from your view? I mean, none of it seems good. I mean, what is the material effect of it in Washington in terms of getting their attention and being heard?
So your point was right. In 2017, you had a majority government, a brand new majority government at the federal level. And we also understood, as a Canadian, what was being asked of you. And what was being asked was you were negotiating NAFTA. And so it's just different. And so then in that case, you were able as a country to bring all the parties together at the federal level. You were able to bring the premiers together, and you were able to bring the business community together. I still think it has not been completely defined what Donald Trump's looking for. And that's why I think it's more he needs the money as opposed to any of these individual items. And I think the response level that is taking place, which is unfortunate for Canada in that you have premiers saying something, different party leaders saying something, people running for leadership in a party probably saying something a little different. It's hard to get coordinated in that time. But I think you need to take a pause moment and figure out what it is the United States is asking and use that as your negotiating opportunity, but not here between you and me and not on U.S. national broadcast, but use it as an opportunity to develop the relationship together.
Yeah.
And I think we have that. This could be an incredible reset moment, and really good things could come out of it. But we need to have that moment to sit behind closed doors and have that conversation.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a dynamic where you've got Liberal candidates seizing on this moment to advance their candidacy. Doug Ford is using it to have an early election in Ontario. Daniel Smith is using it to attack the federal government. Like, there are different agendas all playing out. Meanwhile, the national economy and livelihoods are being challenged. Your quick thoughts, Ambassador, on what we saw in the U.S. This is Donald Trump's first day. It was Joe Biden's last day.
Right.
And the former president's final days were spent preemptively pardoning people who have committed no crimes to protect them from the impulses of the president who came in today. And he has indicated that he may pardon or commute the sentences of people involved in what happened on January 6th. Today is supposed to be about the peaceful transition of the power in the most powerful democracy in the history of the world, and we leave these two competing things happening. I mean, what do you draw from that you have to pardon people on the way out the door to protect them from the guys coming in, and he's going to let the people who storm the Capitol walk free, potentially?
Doesn't feel good. I mean, look, as an American who believes in our country and puts country over party, and I swore an oath to the Constitution of the United States, we do have this ability as a president to have this pardoning power. And I think it's probably too unlimited in its abilities at this point. And at some point, on both parties, you've mentioned both the former president and the new president, both using these tools. I think this should be looked at going forward. But, it's a sad day when you have to believe that you are pardoning people that you're worried about on either side for political purposes, as opposed to, for legitimate purposes. Somebody may be incarcerated for something that doesn't apply, or they've served their term and given back to society what they needed to give back for the punishment. And so it's unfortunate to see that.
Just a last question, Ambassador, before we let you go. The sort of the cacophony of different messages and agendas here in dealing with him. I mean, you worked in finance and worked in politics, worked in diplomacy. What are the consequences right now for Canada in this situation? I mean, it seems as if it could be a far worse outcome than if things were more stable. I mean, where are we in terms of the risk element right now?
So I had, as you probably know, had talked about this moment being my tsunami warning to Canada, that if he becomes president again, the conditions were ripe for a tsunami. You now have, with the fires in LA, that they have this new designation that they've used the last few years for horrific potential events, a particularly dangerous situation. I think we're in a particularly dangerous situation, but it's not just with Canada. The Democrats back at home lack leadership. We do not have a singular voice on an opposition in the United States. We have over 100 executive orders being put forth. I think the democracy of our country is also being tested in very many ways. And so while I understand here in Canada, your focus here in this program, in my time here in Canada, that's a focus. I would say it's not just Canada. It's at home. It's around the world. And we've got a very tough few months, maybe a few years ahead of us.
Well, it's 1,461 days in a presidency, and this is only day one. And I think you're right. This relationship, the trading relationship, NATO, the G7, he's pulling out of the Paris Accord again. So there are many things at stake. You're right. It is a far larger risk. Bruce Heyman, I always appreciate talking to you.
It's a pleasure. I love this country. I love the relationship that the United States has with Canada. I don't ever like to see it damaged or even nicked. And in this particular case, just know that you have this former ambassador standing up for the relationship.
We appreciate it, sir. It's some tough sledding ahead. That's Bruce Heyman. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go back to the Capital One Arena. President Donald Trump talking about his executive orders. He has said he will revoke nearly 80 executive actions of the previous administration and implement immediate regulation freeze. Says he will issue a temporary hiring freeze and will require federal workers to return to office in person. Let's listen in.
One-sided Paris Climate Accord ripoff. The United States will not sabotage our own industries while China pollutes with impunity. China, look, They use a lot of dirty energy, but they produce a lot of energy. And when that stuff goes up in the air, you know, it doesn't stay there. It's not like you got a wall. We love walls, don't we? Not like you have a wall around and it doesn't. It floats into the United States of America after 3.5 to 5.5 days. It floats across the oceans and it comes right over your neighborhood and it falls into your neighborhood. So they all say, we have to fight for cleaner air, but the other dirty air is dropping all over us. So what the hell are they talking about? Unless everybody does it, it just doesn't work. You know, we had the cleanest air and the cleanest water that this country's ever had under the Trump administration, and we didn't do anything to stop jobs and stop production. Believe me, you're going to see a lot of companies come pouring back because tariffs. I always say tariffs is the most beautiful word to me in the dictionary. Then I was reprimanded by the fake news. They said, what about love, religion, and God? I said, I agree. Let's put God number one. Let's put religion number two. Love, I don't know. We got to put that number 3, I guess, right? And then it's tariff. Because tariffs are going to make us rich as hell. It's going to bring our country's businesses back that left us. And I'll also sign an executive order to immediately end federal government censorship of the American people. In America, we believe in free speech, and we're bringing it back starting today to stop the weaponization. Oh, do I know about that? These creeps. Deranged Jack Smith. You ever hear of him? Deranged. He's a deranged prosecutor. He's sick. They suck him on me. He's now been reduced to getting on an airplane, going back to The Hague or wherever the hell he came from. We got to get rid of that guy. Hey, was he one of the many people that got a pardon today? Did they pardon Jack Smith? You know, did you know that Biden, while I was making my speech, pardoned his whole family? The brother, the whole deal was pardoned. Can you imagine that? While I was making my speech. Did everybody hear my speech? Did you like my speech? Thank you. I mean, the only thing wrong with it is I had a lot of tough things to say, and I have some great people that work for me. Sir, this is such a great speech. It's so unifying. Don't talk about Biden with his pardons of his family. We want a unified country. They said, don't talk about the J6 hostages that you're going to be releasing today. Sir, don't put that in your speech, please. I said, but I want to put it in my speech. I said, sir, it won't be unified like it is. It's so beautiful the way it is. And it is getting great reviews. You know, if I put things like that in, I'll get terrible reviews. One little paragraph that's a little bit wrong, the fake news goes crazy, right? So I said, all right, I won't put it in my speech, but you know what? I'm speaking in front of a hell of a lot of people at a place called Capital One Arena, and I'll talk about it there. So we're going to be going over the beautiful Oval Office, one of the great offices in history. Even if it wasn't beautiful, it's the Oval Office, but it is beautiful. And we love the Oval Office. It all starts with the wars start and end there. Everything starts and ends at the Oval Office. We love it. But we're going to go to the Oval Office. We're going to sign. We're going to release our great hostages that didn't do, for the most part, they didn't do stuff wrong.
Okay, that is President-elect Donald Trump speaking to supporters at the Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C. It looks and sounds like an unscripted speech, so that could go anywhere, as is the case in the Trump presidency. But we'll give you a sense of what we do know with some certainty. And we have reporting from Reuters that is reporting that a draft trade memo from the Trump administration directs federal agencies to investigate and remedy persistent U.S. trade deficits that harm the U.S. economy. It seeks to address unfair trade practices and currency manipulation by foreign countries, and seeks to ensure that trade deals, including the USMCA or NAFTA 2.0, prioritize American workers, farmers, and businesses. That's going to be a key one for this country. And also that it seeks to combat import of counterfeit products, contraband that threaten public health and erode tariff revenues. So trade, the agenda taking some form right now. We'll expect more clarity on this, but certainly focusing on American workers, farmers, and businesses, that is going to be a challenge for Canada and Mexico as the other key players of that trade agreement. We're going to bring in our Power Rankings panel. They're our regular look at who is up and who is down on Canada's political stage on a day when everything's kind of topsy-turvy. So appropriately, I'm joined by Rick Bell, who is a columnist with Post Media. He's always got upsy-downsy picks. Emily Nicola is a columnist for Le Devoir, and Rob Benzie is the Queen's Park bureau chief for the Toronto Star. Okay, gang, normally we pick a quote of the day, but obviously would be a quote from Donald Trump on a day like this. So Benzie, let's just start with you. We've seen the inauguration, we've seen some inauguration speech, some other speeches that were not so scripted, and now the alerts are starting to fly on what the executive orders. What's your takeaway from what we've seen so far on day one of Trump 2?
I mean, it's pretty much as erratic and as crazy as we thought it would be, although it could have been a lot worse for Canada because there aren't those immediate 25% tariffs that would result in a trade war that would ultimately mean more expensive products for Americans because we would have to counter attack, I guess, and put tariffs on American products. And so I guess we've averted a trade war for now, so that's good news. But I think Mr. Trump's I've now heard 3 different versions, or maybe 4 different versions of the same speech today. Yeah. It's going to be one of those 4 years. It's going to be just like the first 4 years that he was, and hopefully there won't be a global pandemic again, because he didn't handle that one so well, which is one reason why Joe Biden beat him in the 2020 election. Which I cannot believe, David, that an inaugural address, not in his official one, but his second one, he was talking about that this win was too big to rig, and he was talking about how the 2020 election was stolen. How he's still deluding himself and deluding American people by saying that he won an election that he lost is quite troubling. But it's not a surprise. This is what people voted for. They knew what they were getting. So. Yeah. Knock yourselves out.
Yeah, a lot of bizarre things today, Emily, that the former president goes out the door pardoning a string of people who have committed no crimes to protect them from prosecution under the new regime, as the incoming president promises pardons and commutations for people convicted in the January 6th attacks, which is just a remarkable thing when you roll that around in your head. You know, because so much happens with the guy, but those are not normal things that happen in democracies. Emily, your just thoughts on what we've seen and heard so far today?
We could draw a whole list of things that are not normal in the democracy that happened today. The first you just mentioned, the ways in which it seems almost like regal power that are being used, that a person can decide what is the law. That's not normal. What we saw at the inauguration is also unprecedented. The place that basically the billionaire tech executive took at that inauguration behind the president, as if they're part of the government. That signals something, not just symbolically, but effectively, that is a massive change in terms of how the largest private companies in the world are aligning themselves, not only with the American government, but specifically with President Donald Trump. Donald Trump launching his own cryptocurrency as he is becoming president of the United States is a ridiculous example of conflict of interest. And there is so much to unpack, and obviously the last thing I will mention is the attacks on basically they're called EDI policy and gender affirmative care, but really what they are is the reverse of what Martin Luther King Jr. stood for, and announcing basically the attack on the legacy of Martin Luther King Jr. on Martin Luther King Day is what happened today as well.
The tech thing was very interesting. I mean, industry's always front and center, but these guys are not U.S. Steel or General Motors. They're global, right, in their ability to influence opinion and thoughts and currents in entire countries. I mean, just go back to Cambridge Analytica and Brexit. So, Rick, your thoughts on what we've seen so far today?
You could come up with, this just in. Donald Trump does things that we think are crazy, or we think are erratic, or we think are contradictory, or we think are wrong. The fact of the matter is, he's campaigned like this. People knew what they were getting, and Americans voted for him. So we could go through a laundry list of things that we can all agree on, maybe make no sense or don't make sense we don't think make sense to other people, but he was elected with this mandate, and it was a mandate with all of those knowns. He didn't. Is anybody surprised at how the inauguration went? Is anybody really surprised at his speech? Is anybody really surprised at the fact that there are so many unresolved things? Are people really surprised? I'm not surprised. I don't think anybody should be surprised. So and that there are contradictions or that he says some things. The Americans know that. They priced it in, as you say, in the stock market, and they still voted for him.
Yeah.
So we are going to have to get used to the fact that he's going to keep doing this, because guess what? He was successful doing it. Whether I like it, whether you like it, whether the person down the street likes it, is irrelevant. Enough Americans liked it, or liked him, or liked what he was saying, his stuff about the golden age, the stuff that America's gone in the toilet and I'm going to get America out of the toilet, all of those sort of grandiose statements at 35,000 feet. More Americans liked that than didn't like it. Now, when you drill down, we're going to have news stories by the boatload for the next 4 years on Trump. But I remember in the first term, it was the same thing. People were shocked, amazed. Why is this happening? Why is he still even viable as a candidate? And we're not even talking about his record just before, when he was, in the courts, etc. But people voted for him. So for whatever reason, there's a lesson there that I'm sure the historians will tell us about in the months and years to come.
No, look, you're right. None of it is really surprising, but it's like, it is still shocking when it happens. You know what I mean? Some of the things, when you see it for real. And all right, he's sitting look, I'm going to warn you. He's sitting down signing executive orders. They have a desk in the Capital One Arena, and we may have to bail out to go to this. So I apologize in advance if your time gets wasted. This is way behind schedule, and it is unpredictable. It is a very Trump day. So Rick, quickly, let's go with your pick, because you want to talk about Daniel Smith, who's down there and upsetting some people in Canada by your presence and her words. Go ahead.
Exactly. Like you said, I'm the master of the upsy-downsy. I haven't done an upsy-downsy for a long time. But in this case, in Alberta, she is an up, because she is seen as defending the oil and gas industry. It's the biggest export. There's a great fear in Alberta that will be the industry that will get hit, not just by Trump, could get hit by the Canadian government through an export tax. So there is great fear and loathing about that whole thing. And because it involves a Trudeau and the Liberals, it just complicates things further. So I think, but outside Alberta, I could tell the viewers here, I have never, when I defended Daniel Smith in print, I have never received the hate mail I've received 34 years in the business, as I received in the last week from people outside Alberta talking about how they thought she was destroying national unity, didn't join Team Canada, was showing us to be weak because she wasn't on Team Canada. Right. I think people here in Alberta are relieved we at least get a bit of a reprieve. And I think for some people it will be at least a temporary, if not vindication. It will be an impetus for Smith to continue saying that her approach is the best one.
Rick, I got to jump in. And speaking of upsy-downsies, I'm sorry, gang. Donald Trump is signing executive orders, and there's stuff coming in on trade. So I think we're going to have to say goodbye. I really apologize, because Benzie, I want to talk about the Ontario election that seems to be coming. But it's just one of those days. Rick Bell, Emily Nicola, and Rob Benzie, we'll have you back again soon. Let's go to the Capital Arena, in the Capital One Arena in the U.S., in Washington, D.C. Donald Trump is signing and showing executive orders. The CBC Katie Simpson is watching this. Katie, I don't know if you can hear me right now, if he said anything specifically. Oh, let's listen
Yeah.
in. So this is an executive order, Katie, to have every department address the cost of living in the United States. What have we missed to this point? Where are we?
Okay, so in the lead up to this, Donald Trump laid out that he would be signing an executive order to undo 80 executive orders by the Biden administration. He talked about how he was going to be signing, right now I think he's signing one to remove the United States from the Paris Climate Accord. That is something that he also did in 2016 when he took office. But then Joe Biden returned the United States to the agreement. And now Donald Trump again signing that executive order.
Okay.
I also believe he signed an executive order about pardons.
Oh, here we go.
By withdrawing from that treaty. And the next item, sir, is a letter that will be transmitted to the United Nations explaining that we are withdrawing from the Paris Climate Treaty.
Hear what nobody seems to know what Trump is up to today, but go ahead.
Thank you, sir. This next item is a directive to the federal government ordering the restoration of freedom of speech and preventing government censorship of free speech going forward.
Okay, as Donald Trump signs that, an executive order to end government censorship of free speech, we can tell you the Senate has unanimously confirmed Marco Rubio.
Number of other items is a directive to the federal government ending
Just
the
one, David. Just one
weaponization
second,
of
David.
government against the political adversaries of the previous administration, as we've seen.
Okay, David, they just said. So, David, I believe they just said that was the last one he's going to be signing, or it looks like he just opened another order to sign.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
All right, well, Katie, I don't know about you, but this has been a very confusing couple of minutes of live television as Donald Trump whips through these things at 1,000 miles an hour. Look, he just signed some executive orders. The last one had to do with enemies of the government. Couldn't hear the specific wording. Before that, one to end government censorship of free speech. There have also been actions, executive orders rescinding Biden-era policies, pulling out of the Paris Climate Accord, and also ordering an investigation of trade deficits and trade imbalances to determine whether America is being taken advantage of by countries like China, Canada, and Mexico. While that was happening, the Senate has voted to unanimously confirm Marco Rubio as the Secretary of State. One of the first, if not the first, cabinet appointment of the Trump administration to be confirmed by this Senate. The hearings have been going on simultaneous to the drama here in Canada involving the Liberal government and the resignation announcement of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. But Katie, as Trump stands there in front of the crowd, we are getting some clarity on his cabinet and some information on what these executive orders are.
Yeah, so David, every single journalist who's covering this is now going to go to the White House website because they're posting the text of some of these executive orders. We've got one of the new executive orders. I believe it's the first one he just signed there, and that has to do with ending some of the executive orders that are some of the policies of the Biden-era administration. So some of the details in the text here, it says to end things, programs advancing racial equity, support for underserved communities through the federal government, ending ensuring lawful and accurate enumerate other policies related to DEI policies, as they describe it, preventing and combating discrimination on the basis of gender identity or sexual orientation. All of these executive orders that were, it appears to me, that were signed by the Biden administration back in January of 2021. It's listing them all here and the things that they are going to undo. And
it's
so
enormous.
It's an enormous list.
Yeah.
And for me to just read it on live TV without actually going to double check and cross section, do the proper work to go and make sure that I'm reading the right thing on TV. I'm not just going to go blindly reading this on TV because I don't want to say something and get it wrong. But essentially, it is a massive executive order listing dozens of points here. I believe this is the first executive order that they described about trying to undo some of the policies of the Biden administration, which Trump has described as a disaster, describing his return to power as the end of the decline in the United States. What we are very keen to, this is a significant executive order. All of these executive orders are going to be significant. But from the Canadian lens, what we are doing right now is trying to get our hands on anything related to trade in this immediate moment. Okay, we've got another one, and this is putting America first in international environmental agreements. So I believe this is the formal withdrawal request from the Paris Climate Accord. And so, it says the United States ambassador to the United Nations shall immediately submit written documents, say, hey, we're out, we're pulling out. So there's that there.
So, Katie, just the headlines that we have from the executive orders is putting America first in international environment agreements, the one you were talking about, delivering emergency price relief for American families and defeating the cost of living crisis. So that presumably is the executive order ordering all departments to find a way to lower costs. There's a hiring freeze executive order, a regulatory freeze pending review, a return to in-person work. This is ordering federal workers to come back to the office 4 to 5 days a week. Ending the weaponization of the federal government. This was the last thing that he signed, I believe, there at the Capital One Arena, Katie, the very last one that was signed. That got a lot of cheers because they believe, Trump and his supporters, that the Biden government and the state was weaponized against him in particular. Restoring freedom of speech and ending federal censorship, and then the initial recessions, as they call it, of harmful executive orders and actions. And that is the one we were going through, Katie, where a lot of what I would call progressive agenda items from the Biden administration are being revoked, and a lot of things connected with COVID-19 are being revoked. Pandemic, anything to do with sort of dealing with the pandemic response are being overturned and rescinded by this executive action.
Yeah, and I'm looking to see if it does not appear that any sort of pardons for anyone arrested in connection to the attack on the U.S. Capitol on January 6th or the J6 hostages, as Donald Trump describes them. I'm not seeing anything here at this point, but what I will say is Donald Trump is now on we are expecting him to head over to the White House now to sign even more executive orders. So this is just the start of it.
Yeah, it's like a multi-course meal. This is the appetizer for the day. So, Katie, you've got a full plate and a full night ahead of you. We're going to let you go. I want to thank Katie Simpson for helping us navigate a busy and often chaotic Inauguration Day in Washington, D.C. here today on what is day one of the Trump administration, day one of 1,461 days. That is the number of days in a presidential term, 1 leap year and 3 regular years. The executive action continues to come in from Donald Trump. If you go to whitehouse.gov, you can see when you land on the White House page how immediate the transformation has been. There's a splash video that launches of Donald Trump arriving and returning to power in a helicopter, very slickly shot, and then a celebratory image of the president on the page that until early this morning listed a lot of Joe Biden's actions in a very normal government page. It's gone very political on Inauguration Day. As Donald Trump returns for the second time, he is now the 47th and 45th president of the United States. This is all going to continue to unfold throughout the evening and into tomorrow. I promise you, we will do our best to stay on top of it all, and we'll be back with more coverage and reaction here on Power and Politics. But for now, I'm David Cochran. Thanks for watching this sometimes frantic episode of Power and Politics. We're going to be back in 22 hours with the next edition of the show, but stay right where you are. There's more coverage coming up still ahead here on CBC News Network. Canada Tonight is next, continuing coverage of Donald Trump's return to the White House. It is Inauguration Day here on the 20th of January of 2025, as there is a peaceful transition of power in the United States, and nobody knows what happens next. I'm David Cochran. I'll be back tomorrow. Stay right here. More coverage still ahead on CBC News Network.
It is Inauguration Day in the United States of America. You're looking at the Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C. President Donald Trump just addressed his supporters and signed several highly anticipated executive orders. Hello, I'm Dwight Drummond. You're watching special coverage of the U.S. inauguration on CBC News Network. And joining us for the next 2 hours is our senior Washington correspondent, Paul Hunter. He joins us from the Canadian Embassy in D.C. Thanks for being here, Paul. Let's start with Donald Trump here. He signed a number of executive orders just moments ago. I bet a big sigh of relief at the Canadian Embassy because nothing on tariffs targeting Canadian goods.
Oh, man, it was almost as if you could feel like all the shoulders of all the Canadian officials down here just going, right. Dodged a bullet with that one. It's been all the talk ever since the word tariffs came up and this notion that potentially starting today, a 25% tariff across the board on all Canadian goods coming from Canada down into the U.S. with that early reporting that it wasn't going to happen. It was like, oh, holy cow. But the way it's being treated is no tariffs yet, right? For all the relief that is being felt across Canada broadly on that, certainly among Canadian businesses who would have been hit hard by this, and all the Canadian officials who have been down here for days trying to make their case that this isn't good for either country or wouldn't be good. Having sort of said all that, the mantra really is no tariffs yet. And so Canadian officials down here who know they've got a strong and persuasive case to make on this to Donald Trump and others, they know that their work must continue, that they have to continue delivering that message, to continue making the point with Donald Trump and others that is just not a good idea. But nonetheless, at the bottom line, Dwight, big relief down here. But the other thing I would say is, one thing that they don't know is, where does Donald Trump really want to take this? Is he playing some cards close to his chest? Where will the negotiations, the ongoing negotiations, lead? How will they end? You know, they still don't know the answers to those questions, but the notion of no tariffs for now, bottom line on that is that Canada dodged a bullet today. Watching along with us on how things played out today is the CBC's Katie Simpson. Katie joins us now live from the U.S. Capitol. Katie, what a day, hey? Let's start with those executive orders just signed. What do they entail?
Well, right now the White House website has just posted those brand new executive orders, and they are quite significant when it comes to changes. First of all, an act to repeal a number of progressive policies implemented by the Biden administration around protecting things like trans rights, around seeking racial equality, ending injustice, those kinds of things, those progressive policies. Those have been canceled as a result of one of these executive orders. Pulling the Americans out of the Paris Climate Accord. That's another one of these executive actions related to putting America first. It's called Putting America First in International Environmental Agreements. It's looking to find ways to end the cost of living crisis for Americans, giving authorities to cabinet secretaries to marshal all of their powers to be able to deal with that. They're going to have a federal government hiring freeze. They're going to freeze regulations and going to review how regulations work in the United States. But one of the most interesting ones right now, Paul, that we have our eyes on, it's called Ending the Weaponization of the Federal Government. And as I read it right now, it appears that people who are going to be a part of Donald Trump's cabinet are going to be given a mandate to investigate the actions of the intelligence community over the last 4 years to determine whether they think anything was done that was not in alignment with American values. Donald Trump, this is sort of in the line of Donald Trump feels he's been targeted by the Biden administration, that the justice system has been weaponized against him. And essentially this executive order, as I read it right now, the Director of National Intelligence is going to be given a mandate to sort of look at how the intelligence community has acted over the last 4 years, identify any circumstances where there appear to be problems, and sort of taking a look at what has happened over the last 4 years. That is significant in this moment, the same day that former President Joe Biden on his way out of office, started giving pardons to some people that have been targeted by President Trump in the past, people who were on the January 6th committee, who were investigating what happened in the lead up to the Capitol attack, those kinds of things. So these are the initial executive orders that he signed. Right now, Donald Trump is on his way back over to the White House. We can see the motorcade making its way through the streets of downtown Washington. He's expected to sign more executive orders. The things that we are looking for from the Canadian lens at this point in time, it's going to be anything to do with the review when it comes to trading practices, whether Canada is singled out by name as a possible unfair trading partner, and whether there's going to be a specific investigation into challenges with the Canada-U.S. trading relationship, and whether Canada is singled out as a problem player here. But again, anything to do with trade, anything to do with possible tariffs or a study around that obviously is going to be a priority in Canada, just because of the way that could affect the Canadian economy.
And Katie, as you've been talking, we've been seeing pictures of the presidential, with President Trump aboard, the presidential motorcade, I guess going from the Capital One Arena, now indeed headed to the White House, where I guess we're expecting even more executive orders to be signed. It's probably maybe a couple of minute drive, given that they have full access at all stoplights, no traffic for the beast. What a day in terms of things he has done, though. What else did Trump have to say, Katie, today?
Well, Paul, I think you described it earlier today as the fire hose of news, and the fire hose of news is just, it is on, it is spraying, it is the fire hose of news. A lot of change, but this is what we should expect for Donald Trump, because he promised he would be ready day one to start implementing his agenda. And we knew, based on reporting leading up to this moment, he would have dozens of executive orders ready to go, ready to implement. So right now, as he makes his way over to the White House and returns to sit behind the Resolute desk, we'll get a sense of additional executive orders that he will be signing, and we'll get a better idea of that. But today really is a day of celebration for Donald Trump and his supporters. It was his opportunity to sort of address the nation, marking his enormous political comeback. When Donald Trump left Washington 4 years ago, sort of the hot take at the time was that Donald Trump's political career was done. He was leaving after 2 impeachments. The Capitol attack had taken place, an interruption to the peaceful transfer of power. There still was a peaceful transfer of power, but certainly that process was paused as authorities had to deal with the violence on Capitol Hill. And the time since, Donald Trump faced 4 criminal convictions, or 4 criminal indictments, 1 criminal conviction. The other 3 indictments didn't go anywhere. Time ran out, and cases ended up being dropped for the reasons that judges didn't think that they were appropriate in at least one of the cases. And so moving forward, Donald Trump is really going to focus on the agenda he promised to voters that really galvanized voters and sent him back to the White House. And we got a little bit of a taste of that earlier today in his inauguration speech. But one of the key promises that really motivates his base has to do with January 6th, as we mentioned. Donald Trump being sworn in the same spot that his supporters 4 years ago had stormed in that attempt to block the peaceful transfer of power. Today, Donald Trump, even though we don't have the executive order just yet, Donald Trump said that he was going to grant pardons for some of the people who were convicted in the January 6th attack, and he sort of compared it to the preemptive pardons Joe Biden issued today. Have a listen.
Did you know that Biden, while I was making my speech, pardoned his whole family? The brother, the whole deal was pardoned. I have some great people that work for me. Sir, this is such a great speech. It's so unifying. Don't talk about Biden with his pardons of his family. We want a unified country. They said, don't talk about the J6 hostages that you're going to be releasing today. Sir, don't put that in your speech, please. I said, but I want to put it in my speech.
Donald Trump made that promise during the election campaign that that was something he was going to look at. And Paul, tonight we're getting some reports from American news outlets that some of Donald Trump's supporters have actually gathered outside of the D.C. jail to show their support to the people who've been convicted in offenses related to the January 6th attack as they await to see if one of the next round of pardons is in fact something to, or next executive orders does in fact pardon some of the offenders related to that attack.
And, you know, Katie, I think it's worth underlining that a lot of what Donald Trump has been signing off on today and talking about are things that he campaigned on. He made no secret of any of this effectively throughout his entire campaign, and then people voted him into office to do these things. So in a sense, none of us should be surprised at it. You know, earlier in the program, I was chatting with Dwight about tariffs. I'm just curious, your take. Nothing official on tariffs. What's the state of those threats?
The threats still exist. So I've been speaking with a senior Canadian government source to get sort of the view and the perspective from Canadian officials as this day unfolded. Canadians learned that there would not be, or at least the plan was, Donald Trump would not introduce specific tariffs today. Instead, he would sign an executive order, and we're still waiting for this to happen, that he would sign an executive order that would call for an investigation into unfair trading practices, to examine trade deficits and sort of look into solutions and remedies. But that in terms of an actual tariff coming into effect immediately under some sort of emergency declaration, that was not going to be part of the agenda. Canadian officials learned about that from the reporting of the Wall Street Journal, trying to get confirmed information from people in Trump's circle. It's been a sort of difficult journey for Canadian officials. And one of the reasons why what we're hearing from Canadian sources is that a lot of the people who are around Trump, they are very much deferring to Trump, that Trump is going to be the ultimate decision maker here. He surrounded himself with people that believe in his vision, in his mission, and so they are all deferring to Trump. So waiting for any sort of, confirmed, any sort of detailed information, it isn't until Trump is going to actually sign off on it then that things become certain for real. And so Canadian officials, when they first learned about it, there was a sense of relief. However, they were very cautiously relieved because this doesn't take away the looming threat of tariffs. Donald Trump could act at any time. The review could come back and he could decide to take action. And the view within the Prime Minister's office had been that Trump was likely going to go ahead with tariffs. They thought it was inevitable. So this is a different outcome than they had expected. Privately, I am told that there is a sense of relief that this is a good thing, but publicly they are not going to be letting up in terms of the pressure campaign to try and ensure that Canada is not hit with punishing tariffs, and that they're going to maintain sort of a calm projection going forward, because they can't get ahead of themselves at this point because Trump is so unpredictable. It's part of his negotiating tactics. He is a skilled negotiator and this is what he does. And so Canada doesn't want to sort of take its foot off the gas at this point. They want to push ahead, keep trying to ensure that Canada's case is made to Trump himself, the people around him, and those who might shape his decisions.
And just a note, as you speak, Katie, the motorcade appears to have pulled up in front of the White House. President Donald Trump about to step back in, completing his journey. Who would have thought when he steps officially as president back into the White House? Katie Simpson, I think we'll talk to you again later in the program, but thank you.
Thanks.
We'll head back to Paul in Washington a little later. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau congratulated Donald Trump on his inauguration. The PM's statement reads, Canada and the United States have the world's most successful economic partnership. We are each other's largest trade partners with a relationship that creates millions of jobs, attracts billions in investment into the continent, and keeps our people safe. Canada is strengthening this mutually beneficial relationship. We are making massive investments to bolster cross-border trade, reinforce our supply chains, and create jobs on both sides of the border. We are strongest when we work together, and I look forward to working with President Trump. Trump was expected to sign about 100 executive orders by the end of the day, but the 25% tariff he threatened to levy against Canadian goods was not one of them, as you heard off the top, even though it's the top of the agenda for our federal cabinet ministers as they meet in Montebello, Quebec. CBC's Olivia Stefanovich is at the retreat and joins us now live from there. So, Olivia, where do things stand with the threatened tariffs now?
Well, Dwight, as you mentioned, we're just a couple hours into Donald Trump's second presidency, and so far we haven't seen him sign an executive order, as he pledged to impose sweeping tariffs on Canadian products. And while that may sound like good news, we aren't seeing any Canadian officials celebrate publicly. And that's because, in fact, they are doubling down on the work they say they need to do to make sure that Trump doesn't move ahead with his threat of tariffs or any more economic threats on Canada at all. The Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, he's gathered members of his cabinet here in Montebello, Quebec, Dwight, for 2 days of cabinet meetings focused solely on Canada-U.S. relations and the impact that Trump's presidency could have on this country. Tariffs are very much as a big focus here. Of course, we didn't see them imposed today, but that doesn't mean Canada is out of the woods yet. This is still very much a threat that looms over the country and something that officials are very much preparing for, Dwight. Trump, in his inaugural speech today, he did mention tariffs, the fact that he wants to move ahead with them, imposing these taxes on other countries to enrich the U.S. And he even said he wants to create a new government agency in the U.S. to collect revenue from these taxes from foreign countries. So this is something that is concerning to Canadian officials. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, he appeared briefly before reporters today on his way to cabinet meetings. And while he didn't provide a lot of details following the president's inaugural speech, he did say this. Take a listen.
I'm very happy to be here in Montebello today to dig in on issues facing Canadians here at this cabinet retreat.
So one of the key parts of the exchange between the Prime Minister and reporters today, Dwight, came in an exchange that was actually in French from one of our colleagues at Radio Canada, who asked Trudeau, no threat of tariffs, is the threat of tariffs over for now? And Trudeau responded, yes, for now. And that is the key part, that there's sort of this wait and see mode that continues here in Canada over what the Trump administration will do next. So Canadian officials are very much watching every move and every executive order that the president signs extremely closely. Cabinet ministers are planning to go to Washington and make the case to officials in the presidency in person in the coming days that, any tariffs that they may impose on Canadian products, that this will not only hurt Canada, but it will hurt the U.S. as well, and both economies will be devastated. Here's what Finance Minister Dominic LeBlanc had to say about all of this. Take a listen.
So we remain very much on the job to protect the Canadian economy. If the administration wants to study the economic and trade relationship between Canada and the United States, we think that's a positive opportunity for us to continue to tell the Americans, and obviously Canadians as well, the importance of working together and how both countries are stronger and more secure when we respect and honor a comprehensive free trade agreement.
So, Dwight, Canadian officials say they feel confident in the work they've done so far to prepare for this new presidency, but they need to double down on that work now. And besides from tariffs, there are many other issues that Canadian officials are seized with, including the numerous executive orders that Trump is signing today that will impact Canada deeply, since both countries are so intertwined.
Okay, you mentioned some of these other issues. He says he's pulling the U.S. out of the Paris Agreement. That's the International Court on Fighting Climate Change, of course. What does Canada's Environment Minister have to say about that, Olivia?
Well, Canada's Environment Minister had a lot to say about this, Dwight, as you can imagine. The fact that Trump is deciding today to pull the U.S. out of the Paris Climate Accord and also end the electric vehicle mandate in the United States and declare a national energy emergency in that country, which would effectively allow drilling all across the U.S., even in the Alaskan wilderness, with the idea being that the U.S. would become the richest country country off of oil in the entire world. So here's how Canada's Environment Minister responded to that today.
It is deplorable that the President of the United States has decided to pull out of the Paris Agreement. It is unfortunately not the first time that he's done that. He's done that in his first presidency. The Paris Agreement is larger than one country. It's 194 countries, and we have collectively continued working to fight climate change despite the absence of the United States. And one should forget that despite the fact that the federal government no longer seems interested in fighting climate change, we see a lot of support within U.S. states, municipalities, the private sector, and it is quite ironic that the president would do that as California is going through one of the worst forest fire season in its history.
Now, despite these environmental issues that Canadian officials are seized with from the Trump administration, they're also looking at a number of other priorities that Trump is bringing forward, including the fact that he says that there are only two genders in the United States, a male and female. This is a big social issue, and one that this Liberal government under Prime Minister Justin Trudeau it has taken quite a different view on, pushing transgender rights, advancing these rights, making that a big priority in this country. So that is something that Canadian officials are watching closely, Dwight, as well as this continued threat to annex the Panama Canal. We didn't hear anything today about making Canada a 51st state, but of course that's still something that Canadian officials are looking out for.
Yeah, we did hear about the Gulf of America, another interesting one. CBC's Olivia Stefanovich joining us from Montebello, Quebec. Thank you, Olivia. Let's discuss this tariff reprieve a little further as Canadians exhale that sigh of relief. Our next guest knows a little something about foreign affairs. Peter MacKay held that portfolio among many others. He joins us now from Ottawa on this historic day for our neighbors. So, Peter, no tariffs for Canada on day one, but we heard of the coming External Revenue Service, which President Trump plans to use to extract money from other countries. As a former Minister of Foreign Affairs, what do you think of this idea? What could it mean for Canada?
Well, we do have to be careful of any sort of collateral or knock-on damage that could occur in supply chains if there is sort of a view of a North American approach in tariffs and trades. That could also have an impact on Canada. As you said, there's a collective sigh of relief that there isn't going to be a direct, certainly a 25% tariff would be crushing for the Canadian economy. And as was discussed by ministers and others, this is the mutual assured destruction. That type of approach, picking a fight with Canada, having a trade war when there are many other fish to fry, I believe is not in the best interest of the United States or the incoming president. So hopefully he'll be getting advice from both inside his own administration, from chambers of commerce, and certainly from Canadian ministers and officials.
Is this a solution looking for a problem to fix then? Is there some kind of trade imbalance with the U.S.?
Well, if you take energy out of the mix, which is a very important consideration, along with lumber and steel and other products, the trade imbalance is not really there, so to speak of. The trade imbalance is in a way, the argument could be made, is subsidized by cheap Canadian energy. And we know that is something that the president is concerned about. He's going to, as he put it, drill, baby, drill. That is going to be something Canada will have to watch very carefully, and I suspect an incoming Canadian government will want to look at sort of calibrating Canada's energy production with that in mind, along with other things, taxes, for example, and our own approach to trade. So the impact of this presidency, it cannot be overstated. Today was a day for pomp and ceremony, although certainly substantive executive orders that have been signed. But we are at the very beginning of what is going to be an incredible roller coaster ride. So strap in.
I mean, he certainly opened this second term more aggressively than his first. Are we seeing a new era here of American exceptionalism? And what does this mean for Canada and the rest of the world when he's comporting himself this way?
Well, it's a good way to put it. I mean, we see this sort of conversational rhetoric that comes from the president that has everybody on edge. And that's certainly been true even before the inauguration. It's remarkable when one looks at how his, every twitch and comment reverberates around the world. So exceptionalism, uncertainty, all a method to the madness, perhaps, when it comes to trade. and his negotiation tactics. We know that Canada will enter into a new round of talks on the Canada-U.S. Trade agreement. What that bodes for us, what it bodes for Mexico, remains to be seen. So having people on their back foot when they enter into these negotiations seems very much in keeping with the art of the deal and what we've seen in the president's first presidency.
How do you think we should respond then at this point? Because we don't have a unified approach because of what's going on with Danielle Smith right now. She's down also in Washington. What should be Canada's approach to deal with this then, Peter?
Well, to the best degree possible, consistency. And this is challenging given sort of the state of our government. And without going too far down that road, ministers have to engage. I think some would take exception to what the environment minister said today. We don't need to provoke the president unnecessarily with the type of comments that we heard today. We do need to engage. We need premiers. We need chambers of commerce. We need heads of business. We need corporate advocacy. And of course, we need whoever is going to be the new Liberal leader and prime minister to engage as well. Relationships matter. President to president, military to military, minister to minister. We need to engage like never before to ensure that we are putting Canada's interests first in this discussion. And then, of course, try to also diversify our own trade relationships and ensure that we're watching out for some of the ripple effects that can come from the big muscle movements that will come from this president.
Good points all. Peter MacKay is a former Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you for your time tonight, Peter.
Thank you, Dwight. Very best.
Lots to talk about here on Canada Tonight, including an in-depth look at the array of executive orders U.S. President Donald Trump is rolling out. Plus, the return of this administration represents another shift in attitudes toward equality initiatives. We'll speak with leading U.S. advocacy group about their focus as Trump takes office. And former Alberta Premier Jason Kenney joins us to discuss how the province's current leader is handling negotiations over U.S. tariffs. That's all coming up right here on Canada Tonight. It's just after 7:20 in Washington, D.C. as we take in the view of the White House. U.S. President Donald Trump is back inside the White House for the first time since 2021. Trump is expected to sign more executive orders once he is in the Oval Office. CBC's Paul Hunter has been following along with us this evening. In fact, I was watching you this morning, Paul, so you've been at this all day. Let's start with what you thought of the president's tone today. Peter McKay touched on a bit about this American exceptionalism, the manifest destiny of this country. It seems like Donald Trump wants to bring that back.
Yeah, and I would just say, technically, it's his second time in the White House since he left, right? Because he had tea and coffee with Joe Biden there this morning. To have been a fly on the wall for that short amount of time. But certainly it's his first time back right now as president. Here we go again, right? To your question, though, when I heard him talk about manifest destiny, the first thing, of course, I thought was, here comes the 51st state business. And that didn't happen. I think that was in reference to Mars, and perhaps that unto itself a nod to Elon Musk, who would have been listening very carefully. Look, I think with Donald Trump, he believes, and rightly so, I think, that he has a strong mandate to do what he said he would do. People in the lead up to this, all the talk was, don't listen to what he says, but look at the actions he takes on day one, all the executive orders. I think you combine the two. I think the speech he gave today, in which, to be fair about Donald Trump, and he has been known to have his rambly speeches where he goes left, right, and center, the actual inaugural address was quite disciplined. Mm-hmm. And it was almost like a speech from the throne.
He was reading the prompter.
I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. Well, in fairness, he was. Let's not go there. But he laid out his plan for this, for his administration in these 4 years. Now, 4 years sounds like a long time. It isn't. He doesn't even have 4 years, really. He has 2 years. 2 years in which he has the full support of Capitol Hill behind him. Come the midterms, if history proves right, the Democrats will win back, one side or the other, and that weakens his position to do stuff. He wants to do stuff now. And remember, I've been saying all day, he campaigned on this stuff, right? He made clear to anybody who is listening, here's what I want to do, and if you elect me president, it's what I will do. And then people said, yeah, I'm going to vote for him. He didn't win, a majority. He won a plurality, right? But he got the most votes. Nobody can deny that he got more votes than anybody else. He won the battleground states. He won the Electoral College. He retained the House of Representatives. He won the Senate, and he won the White House. He believes that gives him the right and the power to do what he wants to do. And today he laid out his plan for that.
We're going to check back with you a little later in the show. And I do want to talk to you after you said that, to ask you if this is the greatest political comeback ever. Because on January 6th, we thought this man may have been dead in the water, but here he is. We'll talk to you a little later, Paul. Let's turn to Western Canada now. Alberta Premier Danielle Smith is in Washington meeting with politicians and officials. Her approach has also been criticized by other premiers and Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau for going against the Team Canada approach. So, did that approach work? Jason Kenney is the former Premier of Alberta and former federal cabinet minister, and he's kind enough to join us from Edmonton tonight. So, Jason, please, what do you make of the U.S. President Trump not imposing tariffs on Canada today, something that we are sigh of relief?
Yeah, well, I was always pretty skeptical that he would. We all know that he has this performative approach of trying to rumble his counterparties in the part of his art of the deal. And he has certainly done that, getting the very clear attention of both Mexico and Canada. And now, with this so-called reprieve, it's up to our leadership to demonstrate that we are serious about some legitimate issues he's raised around border security, but also to make our case persuasively to the administration and key influencers across the United States that the Canada-U.S. trade relationship is existential, and core to that relationship is our energy exports, coming primarily from Alberta. When Donald Trump has talked about the $100 billion Canadian ripoff, he's apparently referring to our trade surplus, which is essentially what we export to them in bargain basement prices for oil. So we need to make that point. I think there's some constructive ways we can make a deal with him on that. But I was always skeptical that today would be tariff day. There are some very sober-minded people around him in this administration: Secretary of State Rubio, National Security Advisor Waltz, Susie Wiles, the Chief of Staff, JD Vance from a northern border state, who I know, and he's close to others in Canada. These are people who understand that the United States would be undermining its own best interests by opening a trade war with Canada.
The Team Canada approach is that nothing's off the table when we're retaliating. So what do you think of the idea of including oil and gas in any retaliation coming?
Well, I think when it comes to negotiating with somebody as tough and as aggressive as President Trump, we need to be strong, united, but also a little bit ambiguous, by which I mean we shouldn't be ruling anything in or out, in my view, because that's just negotiating for our counterparty, for the Trump administration. We should leave them guessing about what kind of pain might be inflicted on American consumers if they were to come for our economy. Now, it makes no sense. I think a lot of the argument around a export tariff or embargo on Canadian oil exports to the United States is a red herring. I see no way that they would invite that in the United States because, first of all, it would be hugely damaging to us here in Canada, but he's promised to cut gas prices in half. About 1/5 of U.S. oil consumption, oil consumed in the U.S. comes from Canada. I think the more important thing is to get across to every decision maker in Washington this fact, that 2/3 of U.S. oil imports come from Canada. That's 10 times more than Saudi Arabia, 5 times more than all of OPEC combined, and they don't need to park a U.S. naval fleet off the Canadian West Coast to guarantee that supply. And they buy it at about a 15% discount. President Trump told Prime Minister Trudeau in Mar-a-Lago he wants more, not less Canadian oil, because he wants some version of the Keystone XL pipeline project to get back on the books. I think we could be partners with them on that. And let's make a deal with the author of The Art of the Deal. Let's figure out a way to build the son of KXL, if you will, to sell them at another 800,000 or 900,000 barrels a day, to make energy cheaper in the United States and to make Canadians wealthier.
Before we let you go, just want to get your opinion on Daniel Smith being criticized for breaking away from this Team Canada approach and going to meet in Florida with Trump. What do you make of that?
Well, I think any premier who gets access at that level should take it, and to make the case, I think that's part of Team Canada. I, as premier, was in Washington all the time, meeting with the most senior people I could find, and I would encourage other premiers to try to do the same. That's a Team Canada approach. But I do think that to the greatest extent possible, we need to take a united approach. We should not allow Canadians to be targeted with a divide and conquer negotiating strategy. So let's try to hang together as much as possible. But let's be honest. A Western Canadian premier who sells the U.S. 2/3 of its oil imports is going to have a bigger voice in this administration and in many halls around the United States leadership than perhaps some people in our current federal government. And then if that's the case, let's exploit it. Yes, let's leverage that. That's in our national interest.
Jason Kenney is the former Premier of Alberta and a former federal cabinet minister. Thank you for your time tonight, Jason.
Cheers.
Let's head back to Paul Hunter in Washington. He's standing by with Ellen Morrow. Paul.
Thanks, Dwight. President Trump has practiced saying that again, has been busy all evening signing the first executive orders of his new administration. And Ellen Morrow has been tracking all of this from our Washington bureau. Been listening to you all day. Ellen, she joins me now. Ellen, we know the immigration order is a major one. We'll get more into that with our Richard Madden. But if you would, take us through some of the other ones that we should know about.
Declaring a national energy emergency in the United States. The point there, he said, to increase U.S. domestic energy production and to lower prices. Now, one thing we heard from Donald Trump repeatedly on the campaign trail, you know better than I do, Paul, was the phrase, drill, baby, drill. And he used that very same phrase today in his inaugural address. Here's some of that.
We will drill, baby, drill. We will bring prices down.
fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it.
Now, in terms of specifics on that, Paul, we'll have to wait and see. We're still waiting to see what orders might come on that. But it is expected that Trump will remove restrictions on oil and gas drilling on federal lands and waters. Now, important to point out, when Trump talks about increasing production, U.S. crude oil production actually hit a record last year under Joe Biden, but clearly Trump wants to see more. He's also taking steps to undo some of Joe Biden's climate policies, saying he will put an end to the Green New Deal. And he also said he would be ending what Trump calls the electric vehicle mandate. Now, there really isn't a mandate in place here. There are policies promoting electric vehicles, but there isn't a federal mandate. But that's how Trump has taken to describing those policies. And tonight at that raucous event at the Capital One Arena in downtown D.C., we also saw Donald Trump again withdraw from the Paris Climate Accord. He did that in his first term. Joe Biden rejoined the accord. The U.S. now again out of it. Trump called it a ripoff in his remarks tonight. Now, this push to increase energy production does not include any effort to increase renewable energy that we know of. The White House said in a statement that Trump would be halting new federal leases for wind power. And again, at the Capital One Arena tonight, Trump said that we're not going to be doing the wind thing, in his words. Now, none of this is really a surprise. Trump has been telegraphing these policies for months.
Ellen, I'm just going to, if you don't mind, I'm just going to jump in. He's signing more executive orders as you speak. Let's give a listen.
Based on the current crisis at the southern border, it invokes various executive powers relating to the ongoing invasion at the southern border.
Mr. President, what makes you confident that those are not going to be blocked by the courts?
I don't think they will. I don't think they can be. They're very straight up. Why don't you take that and go over here? Could you get him over here, not on the side angle? Do you mind? Just go right over here with your friends. Okay.
Sir, this is an executive order realigning the United States refugee admission program to better align with American principles and American interests.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. This next executive order is about protecting America from foreign terrorists and other national security and public safety threats. Again, crisis at the border, but it goes beyond that and it implicates other executive powers as well.
Okay.
Just watching President Trump sign yet more executive orders, Ellen, and occasionally, as we're hearing reporters shouting questions at him, let's give a listen here.
Into Mexico to take him out.
Could happen. Stranger things have happened.
Mr. President,
And that was actually
make sure that Maduro will accept Venezuelans?
Say it.
How will you make sure that Maduro will accept Venezuelans?
Well, we're going to see on Venezuela. We're looking at Venezuela very strongly. It's a country I know very well for a lot of reasons, and it's, boy, it was a great country 20 years ago, and now it's a mess, right?
Sir, can we expect ICE raids starting tomorrow in major cities?
What does that mean?
Can we expect ICE raids in major cities
I don't want to say when, but it's going to happen. Has to happen, or we're not going to have a country left.
This is actually an executive order designating the cartels and other organizations to be foreign terrorist organizations.
That's a big one.
Yes, sir.
People have wanted to do this for years. So they are now designated as terrorist organizations, foreign. And Mexico probably doesn't want that. But we have to do what's right. They're killing our people. They're killing 250,000, 300,000 American people a year. Not 100, like has been reported for 15 years. It's probably 300,000.
This is an executive.
Listen, Mexico doesn't want that. How are you going to deal with this?
I don't know. You'll have to ask them.
Sir, this is an executive order entitled Protecting the American People Against Invasion, which again deals with the southern border and the unprecedented admission of illegal aliens across the southern border.
What do you see the biggest national security threat to the U.S., Mr. President? What's going to be your priority on foreign policy?
Say?
What's going to be your priority on foreign policy? What do you see as the biggest
Well,
national
foreign
security
policy is a
threat?
big statement. I mean, my priority on foreign policy, it's going to be to keep America safe. Very simple. It's a big question, though. That's a very big question.
Who is going to be the first foreign leader that you plan to meet, or who are you going to call tomorrow on your first day in
I've
office?
already been meeting people. I've been meeting them. I've been talking to them. I met with Prime Minister Trudeau, who I call Governor Trudeau. I met with numerous foreign leaders. Go ahead.
Sir, this next order relates to the definition of birthright citizenship under the 14th Amendment of the United States.
Yeah, that's a good one. Birthright. That's a big one.
What about that one in the courts? That one is likely to be challenged.
Could be. We think we have good grounds, but you could be right. I mean, you'll find out. It's ridiculous. We're the only country in the world that does this with birthright, as you know. And it's just absolutely ridiculous. But, you know, we'll see. We have very good grounds.
Sir,
People have wanted to do this for decades.
Sir, this is a proclamation declaring a national emergency at the southern border of the United States.
That's a big one. A lot of big ones, huh? You know what that means, right?
President Trump, did President Biden leave you a letter?
He may have. Wait. Don't they leave it in the desk? I don't know. Oh.
What's in there?
Thank you, Peter. It could have been years before we found it. Wow. Thank you.
What does it say on the outside?
Maybe we should all read it together.
Let's read it.
Well, maybe I'll read it first and then make that determination.
That sounds great.
Peter, thank you very much. I may not have seen this for months.
Happy to help with the passing of the torch.
I did. I left him one in the desk just like this.
What are you talking about?
Unification of our country. You know, I didn't know that he gave a pardon to his family because he did it during my speech.
He didn't tell you in the limo?
No, he didn't tell me. No. He did it. They released it during my speech. I mean, during my speech. So all I could do was say, excuse me, I'd like to come back and speak some more. So, no, we were surprised by that. It's bad precedent, obviously.
Where are you thinking on tariffs on Mexico, given these actions you're signing on the border?
Well, we're thinking in terms of 25% on Mexico and Canada because they're allowing vast numbers of people. Canada's a very bad abuser also. Vast numbers of people to come in and fentanyl to come in.
When do you think you would enact those?
I think February 1st.
Are you planning on giving notice of that?
I think we'll do it February 1st.
25% on both, sir?
Sir,
on each.
On each, yes.
This is an executive order taking a large number of executive actions to secure our southern border.
Okay. Sounds reasonable.
President Trump, we remember 4 years ago, Barack Obama had told you that the top threat to the country was going to be North Korea. Did Joe Biden tell you what he thinks the top threat to the country is right now?
No.
Why not?
I think we have a lot of them. Right now, I think we have a lot. I think North Korea turned out to be good. I was very friendly with him. He liked me. I liked him. We got along very well. They thought that was a tremendous threat. Now, he is a nuclear power, but we got along. I think he'll be happy to see him coming back.
And
I think he has tremendous condo capability. He's got a lot of shoreline.
Thank you, sir.
Are you going to work with countries from South America to coordinate on immigration?
About who?
About immigration in general.
This is an executive order. Sorry, sir.
I'm fine with legal immigration. I like it. We need people.
and I'm absolutely fine with it. We want to have it. We need it because we're going to have a lot of companies coming in to avoid tariffs. You know, if you don't want tariffs, all you have to do is build your plant in the U.S. So we're going to have a lot of workers coming in, but we have to have legal immigration.
Do you have a date in mind for when you want to put in on the China tariffs that you talked about?
Which one?
60%?
No. You're talking about which? Say it again.
The China tariffs, the broad
Oh, China?
tariffs.
Well, as you know, I put on large tariffs on China, and they've really been forced to leave them. And if we didn't leave them, you wouldn't have one steel mill that's open in this country because they were dumping massive amounts of steel. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars from China because they were unable to terminate the tariffs I put on China because it was too much money and the budgets didn't work and other reasons too. No, I mean, we're going to have meetings and calls with President Xi. I spoke to President Xi last week, as you know. Did you know that? I had a very good phone call.
JD, where do you stand with NATO at this moment? Are you planning to meet your NATO allies?
No, NATO has to pay more money. NATO has to pay 5%. We're in the Ukraine war by $200 billion more than NATO. It's ridiculous because it affects them a lot more. We have an ocean in between. And we've spent $200 billion more on Ukraine than NATO has spent. And they've got to equalize.
Did you talk to Xi about the Ukraine war?
Yeah.
Because China and Brazil together has a proposal to bring Russia and Ukraine to talk.
Oh, that's good. That's fine. I'm ready.
When are you going to talk with the Brazilian president?
How did Brazil get involved?
Brazil's involved.
This is a new one.
When are you going to talk to Lula?
Are you from Brazil?
I'm from Brazil.
Ah,
When are you talking?
that's why they're involved, I guess.
When are you going to talk with the Brazilian president? How do you see our relationship with Latin America and Brazil?
Great. Should be great. They need us much more than we need them. We don't need them. They need us. Everybody needs us.
Mr. President, it sounds like you will not receive an additional China tariff necessarily, depending on how talks go with President Xi. Is that correct?
What does that define that?
Well, we are asking, you pledged in the campaign potentially a 10% tariff on China or as much as
Because of fentanyl.
Right. So I'm asking where
That's only because of fentanyl. There are other things too.
are additional
And a very
China
big thing is the Panama Canal. China controls the Panama Canal. What's that all about? They're not supposed to be good. When Jimmy Carter gave it, which was a terrible mistake, he didn't do it. He didn't give it to China. He gave it to Panama. And China controls the Panama Canal.
So are China tariffs
And we're not going to allow that to happen.
Are they still on the table or is that all?
We're not going to allow that to happen.
Thank you, sir.
What can we expect of the countries in NATO that spend the least amount of money, like Spain, France, below the 5%?
Spain is very low. And yet, are they a BRICS nation?
What?
They're a BRICS nation, Spain. You know what a BRICS nation is? Well, you'll figure it out. But, and if the BRICS nations want to do that, that's okay, but we're going to put at least a 100% tariff on the business they do with the United States. You know what the BRICS is, right? You guys know.
Brazil,
You know what I'm
Russia.
saying, right? You know what I'm saying.
Sir, this is
It's not even a threat. In fact, since I made that statement, Biden said, well, they have us over a barrel. I said, no, we have them over a barrel. And there's no way they're going to be able to do that.
This is an executive order relating to
100% tariffs, those countries, like Spain?
As a BRICS nation, yes.
But how
They'll have a
would the
100% tariff if they so much as even think about doing what they thought.
Can you explain how is
And therefore they'll give it up immediately. So will China give it up.
Sir, this is about reforming the system of hiring in the federal government to ensure that merit is the lodestar of hiring decisions
As per the Supreme Court.
other matters. Yes, sir.
This is a big deal. Merit. Our country is going to be based on merit again. Can you believe it?
Mr. President, you had said you would end the Russia-Ukraine war on your first day in office. Where do things stand right now, and how do you intend?
Well, this is only half a day. I have another half a day left. We'll see. We
Sir,
want to get it done.
This is an order creating and implementing the Department of Governmental Efficiency, known as DOGE.
Okay, that's a big one.
Is Elon Musk going to get a West Wing office?
No,
he's getting an office for about 20 people that we're hiring to make sure that these get implemented. We have a problem in this country. You sign an executive order, it doesn't get done for 6 months. As an example, when we allow the J6 hostages to go out, it might not be approved under the old days for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 6 months. You know, they had a good ruling from the Supreme Court, and it's like nothing happened. That ruling was 6 months ago, you know that. And it was like they didn't have a ruling. They've been treated very unfair. The judges have been absolutely brutal. The prosecutors have been brutal. Nobody's ever treated people in this country like that.
Mr. President, are you commuting the sentences of anyone who assaulted a police officer on January 6th?
Well, we're looking at 2 police officers, actually, that Washington police officers who went after an illegal, and things happened, and they ended up putting them in jail. They got 5-year jail sentences. You know the case. And we're looking at that in order to give them we got to give them a break.
But is there clemency in your actions today for anyone?
Well, it would be a pardon. That would be a pardon. The one I'm talking about would be a pardon.
Here you go, sir.
Should there be punishment for the people who assaulted law enforcement officers that day?
Well, I will say this. They've been in jail for a long time already. I see murderers in this country get 2 years, 1 year, and maybe no time. So they've already been in jail for a long time. These people have been destroyed. What they've done to these people is outrageous. There's rarely been anything like it in history, in the history of our country. And even people that were aggressive, and in many cases, I believe they happen to be outside agitators, but, you know, what do I know, right? But I think they were outside agitators. There were outside agitators involved. And obviously the FBI was involved because Ray admitted the FBI was involved. Didn't he say 23 people, indirectly or directly, were involved? And it was then 26. That's a lot of people. Now we got to take care of these people have been treated so badly. It's never happened before. What happened in Seattle where they took over a big portion of the city? What happened in Portland where they burn down the city every day and people die? Nothing happened to anybody. But they go after these people violently. I mean, they're still going after brand new people. They found somebody else with a picture. There's never been anything like this. And you know, it's almost 100%. Think of this, almost 100% of the people are convicted. 100%. It's Washington, D.C. People go into a trial and they say, oh, I have a wonderful lawyer and I didn't do anything wrong. And they end up in shackles almost immediately and jail. No, we're not going to let it happen.
About doing that, you have shown interest in buying it, but is there any other option that would satisfy you?
About what?
Greenland, instead of buying it.
Finland?
Greenland.
Oh, Greenland. Greenland is a wonderful place. We need it for international security. And I'm sure that Denmark will come along. I think it's costing them a lot of money to maintain it, to keep it. The people of Greenland are not happy with Denmark, as you know. I think they're happy with us. We had representatives, my son and representatives went up there 2 weeks ago, and they like us. So we'll see what happens. But Greenland is necessary, not for us, it's necessary for international security. You have Russian boats all over the place. You have China boats all over the place, warships. And they can't maintain it.
When are you going to be talking to Vladimir Putin?
Who?
Do you plan to meet President Putin, sir?
I'll be meeting with President Putin.
When do you plan?
I don't know. I can't. It's being set up.
Your first trip foreign that might be, sir?
So the first foreign trip typically has been with UK, but I did it with Saudi Arabia last time because they agreed to buy $450 billion worth of our product. I said, I'll do it, but you have to buy American product, and they agreed to do that. They bought $450 billion. It was the least reported story I've ever been involved in.
And now, where are you planning to go now?
Well, I don't know. If Saudi Arabia wanted to buy another 450 or 500, we'll up it for all the inflation.
Mr. President, you say you were going
think
to
I
end the
probably go
war's first day. How do you plan to end the Ukraine war?
Well, we're going to try and get it done as quickly as possible.
Do you want to push Israel and Saudi
It should have
Arabia?
never started. You know, the war with Ukraine and Russia should have never started. It would have never started if I were president.
Will you push Israel and Saudi Arabia to normalize relations?
I don't think I have to push them. I think it's going to happen, but maybe not quite yet. But they'll end up being in the Accords, the Abraham Accords.
President Trump,
I think Saudi Arabia will end up being in the Abraham Accords.
this year?
Could be, but soon, not in a very long way. Oh, look at that! It says TikTok. My! What is that all about?
First, we have Alaska, sir. This is an executive order relating to unleashing Alaska's potential as an energy reservoir for the entire nation.
And what about Anwar?
I believe that would be included in aspects of the order.
So we're opening up Anwar.
On the TikTok piece, President Trump, you and your members of your team now used to warn about the dangers of TikTok spying on Americans. What changed that you're not worried about that anymore?
Well, it depends on the deal. I mean, I may not do the deal or I may do the deal. TikTok is worthless. Worthless. If I don't approve it, it has to close. I learned that from the people that own it. If I don't do the deal, it's worthless. Worth nothing. If I do the deal, it's worth maybe $1 trillion. $1 trillion. So if I do the deal I'm talking about doing it for the United States. If I do the deal for the United States, then I think we should get half.
The TikTok CEO.
In other words, I think the U.S. should be entitled to get half of TikTok. And congratulations, TikTok has a good partner. And that would be worth, could be $500 billion or something. It's crazy. The numbers are crazy. But it's worthless if the president doesn't sign, then it's worthless. If the president does sign, it's worth maybe $1 trillion. So I think, like a joint venture, I think we would have a joint venture with the people from TikTok. We'll see what happens. I mean, that's one of many ideas I've had.
The CEO is now. Did he say that he's open to that idea?
Who?
The CEO of TikTok is around.
Oh, I think he'd probably like it. Because he's got nothing. I mean, they really have nothing. It's passed in Congress. It gives the president a right to make a deal or to close it. And we have 90 days to make that decision. But I could see making a deal where the U.S. gets 50% of TikTok, polices it a little bit or a lot, depends on them. But remember, they make telephones in China. They make all sorts of things in China. Nobody ever complains about that. Here they're complaining about this. There's so many different products made in China, and nobody ever complained about it. The only one they complain about is TikTok. And TikTok is largely young people. I guess I have a warm spot for TikTok that I didn't have originally. But, I went on TikTok, and I won young people up by 36%, Peter. And Republicans typically don't do too well with young people. But it's a different Republican Party.
Would the U.S. government buy a portion of TikTok then, or how would it get that 50%?
No, you'd take 50% of TikTok for the approval that TikTok could continue in business. And they'd have a great partner. The U.S. would be their partner. But the U.S. essentially would be paid for doing that half of the value of TikTok.
Would there be a private sector owner as
Could
well in
be,
the
yeah,
U.S.?
could be a lot. Tell you what, every rich person has called me about TikTok.
You wanted to block TikTok. Why did you change your mind?
Because I got to use it. And remember, TikTok is largely about kids, young kids. If China's going to get information about young kids, I don't know. I think, to be honest with you, I think we have bigger problems than that. But when you take a look at telephones that are made in China and all the other things that are made in China, military equipment made in China, TikTok, I think TikTok is not their biggest problem. But there's big value in TikTok if it gets approved. If it doesn't get approved, there's no value. So if we create that value, why aren't we entitled to like half?
Sir, if they don't take a deal in 90 days, will you shut them down?
Does Biden ever do news conferences like this? How many news conferences, Peter, has he done like this?
Like this?
None.
0.
And it would be 0 for the next infinity. For infinity, it would be 0.
Mr. President, plan to talk to President
Is
Musk?
going to help implement the executive orders? I think you mentioned
No,
implementation.
Elon, no. Elon is very busy sending rocket ships up to various places with lots of satellites on them.
What is your reaction to the confirmation of Marco Rubio, and what does it mean for Latin America?
Which one?
Marco Rubio.
Marco Rubio. You said Marco. Marco
Rubio.
Yeah, I think he's great. I think Marco's doing a fantastic job. I think he's going to get a lot of votes. I think he's going to be at 90% or something. I mean, I'm hearing very good. People know him. They know him in the Senate. They know he's good. He's doing a good job. I don't know. I can't tell you. I don't know what's going to happen with that. He's got some very strong ideas, though, Marco.
You signed the TikTok order, right?
President?
Did you sign the TikTok order?
Yeah.
Yes, that was just signed.
President Marco Rubio's ideas is
Just signed it.
How many did
still
you sign?
changing
Are you going to
Venezuela,
sign?
changing power. Are you still committed with Maduro leaving power in Venezuela?
Well, we're going to find out about that, too, because we're going to probably stop buying oil from Venezuela. We don't need their oil.
Another embargo like the first term?
Well, it could be, but we don't have to buy their oil. We have plenty of oil for ourselves, so
President Trump,
that'll change Venezuela quite a bit.
President Trump, there was a lot of concern about this during the campaign. A question that only works today. Are you a dictator on day one?
No. I can't imagine even being called that. No, I believe in the sanctity of the vote. The Democrats didn't because they cheated like dogs, but I believe in the sanctity, and this was too big to rig. This last election was just too big to rig.
Mr. President,
But
we believe in climate
really
change.
the opposite.
When do you plan to speak to President Putin?
Could be very soon.
And you talked a bit about Ukraine and Russia, but how long do you think it would take to end that conflict? And
I have to speak to President Putin. We're going to have to find out. He can't be thrilled. He's not doing so well. I mean, he's grinding it out, but most people thought that war would have been over in about 1 week. And now you're into 3 years, right? So he can't be thrilled. It's not making him look very good. Now, eventually, I mean, it's a big machine, so things will happen. But I think he'd be very well off to end that war. We have numbers that almost 1 million Russian soldiers have been killed. About 700,000 Ukrainian soldiers are killed. Russia's bigger. They have more soldiers to lose. But that's no way to run a country.
What did your TikTok order do, Mr. President?
Just gave me the right to sell it or close it. Essentially with TikTok, I have the right to either sell it or close it. And we'll make that determination. And we may have to get an approval from China too, I'm not sure. But I'm sure they'll approve it. And if they don't approve it, it would be somewhat of a hostile act, I think. But it's good for China if it gets approved.
Mr. President, so you're not guaranteeing that TikTok will be around after 90 days from today?
No, but it could very well be. It makes sense for it to be, because it's got tremendous value. But if we create the value by approving, in other words, that approval gives it tremendous value. If that's the case, then we should be entitled to 50% as a country. You understand? You haven't heard that one before, right? That's called a joint venture. And nobody ever thought that way before. Well, I don't know. I think you have a lot of people that would be interested in TikTok with the United States as a partner.
Mr. President, what was it like walking into the Oval Office this evening?
Oh, what a great feeling. One of the better feelings I've ever had.
Do you like this calm better now than in 2017?
Well, we're very experienced now. You would say nobody's ever had experience like I have. I've dealt with some very good people. I've dealt with some very bad people, and I know who the bad ones are and the good ones are. Don't forget, I was very successful in primarily the real estate business. And people used to say, who's worse, a politician or a vicious real estate developer? And I'd always say, the real estate developer is far worse. But after about 3 months and getting to know scum like Adam Schiff and other people like that, I said, no, actually, real estate people are quite nice by comparison.
You said you plan to speak with President Putin soon. What about President Zelensky, and what's your message?
Yeah, I would, but he's told me he wants to make a deal. Zelensky wants to make a deal. I don't know if Putin does. He might not. I don't know. He should make a deal. I think he's destroying Russia. by not making a deal. I think Russia's going to be in big trouble. You take a look at their economy, you take a look at the inflation in Russia. So I would hope, I got along with him great, and, you know, I would hope he wants to make a deal.
Mr. President, are you keeping U.S. sanctions on Russia until he makes a deal?
Well, sanctions or tariffs. I think the word tariff is much better because it keeps your dollar stronger. I think tariffs are more effective. I mean, I use sanctions on Iran. Iran was broke. When I left office, Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, none. They were flat broke. And October 7th would have never happened. And I think you all know that. It would have never happened. They had no money. Now they're rich, but, you know, they're weakened in a different way. I would say that the one attack by Israel really set them back. It really set them back. The Pagers and others. You know, the attack on air defense was a bad attack for Iran.
What are you signing now, sir?
It's an executive order relating to reforms to the federal workforce, including to the senior executive service.
We're getting rid of all of the cancer. I call it cancer. The cancer caused by the Biden administration.
How confident are you, Mr. President, that you can keep the ceasefire in Gaza and conclude the 3 phases of this deal?
I'm not confident. That's not our war, it's their war, but I'm not confident. But I think they're very weakened on the other side.
Do you support the 2-state solution?
Gaza, boy, I looked at a picture of Gaza. Gaza is like a massive demolition site. That place it's really got to be rebuilt in a different way.
Do you plan to help rebuilding Gaza?
I might. You know, Gaza is interesting. It's a phenomenal location. On the sea, best weather. You know, everything's good. It's like some beautiful things could be done with it, but it's very interesting. But some fantastic things could be done with Gaza.
How do you see the future in governance for Gaza?
Well, it depends. I can't imagine you could have, well, you certainly can't have the people that were there. Most of them are dead, by the way, right? Most of them are dead. But they didn't exactly run it well. Run viciously and badly. So you can't have that.
Mr. President, on TikTok, sir, do you pause any decision on Chinese tariffs until you know what the resolution on TikTok will be?
No, if China didn't approve it, we could put tariffs on China. Don't forget, China charges us tariffs, and we charge them very little, except for what I did. I put a lot of, we took in hundreds of billions of dollars. But until I came along, China never paid 10 cents to this country. They ripped us off, and they never paid anything. But like, if we wanted to make a deal with TikTok, and it was a good deal, and China wouldn't approve it, then I think ultimately they'd approve it because we'd put tariffs on China. Maybe. I'm not saying I would, but you certainly could do that. And if we said, well, if you're not going to approve it, then that's a certain hostility, and we'll put tariffs of 25, 30, 40, 50%, even 100%. And if we did that, I think they'd approve it.
President Trump, you've seen the other living presidents a couple times in the last few months. If you ever had to call on one of them for advice about anything that's going on here, which one would you call?
It's an interesting. Well, I thought Bill Clinton was a very good politician. I don't think he was used properly. I think they disrespected him. When Hillary was running, he came back and he said, you know, you better get up to Michigan and Wisconsin. You remember that, Peter. Every house has a Trump sign on it. And they all laughed at him because the Republicans hadn't won Michigan or Wisconsin for decades, long time. And they all laughed at Bill Clinton. Like, the hell does he know? And he turned out to be right because I won both of them. And then we just won both in this election, too. We won Wisconsin and Michigan and every other swing state. We won all the swing states, all 7. They talked about 7 swing states. We won them all. So, but Bill Clinton he had a great political sense, I think.
You looked like you were having a good conversation with President Obama at President
I
Carter's
was.
funeral.
And you'd like to know what it was? Oh. Everybody wants to know. I know, I wouldn't want to, but we were having some crazy conversation. Why do you asking a question like that? You don't. I don't think you want to know. You might not.
Tell us what you just signed.
You might be insulted.
It's an executive order relating to holding former government officials accountable for unlawful disclosure of sensitive information. This next one, sir, is a declaration of a national energy emergency.
So you also
That's a big one. You know what that allows you to do? That means you can do whatever you have to do to get out of that problem. And we do have that kind of an emergency.
President Trump, at some point will you use your powers of the presidency to tell Americans who are concerned about drones?
Yeah.
A few weeks ago,
Yeah.
what exactly
I will.
was happening? Can you tell us now?
In fact, I'd like to know because I just got here.
What do you think?
I just came here. I've been here for what, 15 minutes now.
Do people listening, because this is going out live.
And I got to read this letter too. Because of you, I found this letter.
I can read it for you.
It's interesting. Yeah, I knew you would. Your father would too.
But is it anything, these drones, is it anything that people need to be worried
No, I
about?
think it's terrible. I would like to find out what it is and tell the people.
And can you commit to some kind of...
In fact, I'd like to do that. Could we find out what that was, Susie? Okay? Yeah, why don't we find out? Immediately. I mean, I can't imagine it's an enemy or there would have been, people would have gotten blown up all over. Maybe they were testing things. I don't know why they wouldn't have said what it was. They had a lot of them flying over Bedminster, which is interesting, right?
And with the events today and yesterday, was everything moved inside just for cold weather, or was there some kind of security concern?
No security. Because they had everything shut down to drones. You can shut that down pretty easily if you're sophisticated. They're very sophisticated, these people. No, it was just cold weather. And we made a good move because, first of all, I thought it was incredible in the Capitol today. You know why I liked it? Because I got great reviews on that speech. I got great reviews. Can you believe it? They actually were fair. Maybe the fake news is changing.
Unleashing energy production.
Yeah, unleashing energy production. But I thought it was, I think having it in the Capitol is great. Obviously, you can take care of the people you have to take care of. The city was booming. And if we would have done it outside, people would have been hurt because it was really cold. It was looked sunny. But when you stood outside for 10 minutes, people were running back in. It was really cold and really windy. The wind brings it down a lot. So we made the right decision. You couldn't have stayed. I don't think you could have had it out. You know how cold it was today. It was, people went out for a little while just to test it. They couldn't stay out more than 10 minutes. They all came back in. So we would have had a disaster if we did that. And people would have been hurt.
President, the unlawful disclosure, is that related to the Hunter Biden situation?
Which one?
The one on unlawful disclosures by federal officials, is that related to
No, I think it's just more general than that. It's not Hunter Biden. I was surprised that President Biden would go and pardon his whole family because that makes him look very guilty. I could have pardoned my family. I could have pardoned myself, my family. And I said, if I do that, it's going to make me look very guilty. I don't think I'd be sitting here, frankly. If I did that, I don't think I'd be sitting here right now because I would have shown that you're guilty. But by pardoning his brother or brothers, by pardoning all of those people that he pardoned, by pardoning J6, the Unselect Committee, they destroyed all of the documents. They deleted all of the information. There's no information. And a lot of the information pertains to Nancy Pelosi because she was given 100, I mean, you know this, it's on tape with her daughter. Nancy Pelosi was responsible for not taking advantage of 10,000 soldiers or 1,000. You wouldn't have you could have used 400. It was a relatively small crowd. It wasn't the crowd that was at the mall. It was a small crowd. So I was a little bit surprised that he did it because it makes him look guilty. I mean, he's going to have to live with it. Now, with that being said, it's unbelievable precedent it creates for a president. But the precedent is unbelievable. Now maybe every president that leaves office, they're going to pardon every person they ever met. so they don't have some lunatic like deranged Jack Smith, who's a total lunatic, by the way. Not a smart guy either, he's a dummy. But we beat the hell out of him. And I helped my reputation.
Do you think you'd have to do the same thing at the end of this term?
Well, I guess now I have precedent to do it. I wouldn't want to do that, no. I think it makes you look very guilty. I think it makes Biden look very bad, very weak, and very guilty. And, I mean, he pardoned everybody. How about this J6 committee? Why is he pardoning them? The reason is because if you delete and destroy documentation, everything, they have nothing because they were guilty as hell. They rigged it. It was a rigged deal. And when you do that, they look very bad, but I was a little surprised he did it. Liz Cheney, I mean, she's a lunatic. And she lost by the greatest margin in the history of a politician running for Congress, like 40 points. The reason it was the greatest is because anybody losing that badly is going to drop out. But she's a nut job. She doesn't drop out. You know, she just keeps chugging forward. And she lost by almost 40 points. That's the biggest number anybody's ever lost by. But why would Biden do that? He pardoned her and pardoned everybody. The reason is that they destroyed documents. And if you're even in a civil case, which this wouldn't be, I mean, people go to jail for a long time for doing that. What's this one?
That's unleashing American energy, sir. It relates to easing permitting processes and other regulatory systems to ensure that we can produce energy efficiently to drive the American economy forward.
President Trump, looking around the office, we noticed some changes from the way that Biden had it set up. Can you confirm that you have added back the Diet Coke blood?
I think this, first of all, I just got here. So my people came in. They have extraordinary decorator sense, right? Let me just see some of the pictures. That's a good one. I could live with him. I could live with George Washington, I can tell you. I could live with Thomas Jefferson. I could live with most of them. They took a very safe route. They don't have any bad ones up there.
Withdrawing from
What is this one?
Withdrawing from the World Health Organization, sir.
Ooh, that's a big one. So we paid $500 million to World Health when I was here, and I terminated it. China with 1.4 billion people. We have 350 to pay. We have, nobody knows what we have because so many people came in illegally, but let's say we have 325. They had 1.4 billion. They were paying 39 million, we were paying 500 million. It seemed a little unfair to me. So that wasn't the reason, but I dropped out. They offered me to come back for 39 million. In theory, it should be less than that, but you know. And when Biden came back, they came back for 500 million. He knew that you could have come back for 39 million. They wanted us back so badly, so we'll see what happens. Pretty sad though, think of it. China pays 39 million and we pay 500 million. And China's a bigger country.
Mr. President, you spoke about inflation today in your remarks. What actions are you taking today that will have a direct impact for Americans on their everyday costs to bring the cost down?
The biggest thing and factor for inflation is energy. They screwed up my energy policy. And then they went back to it. You know, they heard it really badly, and then they went back to it, and they started drilling more, but by that time it was too late. Many of these things that we're signing and that Doug Burgum is going to be signing, and Chris Wright, who's phenomenal at, you know, Energy, Department of Energy, we're going to be taking a lot, we're going to make a lot of money from energy. We have more than anybody else. We're going to make a lot of money from energy. We're going to make a lot of money from tariffs. You know, European Union charges us, they have a VAT tax of 20%, but it's really much higher than that. And that's the equivalent, almost the equivalent of a tariff. And they're tough. They're very tough. They don't take our cars. They don't take our farm product. They don't take almost anything. And yet we take their cars and we take their farm product. We take a lot from them. So, you know, we have like a $300 billion deficit with the European Union. So We'll straighten that out with either tariffs or they have to buy our oil. The one thing they can do, our oil and gas, the one thing they can do to catch up quickly, buy our oil and gas.
Will you travel?
And they should do that.
Will you travel to China this year?
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, I've had the invite.
I
would do it, yeah.
Talking about the European Union and the tariffs, like, what do you mean when you say that European Union country like Spain is part of BRICS?
That are what?
BRICS.
Oh, BRICS. No, I was talking about BRICS. BRICS are 6 nations. I think it's 7 nations. And they were looking to do a number in the United States. And if they do that, they won't be happy about what's going to happen to them.
Are you still considering a universal tariff, Mr. President, on all countries?
I may, yeah, but we're not ready for that yet. We may wrap it, because essentially all countries take advantage of the U.S. We don't make any good deals in the U.S. It's amazing in a way that we exist. We don't make good deals. We don't have any good deals. We have a deficit with almost, not all, there are a couple, I won't tell you their names because I don't want them to find out about it because they'll feel stupid. But there are a couple of countries that actually don't make money with us. But I don't want to let you know because they'll immediately change that. But we're gonna do. I tell you what, our country has an amazing economic future. I really believe that.
What kind of universal tariff if you did do one?
Well, you'd put a universal tariff on anybody doing business in the United States because they're coming in and they're stealing our wealth, they're stealing our jobs, they're stealing our companies, they're hurting our companies. So you put a tariff on to keep them from doing that.
Mr. President, you surrounded yourself with a whole bunch of billionaires today. President Biden, as in his farewell address, warned about an oligarchy. I was wondering if you could respond to that.
Well, he had a lot of guys, and then they found out that he didn't know what the hell he was talking about, and I think they deserted him. They deserted him, those same guys. Look, I don't make pretenses, smart guys, but there are a lot of smart people around, but they did desert him. They were all with him, every one of them. Now they're all with me. I don't know. It's not going to get anything from me. I don't need money. But I do want the nation to do well, and they're smart people, and they have, they create a lot of jobs. And if they don't do it, China's going to do it. What they've done is they've taken industries and they've taken it away. They outsmarted China. And, we sort of like that. It's okay. They've done a great job. A lot of them, not all of them.
Protecting women from radical gender ideologies.
Ooh.
Mr. President, going back to the World Health Organization, you were the president during COVID. Don't you see the importance of an organization like that to coordinate a global response?
Sure, I do, but not when you're being ripped off like we are by the World Health. World Health ripped us off. Everybody rips off the United States, and that's it. It's not going to happen anymore. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, guys, let's go.
One last one, sir. This is your Martin Luther
Thank you,
King Day
guys.
proclamation.
Thank you, Press. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Press.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Let's go. Thanks, Press. Thank you, guys.
What a remarkable and consequential half hour in the Oval Office with the freshly re-sworn in President of the United States, Donald Trump. The reporters in the room are what's known as the pool, a small group of reporters that are typically invited into events of interest. In this case, signing executive order after executive order after executive order after executive order passed to him by longtime advisor Stephen Miller. Susie Wiles, Donald Trump's new chief of staff, was also in the room. And what began slowly as he signed executive order after executive order, a reporter threw a question in, bit of a pause, then another, and then they all just went on just about anything. And Ellen Morrow in our bureau here in Washington, I want to come to you on the tariffs thing in a second. I'll just give the sobering headline, if you don't mind. Trump, on a day where Canada and Canadian officials have been down here trying to thwart the notion of sort of across-the-board tariffs being put on Canadian goods imported to the United States from Canada. I'm going to read my notes because it's important to say the words. He said, we are thinking in terms of 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico. I think we will do it February 1st. Again, this on a day when the suggestion earlier seemed to be that the trade relationship between the two countries would simply be reviewed at this point. And Ellen, before I go to you on that, I just want to give a couple of other, there was a lot in that back and forth with reporters. He signed executive orders getting rid of DEI hires, creating DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiencies, declaring national emergency on the southern border, which enables Pentagon resources, for example, to be freed up to go down to enforce blocking on the border. Withdrawing the United States from the World Health Organization because, as Trump put it, it's ripping off America. He talked about Greenland becoming, again, just as a notional concept, part of the U.S., taking control of the Panama Canal again, freeing up land in Alaska for drilling. He's not a dictator on day one. At one point, he was asked, did Joe Biden leave a letter for him? And he said, I don't know. And he pulled out, you saw it, Ellen, he opened the drawer and said, oh, there it is. I'll read it myself personally later, he said, then maybe read it to you all, everybody else, after the fact. But again, the kind of sobering headline here, Trump thinks he may well indeed put a 25% tariff on goods imported from Canada. He thinks that would happen February 1st. Ellen Morrow, there's a lot to absorb there. Again, a remarkable time in the Oval Office. What are your thoughts?
Well, Paul, I heard you refer earlier today to the fire hose of news from Donald Trump, and I don't even know how many hours ago it was that you said that, but that press conference there, that impromptu news conference in the Oval Office really sums that up. You know, you just went through dozens of points. There are dozens of more points from what we heard from him there in the Oval Office signing those orders. But for Canadian eyes watching, what a roller coaster of a day. You know, going into Inauguration Day, there was a sense of dread because back in November, Donald Trump said that one of the very first executive actions he would take in office on day one would be to impose 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico unless more was done to toughen up the northern and southern borders. And then there was reporting this morning that Trump would not be imposing those tariffs on day one, that instead he would be launching an investigation into trade deficits and trading practices between the three countries, between the U.S. and Canada and the U.S. and Mexico. So that indicated, you know, perhaps a bit of a reprieve, a sense of relief. But that was short-lived because, as you said, we had Donald Trump there in the Oval Office saying he thinks those tariffs could be imposed as of February 1st. Just to remind everyone at home, here's what that moment was like.
We're thinking in terms of 25% on Mexico and Canada because they're allowing vast numbers of people. Canada's a very bad abuser also. Vast numbers of people to come in and fentanyl to come in.
When do you think you would enact the...
I think February 1st.
Are you planning on giving notice of that?
I think we'll do it February 1st.
25% on both, sir?
On each.
On each.
So February 1st, Paul, is of course just about a week and a half away. There are still questions about how these tariffs would actually be imposed and implemented. There are some legal mechanisms around them, although presidents do have broad power to impose these kinds of tariffs. So if there was a sense of relief in Canada today, that specter of these tariffs is right back there with those comments from the president in the Oval Office.
I would say the other thing that he mentioned vis-a-vis Canada, he was asked at one point, have you met with foreign leaders? And he said, Trudeau, and then he goes, or Governor Trudeau, as I like to call him. He did not go any further into the 51st state business. But Ellen, dare I ask, what else stood out for you from that time in the Oval Office?
Well, there really was so much. These were the headlines we were sort of waiting for all day, particularly those executive orders on cracking down on illegal immigration, the declaration of an emergency at the U.S. southern border. That's always been a key part of Donald Trump's political message, and now we have those orders signed. And they are having an immediate impact. There are people along the border, for example, today, who had appointments with U.S. Customs and Border Patrol officials officials, appointments that they had set up through a Biden-era app that allowed migrants to use this app to set up those appointments. That program, those appointments were immediately canceled. There's video of migrants along the southern border today crying because they don't know what happens next for them. There's also anxiety in many U.S. cities about the possibility of raids by Immigration and Customs Enforcement officials. Donald Trump was asked about that. He was asked if those raids would begin tomorrow. He said he didn't want to give a timeline, but that they need to happen. So there is a lot of anxiety. Trump officials and Trump himself in his speech today said that the first targets would be people who are illegally in this country with criminal backgrounds. So that was a big moment in the Oval Office tonight. And also the declaration of another national emergency, declaring a national energy emergency as Donald Trump tries to really ramp up U.S. energy production. We also, as you said, he signed orders relating to diversity, equity, and inclusion programs and transgender protections. And these are all key points, Paul, that you know better than I do, that Donald Trump ran on in this campaign. And this is an empowered president signing a slew of executive orders.
I'm just going to break into you. We've got we've got Melanie Joly now reacting to Donald Trump's comments. Let's listen in.
We have a plan. The plan is threefold. The first one is we will continue to work on preventing tariffs, and that's also why we have a very strong border plan. Second, we will work on preparing for a response. That's why we're here, and we'll be going back with Cabinet, of course, working on retaliation. And thirdly, we have to work on our long-term response. And so this is an important moment for Canadians. We need to continue to fight for our interests, to defend jobs across the country. And we're calling every single political leader across the board, across the country, to stand united. Because now, more than ever, we need to make sure that we put country first. Donc, en français, bien entendu, on prend note des commentaires du président Trump un peu plus tôt ce soir. Nous avons un plan. Le plan est en 3 étapes. Première étape, prévenir les tarifs. C'est pour ça que nous avons un bon plan pour la frontière. Deuxième étape, préparer notre réponse. C'est pour ça qu'on est ici avec les collègues à préparer notre réponse avec le premier ministre. Et finalement, troisième étape, préparer la réponse à long terme pour le pays. C'est un moment important pour le Canada. C'est un moment où on doit continuer de défendre les intérêts des Canadiens, défendre nos emplois. Et on en appelle à chacun des leaders politiques, à travers la classe politique, à travers le pays, de se tenir debout et d'être unis. Parce que plus que jamais, on doit mettre de l'avant et prioriser notre pays.
Ashley, I can't believe you didn't want to hear what I have to say. So I want to just wait. It's going to be good. So as Melanie said, we took note, obviously, of what President Trump said earlier today in Washington. None of this should be surprising. The one thing we've learned is that President Trump, at moments, can be unpredictable. He said that he would impose 25% tariffs on the Canadian economy and on the Mexican economy. We have spent the last number of weeks preparing potential response scenarios for the Government of Canada in partnership with provinces and Canadian business leaders and union leaders. So our country is absolutely ready to respond to any one of these scenarios. We still continue to believe that it would be a mistake for the American government to proceed with imposing tariffs. It would be a mistake in terms of the cost of living in the United States, in terms of jobs in the United States, the security of supply chains. It would clearly be a difficult moment for the economy of the country. But the good news is the premiers were in Ottawa last week. We agreed on a series of measures that we could enact if the United States government decides to do this. So there's nothing new this evening than was different than a week ago. Our government remains committed, however, as Melanie said, to talking to the Americans about our shared concern around security at the border. If the president and his government believe that we can do more in partnership with the Americans to secure the border, we have a very good news story to tell them. And in our conversation with American officials, we have spoken about our shared commitment to the fight against fentanyl, to ensuring that immigration is orderly and legal. And the shared national security of both countries has been a success between Canada and the United States for decades. So we look forward to continuing those conversations with Canadian business leaders, union leaders, obviously provinces and territories, and the dialogue with American representatives and members of the incoming administration. Alors, nous avons pris, comme Mélanie a bien dit, nous avons pris conscience des commentaires du président Trump à Washington plus tôt ce soir. Franchement, il n'y a rien de nouveau dans qu'est-ce que le président a dit. C'est exactement qu'est-ce qu'il avait dit il y a déjà plusieurs semaines. La bonne nouvelle, c'est que depuis plusieurs semaines, nous travaillons comme gouvernement avec nos partenaires dans les provinces et les territoires, avec les chefs d'entreprise, avec des représentants syndicaux, avec l'ensemble des acteurs économiques du pays, précisément pour préparer des scénarios de réponse ou de riposte advenant que le gouvernement américain décide de poursuivre un tel scénario. Nous avons dit depuis plusieurs semaines, c'est pas dans l'intérêt économique des Américains d'aller dans cette direction-là. Nous croyons que l'industrie américaine, que les représentants, les gouverneurs vont comprendre que ça va augmenter le coût de la vie aux États-Unis, ça va rendre des chaînes d'approvisionnement plus compliquées. C'est les arguments que nous allons continuer de faire. Mais la bonne nouvelle, c'est que nous sommes prêts à toute éventualité. C'est un plan qu'on a partagé avec les premiers ministres des provinces mercredi de la semaine passée. Le plan est prêt, le gouvernement est prêt. Cependant, nous allons continuer, évidemment, de travailler avec le gouvernement américain, les membres de l'administration qui seront confirmés dans les prochains jours, parce que si l'inquiétude du président Trump, c'est la sécurité frontalière, c'est une circonstance que nous partageons totalement avec les Américains, dans le sens que nous croyons que la frontière est sécuritaire. Nous avons annoncé un plan d'au-delà d'1 milliard de dollars américains pour renforcer des mesures de sécurité frontalière. On est encore au travail afin d'identifier comment on peut partager des ressources à l'intérieur du gouvernement du Canada avec les provinces et les territoires afin de rassurer les Canadiens que les mesures sont en place. J'ai toute la confiance au monde dans la sécurité de notre frontière, dans la lutte commune avec les Américains contre le fentanyl. Et c'est le travail qu'on va poursuivre au cours des prochains jours. Merci beaucoup. Merci.
All right, what a day it's been. Paul Hunter and I back here after that swift response, Paul. You know, we started today, the show at 7 saying, sigh of relief. They didn't happen on day one, but now, sir, we have a date, and it's on February 1st. What did you think of the response from our finance minister and our minister of foreign affairs?
Well, I would say a potential date. It's always, I think, important to look carefully at the words of Donald Trump.
He's
in all
thinking
fairness,
about
right?
it, he said, yes. Thinking about February 1st.
Yeah, so that's, wiggle room. Is it not wiggle room? But Ellen, who we had to say goodbye to, I guess, during that last bit, called it a roller coaster. It is, right, in terms of this particular issue. It's a high-stakes roller coaster. But this is Donald Trump, right? Like it's like until he signs off on something, you don't know. Even earlier today, when we're based on the reporting that we saw this morning and this supposed memorandum that talked about instead of imposing 25% tariffs across the board on goods imported from Canada, that there would be an assessment or an evaluation or an examination of the trading relationship, right? But Canadian authorities who'd been busy kind of working the incoming Trump people and the Republicans emphasized that just means, or they inferred that simply means no tariffs yet, and they still have to continue making that case. So when you heard, I think it was Dominic LeBlanc there after Melanie Joly at the cabinet retreat in Montebello saying that none of this is a real surprise, that kind of makes sense in a certain sense when you look at the way Trump tends to do his negotiations historically, and as well that they were fully prepared for. They had to keep putting their message out there. They had to keep making their case, which the Canadian officials here say is a strong case. And you heard from Jason Kenney earlier in the program. It's a persuasive case, a persuasive argument they have to make. But man, oh man, on top of all the I'll use the term again since Ellen seemed to like it, fire hose of news that came out of that.
More.
Executive order after executive order. The big one for Canada, thinking still about 25% tariffs across the board, imports from Canada, thinking February 1st. We're 8.5 hours into the Trump presidency, Dwight. What a day, what a night.
Well, what he's thinking is certainly seems like it's scaring our cabinet ministers a little bit, and they're out talking about it because they have to be.
Like that.
Yes,
like
right
that,
away. They were ready.
Out. Exactly.
Yeah. Trump signing another major executive order. While he was doing that, he mentioned Canada, and he called Justin Trudeau governor. What did you think of that?
That's Donald Trump.
Oh, man.
Right? I mean, this has been, since that came out at that dinner in Mar-a-Lago,
yes,
the question was always, is he joking? Did he have a smile on his face? Did he really mean it? And then, hence ever since we've been talking, is it the 51st? All that kind of business. That's Donald Trump. And at a certain point, that's what complicates things, right? Like
it really does. Coming from the president
of the United States. The president of the United States, and he's saying these things, right? That carries weight. Or is he just trolling? Or is he just, needling? Or is he just having fun? Or is he trying to say something that distracts the conversation from something else, right?
Yeah. But what he says affects economies, it affects the market. So, Mr. President, be careful with what you say. Before I let you go, I need to ask you this because you've been covering this man for a long time now. And it's something that Katie touched on earlier. Is this the greatest political comeback ever? Because if we think back to January 6th and that night after what happened, a lot of people thought this man's political career was over.
Look, how to categorize it? If it is not it is among a tiny handful, very short list of political comebacks. He was a loser. Many people, including myself, said, political parties don't like losers. They tend to say goodbye to them forever. And when I was on the roof of the Canadian Embassy on Pennsylvania Avenue here in D.C., when I was here 4 years ago for the inauguration of Joe Biden, and Trump took his, in Marine One helicopter, did a circle around and then off into the distance. Look, I'm not going to not say it. I thought that was it for him in politics, as did a whole bunch of other people, including politicians in this. And yet here he is. He did it. And you know why? Because he speaks to people. There's a lesson for politicians in the politics of Donald Trump, I think, right? He speaks to people in regular language, in terms that people understand, right? He doesn't behave like a politician. And there is such a hunger for that in people who lead governments in this country, in any number of countries. People he has zeroed in on who are tired of the same old, same old. That's the message you've heard from him, and it worked for him. People voted for him in no small part because of that. So, the intelligentsia, the liberal media elite, call it what you will, all thought that was the end of Donald Trump. You know who didn't think it was the end of Donald Trump? Donald Trump.
Exactly.
And here he is.
I knew you were going to say that. Thank you for spending this monumental day with us, Mr. Hunter. We can catch you next on The National. It's been a long day for you, and it continues. We'll see you in a little bit, my friend.
Thank you.
Well, Donald Trump's Inauguration Day coincided with an important holiday, Martin Luther King Jr. Day in the U.S. President Trump thanked the Black and Hispanic communities for their vote and promised to work alongside them before acknowledging Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. himself.
Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true.
For reaction to those comments, we're joined now by Martin Luther King III. Martin is the global human rights leader and chair of the Drum Major Institute. He's also the oldest son of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. So thank you for joining us today. We appreciate your time could we start with the inaugural address? He invoked your father, Martin Luther King, saying he would make his dream come true, like we just heard. What did you make of that speech today, sir?
Well, I always welcome one stating that they will work to realize the dream that my father had for our nation and world. But I'm very concerned about the executive orders that are being signed, because those do not reflect, if he signs all of them, what the dream and realization of the dream is. And I think we still have to wait to see, but at the end of the day, what he has shown us in the past is that much of what he says, he does. And so I'm very concerned. Maybe many Americans are very pleased and excited about this opportunity, but I'm quite frankly very concerned. I'm concerned about families and children that are going to be removed from the country. I'm concerned about whether or not, how the economy is going to fare based on some of the things that he said he's going to do that might reverberate and cost Americans. So I'm very concerned.
Are you also concerned about the DEI policies that he's vowing to slash, these diversity programs in the U.S.?
Absolutely concerned.
How do you feel about that? I mean, people talk about trying to level this playing field that hasn't been leveled for a long time, but gone.
Well, I think that every action deserves, is always, there's a reaction. Leadership, modern, I should say civil rights leaders have been talking about engaging in, when it is strategic, a divestment campaign. Black Americans, just alone, spent $1.4 trillion last year. So if the community is organized and decides to divest, then the nation, and largely I'm saying this because of the lack of respect, when we're not treating people with dignity and respect and like human beings, people have a right to say, I'm not going to support those who are not supportive of us. And that conversation is going on right now. So I think we're going to have to see what will happen. But I think that's an important factor. So I'm very concerned also, particularly about, diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Yes.
Black people built this country in a significant way because it is as massive and successful as the world's leading economy, because for 250 years, you had free labor.
Yes, we know the history. Before I let you go, I do want to ask you about, because some folks on the right are using your father's words to help them. They're saying that they want merit-based. They don't need DEI because it has to be based on merit, and in your father's words, the content of one's character. What do you feel about that?
So merit is never an issue. Think about this. Clarence Thomas was against affirmative action. Now affirmative action no longer exists. He got into Yale because of affirmative action. If he was not qualified, he would have failed, touched out. So that's not necessarily a good argument to use and say, well, it's not just merit. It's a combination of factors. Historically, Black people and women have been excluded, and this is about inclusion. So I think we got to look at that some more.
We heard a lot about your father today, and we hope that some of the principles he put out there will help guide America coming forward, because it looks like we're going in the opposite direction. That was Martin Luther King III. Thank you for your time and your words this evening, sir.
Thank you.
Let's take another look at the White House this evening, where Donald Trump has been very busy. Our special of the U.S. inauguration continues here on CBC News Network. This is Canada Tonight.